Okay. So, yo, chat. I'm watching. I mean, obviously people aren't here, but it's okay. Yeah. Okay. So today I'm going to watch the entire Dream and Tubbo stream. Midway through, or like a part of the way through, I'm gonna get fucking drunk and get food. So drunk and eat food while I'm doing it, because like obviously nothing like is better than getting hammered while fucking watching bullshit. Okay, let's start.
Thank you. It's
I
good.
think I am.
Okay.
Cool.
So,
Can
can everyone on your end hear me?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be good. I copied your captions thing as well, so
Oh, cool. Shut up, Pierre, dude. This tour has been
very
sick.
cool.
Yeah.
Dream sounds so fucking sad.
I assume well, no, I'm not going to assume. Did you watch the stream I did yesterday, or? Not
I
really?
was asleep when you did it, but I did go through parts of the VOD this morning when I woke up. I watched like your reaction to my video, and then a little bit afterwards. But I didn't watch the entire thing. But I saw enough and was like, I mean, I still think that obviously originally before we would have been on a call talking, I guess, if Tom's video hadn't dropped.
No.
So already, Lil Pup he didn't even see the video enough to fucking talk shit about it. So that's a little weird. All right, let's keep going.
No,
So
I know.
And then I was up all night, obviously working on that, or all day working on that. So then I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna prioritize my sleep, I guess. But I thought I said it to you already, but I guess I'll say it here. Like, I think that regardless, obviously we disagree on a lot of things, I'm sure. But I think it's good to show the community that you can have conversations when you disagree.
No, totally. I couldn't agree more. Like, I was gonna say, I don't want it to be like awkward. Like, we're generally just chatting, even though we disagree on stuff, and that's so fine.
And we've had just to say, like, this isn't just a show for a stream as well, because Tubbo is one of the creators that has called me before in private and had a genuine conversation. He's expressed, negative things privately. He's expressed concerns. He's, he's talked to me privately. So that's something that I've said for a very long time.
Tubbo's nice.
I begged people, and Tubbo's one of those people that has followed through on that. So to you guys that are watching on my stream, obviously, and I think Tubbo is one of those people that has been always open to talking. So this isn't just a show for stream or anything.
Yeah. Awesome. So yeah, did you have anything you wanted to talk about to start with, or would you like me to start with some things, or how do you want to do this?
I think that genuinely, I feel like I want to make this stream or this conversation kind of about you, about your concerns, about your any issue you want to bring up, and also I guess things that you talked about on your stream the other day. And I feel like it's just we're able to productively have a conversation, I guess. I think I guess I'll start by saying that I think that having a one-on-one conversation is almost always the right thing to do, or the right way to approach things, because it's so hard. First of all, communication is hard, just in general. So when you're able to immediately interject with at something someone said, or at least immediately respond to something someone said, or read someone's emotions in a direct conversation, or their tone of voice, or ask them a question.
No
like,
one gives a
shit. It's very helpful.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that as someone that is a difficult communicator and an emotional person, I've always found it very helpful to get in calls with people.
No, totally.
So I want to be genuinely, I want to be an open book. I want to talk about whatever you want to talk about. I'm coming into this with the intention of clarity. I don't think we're going to leave this call being best buddies or anything like that. But I think that regardless, clarity amongst each other.
Okay. Clarity's good. Okay. Yes. Let's be truthful. Let's fucking be clear about it. Let's keep going. Okay.
Some understanding, at least minimally.
Bro's yapping. I don't give a shit.
Because I think that the internet everything blows up so much
chat, type
bigger.
One,
and obviously a lot of that is my fault.
25%. You don't have to type one.
And I think that's something that I will try and take accountability for where I can. But I do think anyway. Thank you for calling first of all.
No, dude,
and
it's so fine.
I don't want to.
I think I think
obviously, I'm not
you can
going to
kind of
fucking
steer the ship.
Yeah. Okay. Well, first of all,
I don't like how it sounds. I'm
do you
want to
just go through the video again
like how it
and the stuff I said
Sure.
yesterday, and then
Sure.
we can start with that? Yeah. Out the bat, like, your apology for the tweet calling Tom's fans the R word, like that felt, to at least me, I think that felt quite genuine. I was just a little bit confused why you didn't say that when you first did your initial response on the live stream on your channel.
Yeah.
Okay, so what he's referring to is the fact that Dream apologized in his video, but on the Reddit post, it was just him making excuses for why he said it. So instead of fucking Dream just saying, yo, like, I shouldn't have said this shit in the Reddit post, he was like, oh, I have autism, so... And a lot of people who are neurodivergent are saying this shit, even though it's probably bad. Like, he was just making excuses. Like, I don't give a fuck if you say the R slur, right? But at least stand on your thought process behind it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I had an apology. I don't remember
Exactly.
what. I mean, it was
What the fuck?
in the
It's,
middle
like,
of the
so
live stream,
hypocritical, right?
probably. And it was a more longer drawn out, I guess, than the on my channel. I
Yeah.
feel like
Sorry.
whenever you have time to
Fucking
sit
sneeze.
down and actually think about how you should put together your feelings, I guess, or when you in a video form, it's a lot easier to sit there and be like, okay, what do I actually want to say? How do I want to say it? Let me write down what I want to say, put it into a video, and put it out there. Versus in a live stream or even in like a tweet or something, it's different. I think that emotions are running high as well, and I think that also there's certain things that were misunderstandings.
Jumps
like
turned into
obviously
art.
one of the things in your original stream before I did my video
Yeah.
that you talked about was like the difference between reclaiming a word and just using the word as a slur or just using it to attack people.
Oh shit! I just hired.
And
this.
as someone obviously like this, I mean, this may sound a little bit
I'm just
stupid,
fucking
but
buy from
I
here, the
genuinely, I have no idea. Up until that point, after having gone through a lot of stuff that I had with, Nicholas Cantu and being a bit, there was the kind of punching bag of the internet at some point. I wasn't under the perception of like, hey, because these people did it, that makes it okay for me to do it. But I was under the perception of, okay,
Wait,
so
I can
these
buy some
people can
drinks
do
from
it
fucking
because
Go
of
Puff.
these particular reasons, and I also fit those
Now I have
categories.
to go
I
pick
see.
them up.
So, oh, sorry. Go on.
After seeing your stream and all,
You see how Tubbo is like making a safe space to like for Dream to state his opinion before he interjects. That's like how you're supposed to communicate effectively, in my opinion.
so a lot of people's issues on Twitter, it wasn't that I changed my opinion, it was more that I reflected on the fact that, oh, okay, that makes total sense, I understand that. And
He's lying. He doesn't want to get canceled.
as someone who in the past has, my opinion has never changed on like the R word. I've always thought I had a whole, people were, using it against me saying I'm a hypocrite for statements I made in the past that I still stick 100% by. I think that with any word, no matter what it is, if you're going to offend a large group of people with it, or even a small group of people, depending on what it is, that you should avoid, using it as, you have a responsibility to avoid using it as a content creator.
Yeah,
And,
100%.
so I think that, anyway, I think that I decided, obviously, my video, be straight to the point,
He's
get it
lying,
over
so he's
with,
been
and
canceled.
not no, I didn't mention anything. I was just like, no excuses, no anything, just, hey, let's just get it out of the way, because it was just, I shouldn't have done it.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. No. I don't disagree with anything you said. It's from my point of view, it's just like, I just wish you would have said that to begin with. But obviously, I understand.
I think genuinely
how,
with a lot of stuff, that's going to be that has been a huge problem of mine for an extremely long time. Is everyone, I mean, obviously this is probably the number one critique of me as a person, is that I'm very impulsive. I am very impulsive. I'm very impulsive. I would love to work on that. I feel like a lot. I have improved a lot of my impulsiveness, I guess, from when I first started as a creator. It was like anything. Okay, yeah, you're saying this. Fuck you, whatever. And I think that that's something that I have already, worked on, but that I do think that there's always room to grow. And
Okay, like he yapping a lot, bro. Right? Like he kind of yapping a lot, bro. The reason I paused it isn't to really talk about like what's going on, but because like Actually, fuck it. Wait. Give me a second, chat. Give me a second, chat. Wait. Wait. Oh, shit. I should probably... Fuck. Okay. Give me a quick second. Because I'm trying to order alcohol, but, you know... Life just be hard when it comes to that. Let me just fucking... Oh shit, I just left the video. Okay.
Would love to, you know, work on that. I feel like a lot. I have improved a lot of my impulsiveness, I guess, you know, from when I first started as a creator. It was like anything. Okay, yeah, you're saying this.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, fuck you, whatever. And I think that that's something that I have already, you know,
cool.
worked on, but that I do think that there's always room to grow.
So,
and that's why, obviously, I mentioned in my video, I said I kind of hit a boiling point. I did. Obviously, it was the timing seems kind of stupid, but yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Okay. So like, we can move on from that now. And I think also I want to talk about in your video, first of all, the clips you used of me. I think it was a interesting decision to splice together the only parts of my VOD where I was agreeing with you to put at the very start of your video before Tom had even said anything. You know what I mean? Before Tom had even said anything, before you were even rebuttaling, I think it was very strange to be like, this is Tom's best mate. Here are all the things he disagrees with Tom about. And I feel like, in a way, that kind of almost makes the things Tom's are saying sound even more ridiculous by prefacing it by going, even his best friend doesn't agree with him. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I completely see what you're saying.
He took it off context,
I guess
for sure.
My perspective of why I used the clips in that order was that Tommy didn't mention in his video anything about like the grooming stuff or those like shots, and so I didn't have any clips of Tom saying anything that I could then put these clips after or something. And so my whole issue leading up to this was related to the them throwing shots at me for say false accusations, whatever, as jokes. And so that was my whole issue, and I needed a way to bring that up, address that. And obviously, having watched both your streams, or at least parts of both your streams, I was aware obviously of those times where you mentioned that, and I was like, yeah, thank you, Tubbo. I 100% agree with what you're saying.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that. More people need to have that mindset. Okay. And so it wasn't I wasn't trying to ignore, obviously I'm coming and having this conversation, I wasn't trying to ignore or avoid the rest of any points you made in your live stream. It was more that my video was a response to Tommy's video, and then the fact that they were throwing shots at me, false accusations for jokes, was why I was up to the boiling point I was at. And so I wanted to kind of tell the story of
17%
here's why.
discount?
Here's a source that you can trust saying this.
Like Tubbo,
obviously, if you hear me saying, hey, these people have been doing this and I'm and it's wrong, it doesn't hit as hard as hearing somebody that obviously is closer to Tommy saying that, and you're more willing to trust that as a source, I guess.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, what you've said there is basically he used it
to make people believe that what he's saying is the right thing. It's to help his argument. But he's literally
you use the clips of me supporting you because I am the opposite side of the argument, so the viewer will see what I'm saying is more like genuine and fair and open and honest, which makes sense. But what I'm more getting at is I don't understand why you chose to do that at the very start before Tom had said, like, before playing even a single part of
it's
what
he wants to put in people's It's because he wants to put in people's head that he's the good guy and Tom's the bad guy. That's why he's saying his opinion first.
I think I just want to understand why you did that.
Like,
yeah,
no shit.
So
like,
I think when I'm editing a video, I'm going in, I guess, chronological order of from my perspective. Like when I did The Truth as an example, that video, a lot of people critiqued that and said, why did you address these things first? And I said, well, it's chronological order. This is kind of the same thing, I guess. In my mind, I'm going, hey, before Tommy made his video, before these, before the R-word tweet, Tommy, you and your friends have been doing this.
Oh,
right?
shit, I
And
got fucking
I was starting with, hey,
discount.
just to get off the bat, here's my issue, Tommy. That you and your friends have been doing this. Here's, the simplest evidence I can possibly provide
Whatever,
that
it's
you guys
fine.
have been doing this.
Holy
is
shit.
This, someone that that's close to you saying, hey, they've been doing this and they shouldn't be doing this. And then now let's talk about your video that, obviously was prompted by me like crashing out about over those things. So like for me, it was just a chronological thing. It wasn't like, hey, let's just start the video with Tubbo, because I want to make this video about Tubbo. It was, hey, let's start the video with why I'm upset, and then let's talk about all the things that Tommy brought up in his video.
Wait, what the fuck?
I guess.
But can you kind of see how?
No, I totally get it.
You can
I get
kind
what
of
you're
see
saying.
how it kind of paints like this impression out the gate that like, this is so insane. Even his own friends don't agree with him. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get that. I 100% get that.
Ooh, I'll put like $2.
Yeah.
That wasn't my
Okay.
intention, but I understand how that can. I understand how that can be viewed like
what-
that. I think
what-
that.
Yeah.
I don't know how I can avoid. Like,
Wait,
what do you
what the fuck
recommend?
just
Like,
happened?
how do you recommend I present it?
My kind
I
of
guess?
thoughts is that if you're responding to something, it's generally good practice to have the thing be shown first. You know what I mean? That is like my main thing, rather than just immediately doing
When
the
did it
defense
become
and also painting
$28? All
a
these
picture
fucking taxes
before
are
the argument
ass.
against you has even been made. I think that's very. I think
Well, I think the first thing I responded to was the R word thing, right? And that was the beginning of Tommy's video. It's
Yeah.
like, I didn't show a clip of Tommy saying what he said because I just talked about it. And that was the most, like, I just immediately got into it. I showed my tweet and then talked about it. So, like, if I had included Tommy's, the beginning of Tommy's video where he's talking about the R word, then that's kind of like, I
Or
felt like
watch it gets
that
intense.
was that.
Yo,
So I started
tell
with,
me
hey,
more.
Tommy's,
What
the
the
beginning
fuck?
of Tommy's video was him saying the R word. And then he said, right after that, he went into, hey, let's talk about us, let's talk about your friends, so on and so forth. So I took the same order where I was like, hey, let's talk about the R word, but I just happened to not show a Tommy clip. And then I went, all right, now let's talk about why I'm upset with you and your friends.
Tell
in
me
the
about
same
that.
order that he did, I guess. I just
Right.
didn't show a Tommy clip of him talking about the R word.
yeah, okay. No, that's totally fair. So you say you've done this for the sake of doing it in chronological order.
That's not true. That's not true
Is there
because
any particular reason why?
he's not doing it in chronological order. He's literally doing it based on like ways to just get himself to fucking be right.
You didn't mention the stream you did if it's in chronological order in the video. Like there was almost no reference to the stream you did beforehand and the things you said there.
That's a good question. I mentioned the stream once, I think. I mentioned it when I was talking about
My reaction to
Tommy-
your stream as well, also.
I'm sorry?
You also mentioned it, I feel like it's fair to say, when you were referencing my reaction to that stream you did as
Oh
well.
shit! Wait.
Yeah. I think I mentioned it then. I also mentioned it whenever I was talking about the Tommy, like talking down to Tommy or whatever. And I said I mentioned that I had praised him for the SMP or whatever on the stream before. But I mean, I think a lot of it was like this video was almost condensing some of the things that I had said on my stream into more consumable, ways and a better, more thought out ways. So it felt unnecessary,
trying to
I
get
guess,
drunk
to
right now.
pull clips from a stream that was not very like planned or articulated well, I guess. It's kind of like this video was like almost like a, hey, let's condense all of this into a 9-minute video. So it just didn't feel
My
right,
uncle's,
I guess.
My
I don't know.
uncle's
I don't know if that
coming
makes sense.
soon.
Okay.
Chats.
So, moving on to the next part of your video now, it's your reaction to when Tom called you and your group of friends sexist, and your response is to ask for what is the context of this. But I think that's quite strange, given in Tom's video, he mentions why he thinks you and your friend group are sexist.
And let me show you, chat. Let me show you why him and his friend group are sexist. Oh wait, I should put it here. Let me show you guys why him and his friend group are sexist. Oh, claiming.
It's obviously about the Ludwig you call the.
Alright, right here.
For sure,
Let me show you why.
pretty fucking
Let me
good.
show you why he's
Just for
sexist.
cheap laughs.
As you guys know, I made a video debunking those allegations, and
fuck is
after
it?
my video, the accusers even came forward and admitted.
You call a girl
I'm gonna show you a
or
reason why he's
situation
sexist, okay?
Where you gave 5 pages of bullshit just to say that you called another chick a whore. So that's probably it. And maybe because your boy does the same misogynistic shit too. You know, George.
And then them act like they don't see him, and him continue to
Look,
try to like
yeah, that's
awkwardly
that.
shimmy.
That brother's
This
starving.
bro looks like he's kind of misogynistic to me.
They don't know what they're doing.
Are you?
He was trying to like fucking sympathize with weird drunk people who attack other people. Like fuck.
By referencing the
And
situation
then he was like,
and
there
how
was a
things
whole
went down
thing with like
George
some
and
other
Katie.
girl.
And I think it's very interesting to remove that context from your video.
So, I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding here, but if you go back and watch Tommy's video, he separates them. So he says, you know, the internet's reaction to the George situation with Katie was sexist, and then he says, and also behind the scenes, you and your friend's sexist remarks has been.
I know, but that's still.
But that's the aggression. That's what he's addressing. He's addressing Katie to both the fucking community and to you. And he's utilizing like, oh, where's the context? Like he's misinterpreting what Tommy's saying right now. And even if he did, he's still misinterpreting it.
Still
Even
quite
if he
clearly
like,
the same
didn't
point.
do it.
In like the exact same part of the video, and
It's
in
the same
spirit
point.
of doing it
Yeah,
in
it's
chronological
the same
order,
fucking point.
I feel
it
like
applies
it's
to
not
both
unreasonable
groups.
to assume that he's calling you and your group of friends sexist because of that situation
he
as well.
He said that you and your friend's sexist comments behind the scenes. Like, is that how that's in? You're saying that that's in relation to Katie Bugs?
Well, I'm saying that like that situation and the reactions to that and how that were handled, and then also I feel like the stuff behind the scenes is mentioned to the stuff that wasn't mentioned with the friend of Robbo's who.
If Dream can't correlate the shit with Katie, whatever, to him's group as well as online, if you can't correlate the two as like a connecting issue, that he shouldn't be making these kinds of videos because obviously he can't comprehend what's going on.
You apparently called a whore, and then the friend of Ludwig's as well. I feel like that's when he's referencing behind the scenes behavior.
Yeah, so I'm happy to talk about those. That's great you brought that up. So obviously the Ludwig clip that he talked about the other day, I don't know if I'm sure, did you watch that? I don't know. I didn't see that in your VOD, but did you?
Yeah,
watch that
I
on
watched.
stream, or?
I watched all of it. Yeah.
So the context, first of all, I don't for Ludwig's friend, I don't know. I have no information on that. I literally have no information. I posted a Reddit post, or like I replied to a Reddit comment where I went into more detail. But it's hard for me to respond to that because I sent Ludwig a message back whenever he said something similar about that, saying essentially he said when I messaged him about my truth video and said, hey, are you gonna make a video on this? Hey, I'll answer any questions. He replied. And one of the things he said in his reply was that as to why he might not make a video is because he said that I called one of his friends a whore. And of course, my reply was, of course, I don't want to do that. How can you elaborate more on that situation? Like who it was, what happened,
like
what it was.
Getting done sucking mad cock.
And then I mentioned the Robbo situation. Where
Robbo
tweeted out a lie that I called the girl a whore at a party and got slapped for it, which did not happen, never happened, was not a thing that happened. And then, of course, later on, Robbo posted a screenshot of my text to a very good friend of mine saying TSK space whore as a joke to a friend that I literally was with in person 5 minutes later as I was waiting for them. And that was obviously blown out of proportion as well. And so I asked Ludwig if that's what that was about. And he said, no. He replied to me and said, no, that's not.
Do they have that kind of relationship where they can just like, you could say that type of shit? Because, I mean, like, the only person I called a whore ever was like my ex, but she was cool with it. Like, she liked being called that, so.
Not what it's about. But I don't want to disclose who it's about because I don't want to, give their identity out essentially. Like I want to protect them.
Yeah.
And my response to Ludwig essentially, which I think I'll reiterate here is easy enough, is it's hard to navigate a situation when there's like a behind the scenes rumor, as an example, like, hey, because Ludwig wasn't there. Like this is something that Ludwig heard from somebody.
If this isn't the first time like you got accused for calling people a whore, and you have fucking evidence of you calling people a whore, it's kind of like you kind of like connect the dots and you assume that like he probably did call other people fucking whores, right? I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying.
Buddy. If I'm giving credence to it and accepting that
Hey, bro,
this
you should
happened,
stand on
which
it,
I
though.
said
Like,
to
if you call her
Ludwig, I was like, hey,
whore,
I'm going to accept.
shit,
I'm
stand
just
on
going to
your
say,
shit.
if this happened,
Stand on your shit,
I'm
King.
going to
If
assume
you
it
call her a
happened and
whore,
say,
stand on that shit.
I'd love to talk to this person. I'd love to say, what's the, what, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that, depending on the context. And Ludwig said, I'm just trying to look at his DMs. Ludwig said that.
Wait, I just saw someone just said
this was the
talking
context
so much
Ludwig
was
gave me.
saying nothing.
Ludwig said that I jokingly called a friend of his a whore outside of a club when I was drunk. That's the context he gave me. And I essentially said, the only time that I ever have used that
stand
word,
on your
like
fucking
whore,
shit, dude,
slut, any
like-
derogatory,
Might
word
as well,
towards
like,
women
shit.
is jokingly in private to very good friends of mine. That's the only time I've ever used those words. I'll
And what's with the 5-page document that you sent that was calling one chick a whore, but not this girl? Like, you're not talking about any of that yet.
as a joke, I'll call my cat it or something.
If that is the case, though,
What the fuck?
why
Calls this cat a whore? What the fuck?
would it be that two different people with two separate accounts have said that you've called their friend a whore and they've been obviously not taken it as a joke?
Well, Robbo was during the Nicholas Cantu situation. So Robbo's obviously Nicholas Cantu was literally just slandering me, making up lies. That I proved that in my truth video. I provided tons of context to that, and his friends were as well. So that's a unique situation, and that was just
very scared
that's
of his
completely
fans.
that situation is just
But, like, the
completely
thing is
overblown, not true, not.
The thing is that to come out as like he was literally seen as like a god to these people. Like, he's literally their savior that fallen from heaven into the depths of fucking hell. Just to come out and be like the shitty ass human being, he's losing so much respect from the public. He's losing so much respect from the community that he's in. He's losing a lot of fucking support. Everyone hates him. He's losing a shit ton of money. So he's trying his best to, like, scoop up his tarnished ass reputation that he's never going to get back. Just so he can have some midst of, like, consistency. Right? That's what he's trying to do right now. Like, he doesn't give a shit about being a bad person. He doesn't give a shit about trying to, like, better himself or to take criticism or whatever. He only cares about himself and his reputation. That's what he's trying to do here.
Not something that can be used as a, in my mind, I'm going, okay, it'd be like saying, what's a good example?
He does need to put the fries in
Like
the bag.
that situation, that first situation with Robbo should be thrown because it's not true. It was
have you seen
it was
his fucking
completely a lie, and
9 to
Robbo
5?
was
Bro, I got
supporting
2 of
Nicholas
those.
Cantu during that whole situation.
I work 2
with
jobs.
that. And Nicholas
So,
Cantu obviously
like,
tweeted out
he needs
a
to do what I do,
meme
you
about
know?
it in that regard.
He needs an actual job. I don't think he ever worked
But what
in
I
his
will
life.
say is that in what I said to Ludwig as well in DMs was essentially like,
Yo, if y'all here,
like I just
please
said,
subscribe to my
I only ever
channel.
used
I love
words like
you
that
guys.
or
Thank
in the
you.
past
If you guys
in
are here, give me a
private with people
like.
that do not care in joking ways, and that the Nicholas Cantu situation, when that got brought up, it was very eye-opening to how some people feel about those words. Not like
Emily,
not
you're
people
a
being
whore.
called derogatorily that, but like even in a
Emily,
joking way. Like some
come
people
here,
obviously
Emily,
don't
you're a
like even
whore.
to be joke, like have that used as a joke.
Emily said,
Not
"Fuck you,
friends,
bitch."
but I'm saying
That's
like
what the
public.
point of the mask
And so
is.
obviously that's a word that
He's gonna
I've
wear that
removed from
mask
my
to
vocabulary
work.
since then.
He's gonna wear that fucking
but,
mask to work, bro.
It's hard to navigate a
Emily,
situation
get
when
over
you
here.
can't imagine yourself
Emily,
doing something that
that's
you're
what the
being
point
accused
of
of, but
the
you're being accused of it by
mask
somebody
is.
that like you trust. Because like I trust Ludwig, and Ludwig's saying, hey, one of my friends had this interaction where you jokingly called them a whore.
Ludwig's not your
and,
friend, bro.
regardless of not if you were joking, they didn't like it. And I'm going, oh my God, I'm so sorry. That sounds horrible. I would never want to do that.
He didn't do that. He wrote a 5-page document saying why he didn't do that. He didn't apologize. He wrote a 5-page fucking paper that didn't even address the person that called him a whore. That he called a whore too, my bad.
Can I
So
talk
what
to this
are you
person?
talking
Can I
about?
apologize?
Yo, if
Can
y'all,
kind of hear more information so we know what's going on. And of course, in a time where there's so much that is, obviously this is happening also at the peak of the allegations, and there's so much that's
Emily
being
said, yeah, she forgives me.
spread that's either not true or exaggerated, or it's hard to know like what's true and what's not. Like I'm in it's a hard limbo.
Do y'all hear her talking right
that's why
now?
I don't like the behind the scenes.
Sorry, y'all. Do y'all hear Emily talking right now? She's so cute. She's just a baby. I love her. Anyway, just keep going.
This thing, because it's a
Tubbo
hard.
is the wrong person for
I'll
this.
let you
He's
talk
too
right after I
dumb
say
and
this.
biased.
It's a hard
That is
limbo
true.
when you're in a situation
I won't
where
lie.
you're
You need
accused
someone
of
who's, like,
something. But
Yo, Hellwolf, you need me. Because like, I'm a hater. Like, I hate both sides. You need me to fucking ask these questions. Because I wouldn't even give Dream the opportunity to be yapping this much. Just saying.
Can't get any
I want to give him the opportunity
So,
to save himself.
either
I'll be
one,
talking mad shit.
you can't prove that it's not true, or two, you can't apologize for it or make up for it or grow from it if it is true. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, speaking of proving that things aren't true, it's
Dream?
first of all, man, you're
Dream
saying
wrote a 5-page
I
paper
understand
saying
you
why
want to
he was
give
wrong.
context, but
Yeah.
we are now so far removed from my original point of why you have said what's the context when Tom has called you and your
Look,
friend
you
group
see how-
sexist in his video.
You see how Dream is so manipulative? He was able to steer off the entire fucking conversation. That was insane to me.
We have gone so
For
far
10
away from
minutes.
that we're now like talking about proving that things are false.
I'll simplify it. I said what's the context because Tommy provided no context. We're talking about something that Ludwig said on his stream after Tommy's
the context
tweet.
he did provide in his video was how you and your friend group reacted to what
My
happened
drink
with
storm
George
was
and
here,
Katie,
guys.
and
I'm about to get
also
drunk.
how your community reacted to it.
Drunk on my Thursday
which
night?
you are
When I
responsible
work
for.
tomorrow? You think I should do that, chat?
I think that's
those
the
were
context.
two different.
Chat, can you put a
parts of the
W
video,
if I
right?
should do
But they're
that?
said
Or L
in
if
the
I shouldn't
same
do that?
breath. In the video.
Tell me if I should drink or not on chat and get drunk.
We can pull up Tommy's video if you'd like. He separates the sentences. He says the
Look,
whole.
Dream, okay, what Dream is saying that because Tommy said, oh, the Katie situation that's dealt by online and the sexist comments that he's trying to separate them and assuming that they're two different situations. Even though, on one perspective, it's fucking Dream is telling, not Dream, but instead, it's assumed that Tommy's talking about both people in the situation with Katie, as well as other shit that was said behind the scenes, including that fucking shit I put in my other video about George I found defending drunk dudes who attack people. Like the fuck?
Whole way the internet reacted to the George situation is sexist, right? And then he says, and behind the scenes, you and your
I'm gonna get my
friends'
drink,
sexist remarks.
I don't care if you put an L.
are
I'm still gonna
sexist.
drink on a Thursday night.
They're two different claims, right? He's saying he said that the internet's reaction to George was sexist. And then he said, which I'm not. He's not providing context to what that means as well. Like, what does he mean by, would you like to give clarity? What does he mean by the internet's reaction to George's situation is sexist?
Well, I think it was just like.
Coming right now.
Sorry, give me a second to collect my thoughts.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think to be like these are two separate things. They are two different sentences when they
Wait, let
are
me pause this. I'll be
complaining
back.
about
Give me 1 minute.
the same issue is quite strange because also the internet's reaction. I feel as if it is not unreasonable to assume that the majority of the negative reaction towards Katie came from Georgia's community and your community. I feel like that's not an unreasonable thing to assume.
Well, then the question is, what did we do that behind the scenes that's sexist? Which is what the claim that Tommy makes is that we are sexist behind the scenes. And I say, well, what did I personally do that is sexist that Tommy's talking about?
I don't think
that's my
Because the
you
people
personally,
war.
I think
That's
it's the
sexist.
fact that you did nothing when you clearly are very in tune with your community and interact in the spaces a lot, which we can see, which is evident by your Reddit posts. I think it's the fact that you didn't do anything about it, which is more telling. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, I did an entire space on my Twitter. I had multiple conversations on live. I had multiple discussions regarding it. I feel like, obviously, the reason that wasn't brought up in my video, two things. One, again, he said the internet's reaction, right? It felt I wanted to address his more potent point, which is why are you guys are sexist, and I go, okay, well, I'm going to address that. But then two, also, it feels like, this wasn't a situation that was hidden from or ran from. The situation that George made multiple, videos on, situation that I did, I talked about on live multiple times. And so it just feels like opening old wounds and Tommy's taking, making it like into a personal attack or something, rather than, a situation obviously that was very complex and, was very personal for a lot of people. And so that's why I didn't put it in my video. That didn't feel like a me and Tommy thing. And obviously a lot of the rest of the video was me and Tommy, or like me and Tommy and, Tommy's direct friends that are saying things. But at the same time, I think those it's important to separate the point of, hey, the internet's reaction or your community or something somehow is being sexist, versus the next claim being, I think he specifically said, I do want to pull it up because I think he specifically said you and your friends remarks to women behind the scenes is sexist. That's a very direct claim, right?
Yeah.
It's very direct. Like, hey, you've been saying things to women behind the scenes that's sexist, and that's there needs to be context. Right? That's why I said, where's the context? I don't know. I mean, if that's something that he genuinely, or he's hearing that from somebody or people that genuinely feel that way, I don't. First of all, I don't want to be friends with people that would be sexist to women. I don't want to be friends with people that would be making remarks like that. And I don't want to. I never want to hurt anybody's feelings. So I would love, which obviously I've said in tweets and live streams, I would love anybody to come talk to me, have a conversation, anything. But I don't. When you don't provide context, but say something like that, I don't. Well, what can I say?
Can I interject a little bit? Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. It's just I'm forgetting the stuff you're saying at the start of your sentences.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, and originally you're saying the reasoning that you didn't reference Tom's reference to what happened to Katie and George is that you don't want to open old wounds. But also in that video, there is so many... you never have a problem referencing any old content when it's to reinforce your point. Do you know what I mean? There is, in that video, there is so many old clips from years ago, but you only don't want to open up old wounds and bring up old context in this regard. That's weird.
Well, I think that it's different whenever it's a situation involving myself, directly. I think that obviously you just Tommy said and you said the George and Katie situation. It's not the George and Dream situation. So I'm not, obviously I feel much more comfortable being hey, here's a clip of me from 2016 or whatever, than I do talking about something that, like I said, it wasn't something that was hidden from or ran from. It's been talked about. It's not being avoided. It's more just hey, this is me and Tommy. Let's talk to me and Tommy. And then obviously Tommy's next claim was about me and about my friends being sexist to women.
Sorry to cut you off again. I think it's also... Oh God, sorry, what was it? I don't know. Oh, sorry. Can you give me the rundown? What were you saying again at the start?
I'm sorry, I forget what was initially just now.
No. Oh, yeah. Sorry, you're saying that the situation with George and Katie doesn't involve you, so you didn't feel it was right to put it in the video. However, earlier, literally a little ago, you were mentioning how you did a Twitter space, you did multiple posts about it.
Yeah,
I think
of course,
by
George,
that
obviously
proxy,
George is.
You have involved yourself in that situation, and you are now part of the wider context of that situation.
He's not wrong.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, definitely, 100%. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that my personal feelings involving it and my personal I don't know what the right word is to use. I'm obviously less affected by that situation than the other parties. Right? We both agree on that. Obviously, I'm less affected than the other parties, and so this video, is between me. It's me and Tommy talking, right? It's not, not George and Tommy. It's not.
I know,
whatever.
but I'm not arguing about you weren't effective enough by that situation to bring it up. I'm saying that it is a weird that your reason for not mentioning it in the video is that you weren't involved when you were.
Well, no. I mean, I said there's obviously multiple things. I think that his direct, the sentence he says is the internet's reaction. If he had said, "Dream, your response to to the George
It
Kitty
doesn't
situation
matter. You're
was
still being
something, then I would have directly responded to that. But because what am I to say? He says the
What?
internet's response, and I'm saying, well, what about my response? Like, you think what about what I said? You think
The internet's
that
response
do you think
though was
Okay,
rising
he's like-
yours and George's community. Of
This guy is playing the fucking word police instead of using actual common sense to understand what's being said. And that's low-key pissing me off. That's all I'm saying.
which half you're responsible for?
do you think that my response to that situation was sexist?
No, I think your initial getting involved to begin with said space and posts, I think it's difficult. I think
Yeah,
you have a
I mean, it's a
responsibility.
complicated situation, even for us to discuss. I'm sure. I mean, it's
No,
not.
it 100% is. But also, it's not like your initial involvement is what feels weird. Because you are very aware that you have many bad actors in your community. And
Oh, of course.
yeah,
Every community has.
every
bad
community
actors.
has very bad actors. And you are also aware that you had these now proven false grooming allegations, which it's not unreasonable to assume that this would attract more bad actors to your community. And I think having that knowledge and then getting involved in this situation, I think is where it rubs me the wrong way.
Wait, so what's the critique? Me getting
So I'm saying
me making
that
a space or
I'm
something?
saying that you getting involved in that while having the knowledge that you have maybe more than average bad actors in your community, I think
He's saying that because he has a badass community, you getting involved in shit that doesn't even matter to you is very bad because you're gonna end up spreading these fucking horrible, super fucking hardcore Dream fans to literally everybody.
initially brings more bad actor attention, which therefore you yourself, I know it's unreasonable for me to assume that you're able to wrangle that and do that and control that.
But he can control himself
it's the
when he
exact
says
same
that.
group
I
of
think you have a
people-
responsibility from your audience
Yes.
up to an extent, of course.
Yes, and I think that to
You wanna play
know
short
that
poker?
you have
Alright,
this
bet.
big toxic community, but then get involved. Sorry, 1 second. To then get involved.
Tubbo,
there
again,
and
I
put
think
more-
it is. It's a very nuanced situation, but I mean,
Yeah.
so I feel like it's not something I feel like we're going to be able to discuss in full, I guess. But I was there, right? It's like I feel like it wasn't. At the same time, whenever, obviously George is my best friend, and also I was there. So when I have context for the situation, and input to provide
There's a screenshot of
to help come to a resolution, whatever the resolution was, obviously I'm going to provide that. I did it, like I said, I did a Twitter space, I gave input. I feel like I was very fair. I feel like I was very, I don't know, I was honest with how, I was as honest as I possibly could be and as open to everybody, my fans, everybody. I don't
remember
support
him
any
grabbing
kind
a
of
Pokemon message.
harassment
I
or
was like,
hate,
holy
especially not involving that situation.
Of course, you
just
do.
self-reported?
It's incredibly complex.
There is so many old clips from years ago, but you only don't want to open up old wounds and bring up old context in this regard. That's weird.
Well, I think.
Oh, that's
wait,
true.
So what's the critique? Me getting.
So I'm saying
me making
that
a space or
I'm
something.
saying that you getting involved in that while having the knowledge that you have maybe more than average bad actors in your community, I think initially brings more bad actor attention, which therefore you yourself, I know it's unreasonable for me to assume that you're able to wrangle that and do that and control that because obviously it's the exact same group
I think
of
you have a
people.
responsibility from your audience
Yes.
up to an extent, of course.
Yes, and I think that to know that you have this big toxic community, but then get involved. Sorry, 1 second. To then get involved.
Tubbo, again, I think it is. It's a very nuanced situation, but I mean, I feel like it is. It's not something I feel like we're going to be able to,
Response to it online. It's disgusting. It's sexist.
full, I guess. But I was there,
Wait,
right? It's like I feel like it wasn't. At the same time, whenever, obviously
let
George is
Tubbo
my best
talk,
friend,
the fuck?
and also I was there. So when I have context for the situation, and input to provide, a couple reasons. One, he said the internet's response, so it wasn't directed at me, so it felt more or less like how
Well,
do I?
can I
okay.
just
But
can I stop you
understand.
there?
Dream is annoying me with this fucking grammar police. Bro has no ability to like fucking understand nuance. He's talking about a nuanced situation, but he's not talking but he doesn't have basic comprehension skills to understand that it's both his group as well as the fucking internet that's being weird.
What
there
you're
for a
saying?
second. Sorry to interrupt
Yeah.
again. I have the exact quote from the transcriptions up now,
Yeah.
and the exact quote is, "With your group, I cannot believe how the George stuff went down from a year ago. I can't believe the response to it online. It's disgusting. It's sexist, man." He is directly, and this is the transcripts I'm just showing on stream now, and he is directly corresponding your friend group with how that situation went down. Rather,
Wait, sorry, can you read the beginning again?
with your
Dream
group, I
is
cannot
fucking
believe how
deaf.
the George stuff went down from a year ago. And I can't believe the response to it online.
Yeah,
it's
stop
disgusting.
recording
It's
this.
sexist, man.
So, Tubbo, if you, just to say, the way he says it, this is a recreation. He goes, let's talk about, he goes, with your group.
So like, what I'm seeing now is that he literally pulls up the fucking message saying, "Yo, this shit is fucking sexist," to Dream. So why isn't Dream gonna fucking put 2 and 2 together when making this video? This guy has to be the biggest idiot, or he's fucking bullshitting. He's lying.
Right? Because he says, my friends have good hearts, and he goes, with your group. And then he pauses, and then he says, the internet's response to the George situation, or whatever you just read. It's
Not the
he's
internet's
critiquing-
response. Your response, man.
I'm sorry.
Dream is
In the
Dream
quote,
is
it's not the
fucking,
internet's
like,
response.
stupid.
It's your response.
Read it again.
With your group, I can't believe how the George stuff went down from a year ago. I can't believe
so-
the response. To
But
it.
Tubbo, watch. Okay, you're reading the transcript, but in the actual video, he pauses. He has a long pause. He says basically, this is the transition. He's transitioning from
can't
talking about
fucking
his
breathe?
group, right? He says, my friends.
No
he says,
way, this is the argument.
my friends have big hearts, or whatever. Right? And then he goes, but
There's
essentially,
no
with your
shot in
group,
hell that this is the argument. that
the
he's
internet's
using right
response
now.
online, blah, blah, right?
Yo, chat.
At least that's
you
how,
see
that's how
that
I'm
shit?
interpreting. Obviously, we can have a different
think
interpretation, but
that's
that's how I'm
kind of-
interpreting it.
I think
Chat, you
the
see
wider
that?
Incorrect.
interpretation
That
of
might not be what
that
he
in that sentence is the internet's response is an added-on piece of information. Like, I think that is why I disagree with your choice to not include that for the sake of not
Okay,
bringing up
yeah, that
old
makes more
stuff
sense.
after bringing, because I think with the wording, it's quite. I don't know. Obviously.
Well, I think if you listen to if you want to pull up his video, listen to the way he says it. For me, it feels. I mean, I could be completely wrong what his intentions were, but it feels
You are wrong.
very direct in that he's transitioning from talking about his friend group, and then he says with your
Dream.
group, and then he says multiple things. He says
He's
with
a
your
real
group. He says
fuck.
This guy's actually really stupid. Dream is actually really stupid. Wow.
I don't like how the internet
It's
responded to the
impossibly
George
immature.
situation, and you're bringing that up, and then also behind the scenes you guys have made sexist remarks, and that's kind of like the summary for with your group, and then he goes, now let's talk
Yeah,
about
so, like,
me,"
what's the
so
problem
he's like-
with that?
He kind of chaptered the video almost.
With your group.
And this chapter of the video is
cannot
my
believe
my friends.
how the George
essentially. But yeah, I mean that okay, we can take that one.
Hello. Oh, mate. I mean, my friends are all idiots, but they have blood down. I cannot believe the response to it online. It's disgusting. It's sexist, man. And you and your friends' references and the way you talk about women behind the scenes has been so sexist too. Shame on you guys.
Like, you can't connect those two things? Like, I don't understand.
One out if you like for the sake
Yeah,
of argument. But that was one of my contributing reasons was I interpreted that as, hey, he's critiquing how the internet, how YouTube, how commentary channels, how Twitter, whatever responded to it, not necessarily me. So this is me and Tommy.
You
I'm
wanna
not
sell
gonna
your kidneys
address
on the
that.
dark web.
But then also again, like I already said,
No!
I'm less involved in that situation. It's more of a
No!
critique on
Not my kidneys.
George or the George and Katie situation than it is on me.
Not my
And then
kidneys,
also
please.
the fact that like it's
I need those.
it's reopening old wounds for people that are not
Atlas,
myself.
please.
Okay,
and
okay. I don't really feel comfortable moving on just yet. I'm just gonna watch what you've told me to watch in Tom's video and play the conversation for those who are watching. Give me a second.
However, with your group,
Atlas, no.
I cannot believe how the George stuff
My
from
goat.
a year ago went down. I cannot believe the response to it online. It's disgusting. It's sexist, man. And
Yeah, so
Atlas L, bro.
I feel like
Come on,
the
bro. Don't give me an
interpretation
L,
of
bro.
that is pretty straightforward. I don't like we
It
can
was literally the one sentence. He took a breath. He took a breath, and then he connected both statements to the one thing. Obviously, both concepts. My bad, Cub. Said to bed, but decided to come and say hello and hang out for a bit. Yo, Anubis, bro. Thank you. Thank you for coming. I haven't seen you in so long. Yo, if you want to fucking just like, I'm gonna be here for like a few hours, I think, because this shit is like, I'm at 37 and this is 3:30, so I'm definitely going to be here for like 4 hours. If you just want to leave me on and just chill out, like I'm cool with that too, you know? I'm happy that you came here though. I haven't seen you in a while.
focus on the behind the scenes comment, but I think it inevitably him referencing
It carries
how
over.
the George stuff went down
It
is
carries
directly
over.
linked
The fuck happened while I was
to
gone?
his criticism of
So like they're arguing over a sentence. Like Dream is arguing over a sentence that like obviously is implied that like both things correspond with each other. So I'm just like, what the fuck?
your friend group and is not directly linked to a criticism of online.
Okay. I mean, I interpret that differently, but I think that obviously I guess on that we'll have to agree to disagree. I'm not sure. I'll never know exactly what his intentions were with what he said, but when
His
I was editing
intentions
my
aren't to
video,
fucking call
obviously
you
that was
out on
my
what you
interpretation
did.
of it.
That's fair
whatever.
enough.
This
I
guy's a
thought.
fucking.
But I think
what do
that
you
the
mean
next-
that's
yeah,
fair?
I think that for me, I took the next point as a more directed, like specific accusation in a way. Like again, George and Katie,
I'm
everyone
totally
knows
not
about
trying
the
to harvest
situation.
his
It's been
organs.
talked
You're
about,
just
hasn't been
crazy.
avoided.
Yo,
so
Tyler,
the next thing
at
is
least
kind of
give me
an
a
unknown where
subscription.
he said, where I took it at least
You
as
better
an
be
unknown.
subscribed
Where I'm
to
going,
me
he said,
if you're gonna try to
"Hey,
get
you and
my
your friends
organs."
behind the scenes are sexist, or to women have been sexist. And so my
Better
initial
be
thought with that
subscribed.
is, okay, well that's not something that I what's
And
the
give me a
context
like on my
essentially, which is
videos.
obviously what I
Then
put
I'll give you a love.
in my video.
Right.
Or maybe a spleen.
I
But
feel
yeah,
like-
I mean, I see what
Or
you're
something
saying.
that's
I
ass.
I'm not saying
Yeah.
you're wrong. I think that
No, I know.
we see
I
that
feel
differently.
like it's crazy. It's just like it's a very serious point, and to just leave it at
I'll give you my
agree to
appendix.
disagree feels like
Tyler,
such
if you subscribe
a
and like all my videos,
disservice
give
to
me my
what's being
appendix.
said. Do you know?
Well,
do you agree?
So I guess I'm not sure how to word this. What
Dad, you better.
I guess what
Also,
would you have done differently?
It's really
I guess,
good
in
to
this
be in the
situation?
stream
Well,
after so
first
long.
of all,
Thank
I would have
you,
kept in the
Lucas.
full
You're so
context
awesome.
of the full video Tom made, because that's something your community criticized
Okay,
me
Alice,
for
you
when I
better-
reacted to your stream.
better see you in
is
my
not
comment
reacting
section.
to the full thing and taking the full
Oh,
context.
that's
of everything
ridiculous.
they
It was
say.
like a 3-hour long stream. That's ridiculous. Come on.
I know,
That's
I
ridiculous. There's
know,
no
I
way.
know.
It's a 3-hour long stream. Wait. You'll take a spleen? Bleh. No, wait. Okay. Dream was able to siphon through his entire stream to find good things about himself, but he wasn't able to just watch everything about it that's disagreeing. Like, come on.
That's
But
ridiculous,
the
guys.
way- but like also,
I'm saying I'm not critiquing you. I'm critiquing my
Appendix to
audience.
sell?
That's ridiculous.
No.
How much is
It's
the
a
appendix
3-hour
worth?
long stream. You can't react. No one's gonna react to the full 3 hours. Did you
well,
react to the full
I
3
reacted
hours?
to
That's
the
ridiculous.
full 3 hours, man.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, but like also, Tom's video is not 3 hours
Tom's
long.
video is 5 minutes.
And it's
yeah,
5
I mean,
minutes.
I get it. But I
For drug stream,
honestly,
yeah,
I'll
they're
say
fucking jerking each other off right now.
The,
Like,
the
what
reach
fuck?
on a video, right? I feel like people obviously even on the truth video, I got so many comments that were like yap and whatever that were like, I'm not watching this. It's an hour long. And so I did feel, I'll be honest, I felt a lot of pressure to make the video as concise and as small as possible. So I took the part, I left out things that were repeated. I left, like, as an example at the beginning, I didn't have any clips of him critiquing me for the R word, but I still addressed it. So I tried to have it be structured in a way where
What about,
it wasn't.
like, doesn't he open his video critiquing you for calling his entire fan base the arse slur though?
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly. And then I
he
opened
does.
my video with responding
I'm
to
back.
that
I liked all
right
of
away.
them.
But I don't show a clip of
Are
it,
threatening to break
for
their
time, but
kneecaps
also
also
just
gets them
because
to sub
I'm just
faster?
addressing it, so it's not.
Yo,
it's
Tyler,
it's
can I
not
break your kneecaps?
necessary.
Just saying.
Right.
In my opinion, obviously, it just comes down to editing style or something, I guess.
Ooh.
Heading start. Yeah.
Anubis, I gotta pay
Okay.
you. I'm so poor right now. I'm so
Yeah.
fucking
So
poor.
I feel like right.
like I'm gonna give you I'm
We're
paying
gonna
you straight.
talk about
I'm
like
just
behind the
broke.
scenes. My friends are
I'm just
misogynistic.
broke,
I
yo.
think.
Anubis, I gotta pay you though. But I'm poor.
I think the reason why that is said is very much the stuff
sure
with
bad.
Robbo's mate and
I'm
Ludwig's
gonna break
mate.
your kneecaps.
I think that's very much that, but
and ankles too.
also, you say that the stuff with Robbo's mate is entirely
You know why you don't
disproven to not
sell
happen.
those then. Sell your
Can you
sell your
show
kneecaps and
now
sell your
a
fucking
receipt of that?
ankles,
Because
bitch.
I actually had a call with Robbo before this stream,
Robo?
and just to confirm that the mate that Ludwig is talking about and his mate are two different people.
Yeah. So I'll reiterate what I said before because it
Dream said, "Oh, I'll apologize," but Dream didn't fucking apologize. He wrote a 5-page paper saying why he didn't do it. He never apologizes. He just tries to prove himself that he didn't do anything.
what I said before was
Never takes
that
accountability.
Robbo originally claimed that I that I got slapped for calling a girl a whore. That did not happen. That was not something that happened.
But did you call Robbo's mate a whore?
Yes. Yes, I did. But
Okay.
I provided the context to that. The context to that was it's actually my mate. So I don't
know
know.
how much
I don't even think
what's
Robbo's.
my-
I mean, I don't know Robbo's relation to them at all.
bet.
But it was one of my very good friends
How much money you
in a
make, Alice?
joking manner that doesn't
Okay. Selling
that
that
never
shit.
had ever.
Yeah,
cared,
give me some
and it was someone
likes.
that-
Thank
it
you,
was
guys.
I read it earlier. I quoted it. It was TSK space TSK space whore
Yes.
in a text to someone that I was with in person right around that exact same time, and was not. They were not upset. There was no. It was a total friendly exchange. It was not. Yeah, I understand people out of context can say, oh, there's under no circumstance you're calling someone a whore, but I'm not calling someone a whore. I'm using it as like a replacement for like.
Oh, I joke around with my girlfriends and I call them whores. Like, you have to have a very intimate like relationship to be just doing that, you know. But like the fact that they're able to like get that text and say like, "Yo," it kind of means that, you know, I'm in no rush. Your own time, whenever you're able to spare a penny, you know. Yo, since I'm paying so fucking late. I'm gonna like give you extra. So keep it heads up for that. I'm gonna definitely give you extra for sure.
Like, I don't know.
That's what, like, if
I'm
I-
using
like,
it in that context.
if I
Using
ever
it as
borrow
just
money
like
from somebody and I
I don't
don't
know,
pay back
dummy
in
or
time, I usually
word or
just
like
pay way
idiot. Come
more.
here, in the same
Yeah,
way.
like-
But can you
And so-
also see?
10%
Sorry to cut
increase
you
or
off again.
whatever.
Can you also see how the fact that it's
Anubis, you're a
happened
W though.
with
W
Robbo's mate,
W person,
and
bro.
that's
No cap.
come out, and then Ludwig's now gone on and said it happened to his mate, and
Yeah, I'll definitely pay
you
you more
assumed
for
it was
it.
the same mate, messaged him, and it was a different person, which he said.
Yeah. So again,
Can
I
you
think the
see how
context
it
with
kind of feeds into that
yeah,
narrative?
Can we get
yeah,
some W's for
I
Anubis, by
completely
the way? She's doing
understand,
a
but I think
cute
that there's
ass fit. Let me show y'all. Let me show you guys without maybe leaking my stuff. Actually, I'm scared. Okay, wait. Let me show you in a way that. Look what she drew me. Look what she fucking drew me, bro. Oh my god. And I have to pay her back for this. Or him, or, they. It's so fucking cool. Look at that. And even this one, wait. She even made a cute one. Cute little baby me. I was like, oh shit, that's so fucking cute. What am I hiding? I'm hiding my organ trades. Okay? Hiding my organ trade. It's so fucking cute though.
lost
Holy
context
shit.
there because one
It's so
with
cute.
Robbo's mate, it's not like, oh hey, these are two women that are coming out and saying, hey, I derogatory called
Yeah,
them,
right? It's
called
mad
them
fucking
this word.
adorbs.
That's not
And you know what she also did? She also drew this peanut here. It's like a lot of shit. She also drew this peanut here. I was like, holy fuck, bro. Because that's literally me. That's literally me in real life, bro. That's what I look like, bro. That's me, bro. I was like, oh fuck. This peanut is clean!
that's not what's happening. The Robbo situation was
She did that one
Robbo
for free, though.
and Nicholas Cantu
Yeah, I'm too
out
poor
of
to ask
context
for all
trying to
those.
use a joking text message as a way to slander me. They had no
I
idea what they were talking about.
I had another person draw me a peanut too. Yeah, I know I'm on a tangent. My bad, chat. I had another person draw me a peanut too, and it was like really cool. It was like one of the first ones. Actually, wait, I think I have it on a video. Right here, this peanut right here. It's by Raybean. Raybean drew me this peanut. I was like, oh fuck. And she sent me a huge ass message too. You gotta get better. No, bro. Those peanuts are cute though. The thing is that, like, I get it, right? I get it.
Talking about. They just had that, and then
I get it. When it comes to like most people on the internet, they represent themselves as like themselves, right? As like a person, right? I don't represent myself as a human, so it's like it's a bit it's a bit different, you know.
They said that I got slapped for calling a whore, which didn't happen. They were just
I don't have
making
the same
things up,
representation.
just throwing things at the
Mentally
wall until
13-year-olds.
see
Oh
what
my
would
god,
stick.
that shit,
And that was one of the things that they did. And so
weirdo.
in that,
Is it-
that
I wanna
moment in my
talk
mind, I
to
go,
her
that's,
again,
you know,
bro.
whatever.
I
In the
wanna
Ludwig
talk to
situation,
that
I don't know.
mentally
Again, I don't know what that one's about.
13-year-old
But
again.
even in my message to Ludwig,
Oh my
I said,
God.
I was like, yeah, hey, I know that, you know, I know that it seems bad
Me
to
and Kumi
be
need to
seemingly
pull up
talking
and
about
talk
these two
to that chick
situations,
again,
but
bro.
you have to understand the context of it. And I also do think
she
that
thought she was
in Ludwig
13
slightly
mentally.
misremembered what happened because I messaged him and he replied to me. He did not reply to me. I messaged him, I said, are you talking about this situation? Because this isn't true. And he said, no, it's about someone different, but I can't say their name.
Well,
the only reason
yeah.
I sent him, go ahead.
Do you have proof of that interaction? Because it's kind of
Yeah,
hard for
sure.
me to take it at face value when Ludwig's been on stream being like, I didn't
Yeah, sure. I'll
respond.
send it.
Like, you know what I mean?
I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you. Give me 1 minute. I don't know if I want you to show it on stream because Ludwig. I
That's
don't know,
fair
but-
enough. I cannot do that. I can just take it in and be like, oh, okay, it did happen. You know what I mean? Because,
Yeah.
like, I just feel like
yeah,
it's
it's fine, I'll
very
send it to you.
strange when there's two separate occasions. Also, another thing to point out is in your 3-hour stream.
Well, my question is, right, is why the fuck is Dream making a 5-page paper about it? You know, that's a little weird. Game is game!
The only time you mention
If her hands on the
women
clock!
in that stream is when
If her age is on the
you're
clock!
hyperbolizing
No,
or like
don't
making
take that
really
out of context.
dramatic,
I like
exaggerated
adult
points
women.
with no talk
Not
of private
children.
calls or any actual evidence as well, which also rubs me the wrong way. Like in your 3-hour stream, you mention Hannah and Amy, but everyone else you mentioned in that stream has evidence, conversations, and stuff you spoke about, except for Hannah and Amy, and that's it. And you went as
For-
far to say that Amy is some kind of evil mastermind behind the George and Katie situation, which
no, I did not. No,
is,
Tubbo,
that's
Tubbo.
very how it's interpreted.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of people on Twitter that I saw people on TikTok clipping with millions of likes where it's like my rant where I'm going like, there's all NDAs, the SMP, I own all the members, whatever, where I'm acting like, hey, this is what people are treating me as. They're acting like I'm this evil villain. And it's the same thing with Aimsy.
That
I
was in
making
a separate point in the VOD.
Yeah, no, I know.
Those
They're two separate.
yeah.
They're two separate occasions. But with the Aimsy thing, I was not at all saying that Aimsy is the evil villain. I was making fun of myself because what happened was after our conversation, right? We had our conversation where we talked about, you expressed, hey, Aimsy said that you banned her from the Discord, and after the grooming allegations, right? And then that was
Yes.
cleared up, right?
Yes,
and
that
so
was cleared up.
before that was cleared up, there was a period of time where I was like, oh my God, Aimsy's going around spreading lies about me, right? And so I over-exaggerated that sentiment, and but I was not saying she is. That was cleared up.
But
Me and
when
Aimsy
you're
talked behind the scenes.
over-exaggerating, you can't reference things you've actually done. For example, when you're over-exaggerating and doing
That's
that,
true.
you also mentioned the Reddit
He
post
did
released
that with
around the time
cheating.
of the
He seems
George
to
and
really try
Katie
to cover himself
situation,
every time something happens. Exactly.
where you were like, I think someone's pulling...
Like bro, literally, he doesn't take accountability for what he's doing wrong. He always just tries to cover it up, or like trying to find proof that he didn't do it. Like what Tubbo is right now saying is that like a lot of women are coming out and like saying, "Yo, Dream, you're fucking weird," except for those two women who are just talking shit about him. And then they're just talking shit about him. But like even if you don't have proof from these two women that are talking shit about you, there's a fucking bunch of women that do have proof, saying, yo, this is fucking weird. You know what I mean?
stuff behind the scenes, which is something you actually did. To say that immediately after being really exaggerated and being like Amy's the evil villain heavily insinuates that in that post, which is referring to the George and Katie situation, you thought that Amy was a mastermind behind the scenes. And I think it's crazy that you're happy to mention that situation on your 3-hour stream, but when it comes to the video, you don't want to mention it and open up old wounds that are more extreme for people that aren't you. Why would you mention it in the stream?
Ludwig went up to me.
I mentioned the Aimsy message.
If Ludwig went up to me, I mean, he'd never go up to me because I'm not famous. But if he ever did, and said, yo, this chick called you a whore, you know what I would do? Play Subway Surfers gaming on the side. Yo, maybe I should make like a second screen or a second scene where I'm just like playing fucking Agaria or something. Is there a way to do that? Like I can like record both screens.
because I thought it was important context to give an example of when I've done the same thing that I feel like people do to me a lot, I guess. Like I genuinely thought for a period of time after the KD situation happened and before I talked with Amesy that Amesy was going around and making up lies about me, right? And I was going, oh my God, why are they doing this? I have no idea. And so there was a short period of time where I had that opinion that later on, after I had a singular conversation with Amesy, I was like, wow, that was a ridiculous opinion to have. Why was I assuming that Amesy was this terrible person when they're not? And so I was the reason I brought that up on the stream was to give an example of a situation where I made that same mistake that I see a lot of people, or that same treatment that I see a lot of people give to me, where I made an assumption because I didn't have a conversation. I was not afraid, but I didn't reach out to Amesy to ask for clarification because I thought that I made assumptions and was like, oh my God, Amesy's doing these things on purpose or being manipulative or whatever. And then as soon as we had one conversation behind the scenes and she clears up, no, this was a misunderstanding. I didn't mean for that to happen. And whatever. Then all of a sudden I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm so sorry. I clarified that. We had a short conversation.
Can you understand how when you go from talking about the George and Katie situation, very serious, to dramatic exaggeration of, oh my God, Amy's the evil mastermind behind everything, to then referencing a genuine Reddit post you made about that situation where you said you wouldn't be surprised if there's someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. Yeah. It's crazy. And then also Hannah as well. You brought up Hannah with like no reason as well for mentioning on stream that there's a rumor of the Dream SMP people having signed an NDA. Which also there was no other evidence or context around bringing up Hannah. The same way I feel like there was no other evidence or context bringing up Amy, and those are the only two people.
What do you mean for Hannah? I mean, I wasn't trying. I understand afterwards, after the fact, and looking back on that maybe I should have just said a nameless creator or something. It wasn't at all like a slight on Hannah or like anything that I thought would cause any problem.
But it did because you didn't navigate it correctly, so you should apologize. Jump sounds like an old man sometimes. Yeah, it's because I am an old man. Chat, how old do you think I am? Put one if I'm 1 year old, 2 if I'm 2 years old, or 3 if I'm 3 years old.
Problems. I was just mentioning another time. There was many times where obviously rumors were spread behind the scenes by creators. And I was giving examples of how people accidentally, like as an example with the Hannah situation, that got brought up, and that was, in my mind, totally innocent. I had a conversation with Hannah where we talked about it, and she had told me, she's like, oh, aren't there NDAs on the SMP? And I was like, oh no, of course not. And we had a conversation about it, and she was like, oh, okay, I thought that because of this and that, and whatever. And so that was a conversation where I was like, oh, it's totally innocent. Hannah had said that before, and that was a rumor that circulated for a very long time, publicly and privately. That I somehow had Dream SMP members under NDA to not say anything bad about me or whatever. And so I wasn't mentioning that as.
And then the Dream did this fucking meme like, oh, I got the fucking SMP to sign an NDA, I'm the evil mastermind meme. That shit fucking popped off.
At all, like a slight on, Hannah or anything at all. And the same thing with Aim's situation. Like, I thought both the situations, I wasn't trying to I felt genuinely, I was not trying to attack them or anything. I was both times I was actually referencing situations where with Amesy, I was referencing where I was kind of wrong.
In 5 minutes,
I was like, yeah, I was in the wrong. I made an assumption about Amesy before privately talking to her, and then I said something publicly. Obviously, it was alluding to the fact I didn't say her name or anything, but I said something publicly that was alluding to that, using that information. And then I felt terrible after behind the scenes. She reached out and said, "Oh, hey, I heard about this, about from Tubbo or whatever." And then we talked, and then I was like, "Oh my God, I just did the exact same thing that other people do to me." And so both those situations, like I see what you're saying, both those situations, like what context or proof should I of like shown DMs or something? I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, no, that wasn't really my point I was making.
Pronouns. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure one of these people are they them and not a she. And like throughout the stream, Dream calls that person a she, even though they're they them, I think. Yeah, I think that's what happens. And it's obviously pretty disrespectful to their identity, right?
By the way, also just future reference, Amy's non-binary. But my point I'm making is that
I'm sorry, what is for future reference?
Okay. But basically, my point I was making is with every other person you brought up in that stream, you brought evidence and you
we don't need all
showed
that. Yeah.
receipts of this happening, and you showed screenshots and grabs and stuff like that. But it didn't happen with Hannah and Amy, which I think rubbed me the wrong way. And then that on top now of knowing that there's one of Ludwig's mates that you've called a whore that was upset, and also before you explained that it was a mutual friend of yours, another person you called a whore, I think that adds to how people perceive your behind the scenes
like there's so many open cases where he did call people whore. So why wouldn't someone else believe that, you know, you didn't call this person a whore with malicious intent, you know? Like, obviously, like, if there's more and more cases of it happening, people are going to assume that, you know, you do it all the time.
Interactions with women. I think it all kind of paints this picture. Is that fair to say?
I mean, I think that
It's
if
very
you're
true.
making the
That's very
assumption
true.
that I'm a terrible person, that, you know, that is
That's
sexist
not-
and
that's not the
misogynistic behind the scenes
assumption.
people, then yeah, it makes sense. If you're hearing,
The assumption is that you do
take
this-
things at face value.
The assumption is that you do this action repeatedly. Like, if you're a fucking rapist, right? You're a fucking mass rapist. You rape somebody, you go to the fucking prison, and you go back out, you rape someone else. People are gonna think that you're a fucking rapist, right? If you're a fucking cheater, you cheat on a person, you cheat on another person, people are gonna assume that you're gonna keep cheating, right? Same thing goes with this bullshit. If people see you're a fucking misogynist more than once, they're gonna just assume that you're a misogynist.
From my
Even off
perspective,
the first try.
I'm going, okay.
What do you mean question mark, question mark? If you do something repeatedly, people are going to think that you're associated with that thing, right? That just happens. Like, if I'm fucking murdering people, people are going to think I'm a murderer. That's just common sense, right? If you do something over and over, people are going to just correlate that. And that's what Dream's doing. Dream's fucking being a misogynist over and over. So obviously people are going to call him a fucking misogynist because that's what he is.
Tubbo, have you had, I don't know, do you think I'm sexist? Have you had interactions with me where I've exhibited like sexism to women behind the scenes, or
all I know is
Well, I know, I'm
what
not-
you
I'm
put
not-
out
I'm just-
on the internet.
Bro,
Because, like, let's be honest,
chill.
we don't really hang out in person. To be
okay,
honest.
sure. From what I put out on the internet, you've seen.
From what I
you
put out
think
on the
I've-
internet, all I know is that the main bit of, from my perspective, the main bit of Tom's video you cut out was about George and Katie's situation and your community's reaction to it. And I also know that you know that you have an increased amount of bad actors in your community and still chose to get involved in that. I also know that in your 3-hour stream, the only time you brought up people without evidence was in this context. And I also know that there's 2 separate instances where you have called
But
two
what do you mean without
whores.
evidence? You said that a couple times. For Amesy and Hannah,
I mean,
you're
is it
saying-
like
you're saying I
showing
need-
screenshots? Like
Sucking
showing
dick
stuff.
one
Like,
time
it's
make
just
you
your
gay?
word whenever you
But you're-
reference them. But
but you're saying
everyone else
perspective.
in that stream
No, it
had
doesn't.
evidence, is what I'm saying.
I mean,
I guess
No,
for
but if
like
you do it
Amesy
over
as an
and
example,
over
like
again, then yeah.
I'm explaining something
Then yeah,
that I did
you're
wrong,
probably
so
at
I didn't feel the need
least
to provide
kinda into
evidence.
dudes,
Like, why am I going to
right?
lie
You're
about
at
something
least
that I did
bi,
wrong? You know what I mean?
But it's not clear that you're explaining
Like,
this
I'll give
because
you
you
one
went
pass.
wrong. It's
You
like
could
you're
suck
talking
one
about
dick.
very serious.
Right, go
what
suck
happened with
one
Jordan
dick,
Brady
just to see if you're into
massive
that.
exaggeration
But if you
of
do it
Amy
again,
being
you
a
probably
massive
like
villain,
guys.
and then
There's nothing wrong with
mentioning an actual
Nothing wrong with
post
that.
you
Shit.
made. That is not clear at any point that you were saying that you were in the wrong in that situation.
I
At
think
any point.
I think there's a little bit of like a not misunderstanding, but like a gap here between what we're. I mean, I guess I'm slightly confused. I think that I never brought up
Alright, bro.
I never brought up.
Yo, okay, so you suck one dick. You're curious, bro. You want to go suck his dick? You're curious, bro. You do it a second time, you probably like guys. Just saying. Probably like dudes.
Katie and George
that.
situation in my stream. I brought up the Amesy, which obviously I guess technically in that situation that was a Reddit post that was to that. But the point I was making when that was brought up was hey,
I'm not gonna call
I
you gay,
also
but
at some
I'll definitely
point
call you like
made
on the
assumptions
LGBTQ, right?
based on
Probably
things that
on
were
that
not,
spectrum at that
things that were
point.
not true about another creator in the Dream SMP.
You know, if you're into that,
Amesy.
yo, cool
And
username. If you're into
then
that,
I
bro,
reached out, we had a conversation, and I realized,
It's
wow,
okay.
I'm
Still love you, bro.
assuming things, and I'm
homo
and
love,
I
of
of course exaggerating, being like, yeah, this big bad villain, whatever, is the exaggeration where it's like, it's not super far from it, but also
Yeah, but the fact that it's the fact that he exaggerated that painted a poor light on this person, right? Even if the exaggeration is like, not intentional or like he just intended it to be sarcastic, he still had an exaggeration that people misconstrued it.
for most people, with me, it's not super far as well, where people,
I know
Dream is this
Tubbo's
horrible,
fucking bored.
this master manipulator behind the scenes, whatever. And so I was making the point that, hey, I made that same mistake. I that's something that I think everyone should try and work on, and is being
I know
more
Tubbo's
like
bored.
having more communication, which I think Amesy did an amazing job at communicating. I think that, yeah, in hindsight, after seeing some people on Twitter and other people how they reacted to it, I could have definitely been more
Yes,
like
Do
I
you
could
think
have had
it
more
was
clarity,
I
I guess.
responsible to have these kind of outbursts
does.
where you use very exaggerated language, knowing that things when you're involved are very regularly clipped out of context? Do you think that was like a responsible
valid
thing to do?
I think that's a
No,
valid
it's
question. I think
It's not
that
responsible.
gets
That's
into
the
like
answer.
like people understanding like irony and sarcasm. Like how much should you have to regulate your, I don't know, like humor or language or whatever, to make sure that things aren't taken out of context.
For me, it's like you either, when it comes to joking, right? It's either you submit to your audience's, comedy, or you don't care about everyone's opinion on the comedy, right? So, if you know your community and you know your community is full of people that are neurodivergent, they are on the LGBTQ spectrum, they have problems regulating emotion and like not understanding nuance, right? And that's Dream's community. Like, I'm not even trying to be a dickhead. Like, that's just the truth. If you know that, then you have to, and you're talking about such controversial topics that can affect your reputation, then you have to speak in a way that makes the point very precise and clear for your audience without having them connect the dots themselves. Because if they connect the dots themselves, they're going to assume that you're a shit person for what you're saying.
I guess I feel like when you're talking about other creators, that's definitely a higher, like I feel like there's definitely a much higher level of responsibility there if you're talking about another creator. So I think, like, as example, when I'm
Especially if you're talking about other people.
exaggerated character myself,
Because
being
you're
like,
fucking
I'm
putting
a
someone's
villain,
name through
whatever.
the dirt.
I think that's totally fine, but I understand what
Or
you're saying.
affecting
I
their
think
reputation, too.
that probably was a misstep on my part.
So that's important.
And I'm sorry to Amesy. I didn't mean to
Because
make it seem like she was a villain or anything. I was making fun of myself. Like, I was making fun of myself. I was
It's
saying,
just-
hey, I thought this stupid thing at one point. It wasn't, I wasn't
Can
trying
you
to.
let Tubbo talk?
I wasn't trying to cause her any harm, but
And he
I completely understand how that
And
could
Dream
happen.
keeps
So
like
yeah, you're right. I think-
misgendering they,
I think
motherfucker, they.
that's my
but
fault.
yeah, like,
Okay.
it's just
well,
slipping,
thank you for saying that. But yeah, my main thing is I'm like, that is a crazy, like, you often very regularly complain about how you're taken out of context for the things you say, and so it happens, and then to do these
Yeah.
big theatrical characters and impressions of other streamers, I thought was quite irresponsible.
That's true.
Okay,
And
yeah,
I'm
I
glad
think that's
that you
valid.
agree.
I think that's a valid take. I didn't think about it like that. I was obviously I've done it so
That's
much
true.
myself, and I thought it was clear, but I can totally see how it's not. So yeah, I totally take that. That's my fault.
Okay, cool. So to your point that we mentioned a little bit ago, like, do I think you are a sexist? Do I think you're a misogynist? What, from everything I've said, what I think is that overall, I don't know you as a person. And I think from how you act
Yeah.
online, I think it's very clear that from all of the stuff you've done, that you and your friend group need an attitude adjustment when it comes to interacting with women. And that's what I've said. I don't think you're some
True.
irredeemable
Can you
sexist
Can you provide
pig.
some examples of
Yeah,
that?
I'm saying the evidence I'm talking about is how the people you brought up in your 3-hour stream came with no evidence and photo receipts for your audience. I'm saying how you how you engage with the George and Katie situation with the knowledge that you have an increased amount of bad actors in your community.
Yeah,
I'm talking
that's
about how you
hack.
cut out that context from Tom's reaction, and I'm talking about how there's two separate accounts of calling a woman a whore, even though one of them, I'll give you credit, you say is a mutual friend, but one of them is still a mate of Ludwig's that was upset by it.
Yeah,
And that's why I've come
I
to
don't
that
know.
conclusion. I don't think...
Yes, yo, Tubbo's connecting shit. Tubbo is connecting shit. Yeah. Wow. That's a huge ass connection. Hello, morning. Wait, more. Hello. Oh. Yes. See, like, the ways Dream is handling situations with women is very poor, and as a result, like, that reflects his views on like how to treat women. That's a good connection. I feel like that's important to understand.
You're an irredeemable sexist pig. That is, I think there is just an element of like a real attitude adjustment and just see how you can conduct yourself and the situations you choose to get yourself involved with to kind of be like, oh, wait, I am doing this. Even I don't know I'm doing this, but I am doing this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he wants him to be
Yeah,
accountable.
I think that just to to respond to the last
I can't read
point
what
there.
your name is.
I
from
think
our-
that
Fuck.
it's really hard. I mentioned this before, but when there's not like
Mona-
context provided, it
Mona-
becomes really
Mo-
difficult,
Mo-
right? So like as an example, you just gave some context, but
How do
every
you
piece
read
of
your
context that you
name?
gave
It's like
is unspecific, right? So like, and I'm not.
How
This
do you
isn't.
mean
This isn't.
unspecific?
Mona,
Yeah. So as an
Monahinge?
example,
Monahinge.
you-
Monahinge.
Okay. So let's just take
Monahinge.
Ludwig's friend, right?
Monahinge.
This is a situation
Oh,
that
shit.
I
Okay, my
don't
bad.
even know happened,
My bad,
right?
Monahinge.
And then
Right.
I ask and try my best to figure out, hey, when did this happen? How did this happen? What, if this did
It's 'cause
happen, I would love to
your
know
name was
what
so
was the
small on
scenario
my
that where I
screen.
thought this was okay somehow, so I can learn and grow
I
from
will
that.
say you
But
are focusing on the weakest part of what I said.
well, yeah,
My-
so that's one. Sure, that's true. That's one of them. And then
Okay.
like as an example, cutting out Tommy's first
Bro's so
his
defensive.
mention of the Katie Bugs
even
and
though
George
he just
situation.
needs to say, yo,
Obviously,
if
if
I'll
you
take
take
your-
what
I'll
I'm
take
saying
your
at
shit
face
into
value for
consideration,
my
my
reasons
bad.
for
I'll
why
move
I cut
on.
it out, then that's not my
Even
my
though
you think
that's,
my
like-
reason. The reason.
But I'm
do you
saying
think the
those
reasons that
reasonings
I've
doesn't
given-
make sense given 2 days prior you brought it up in your live stream.
But
I'm
I
saying
didn't. I
those
didn't.
Dream, you did. Like you talked about the George and Katie situation. This is the exact thing I'm referencing with you talked about George and Katie's situation, then you did the hyperbole exaggeration of Amy, and then you referenced the real Reddit post you made about it, and you did that 2 days before this video came out. So I don't understand your
Oh,
reasoning.
shit.
My reply about Amesy, which I guess is about the Katie and George situation.
No,
but
I
didn't
guess, I
talk
guess
about the
technically, I guess technically I did that. I guess technically you're right, but
He's right. Just say my bad, bro. Damn. Say my bad.
I was like a couple steps removed. Right? I mean,
I guess.
it was a
But you bring it
Bro,
up in the
just
stream.
fucking
Like it's more than
just
just
say you're wrong.
talking about Amy and your misconceptions. You do bring it up and you say the situation.
I don't recall.
You don't recall your
I
streams.
mean, I'll take your word for it.
That's
But
fair
I
enough.
don't recall, but I'll take your word for it. Maybe it was a 3-hour stream where I was.
I
like,
watched the
fucking ranting,
3-hour
so-
VOD,
yeah,
man.
don't
I
know.
watched the 3-hour VOD, man.
I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it. I mean, so I think that obviously, I don't recall
this
that my
guy's a
reasonings
fucking
for
idiot,
why I
bro.
included what clips I did of Tommy. I think it's not like when talking about whether I'm sexist or not. I think that one of your 4 reasons being that I didn't include the full context of Tommy's clip, while also asking and saying, hey, what is the context to how I'm sexist? I think that either way is like I don't fully clock how that's sexist. I guess I'm not
Okay, yeah, but that was also a very weak criticism of what I was saying. I
okay.
was
So that's
saying
2
how,
of the 4 though.
Yeah.
That's 2 of the 4 you just gave. So then
No,
another
but I'm
one. So that
also
you said
saying
the response to Katie's situation.
your choice to get involved when you know how many bad actors you have in your community, as well.
Okay, so what specifically did I do that you think was sexist?
The whore situation. You have a shit ton of shitty fucking viewers. You sent those shitty viewers to attack Katie basically by defending George publicly. Even though George is a shitty person. for what he did. George did shitty stuff, and you supported him with your shitty community. That's sexist by proxy. I think it's sexist by proxy. Especially if what George did was true. Right?
Well, no.
George
I'm saying,
looks too
knowing
soy
that
boy
you
to
have
be
an
being
increased amount of
sexist,
bad
though.
actors in your community, and also
Let me show you out George real quick. Bro is too tiny to be being sexist to women. Look at him. I thought bro was gay. Like, not wrong with being gay, but I thought he was gay. He's probably weaker than most girls. He's probably weaker than most women. How are you being sexist to women when most women can fuck you up? Like, holy fuck. I'd be scared if I was you. I'd be fucking shivering my boots.
you've been on the internet a long time. You know genuinely the wider internet's reaction. This is not real. Like, to know you have a lot of bad actors in your community, to then choose to do a space, choose to make a Reddit post, and become involved.
But Tom, I mean, Tubbo, do you think, are you suggesting that I shouldn't have said anything?
I'm suggesting that, honestly, I'm saying, yeah, actually, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
I don't
interesting.
understand.
I guess
well,
I wasn't.
why though? Why did you choose to get involved?
Because one of my best friends was accused of something very serious.
I know, but is your best friend not capable of handling the situation on his own?
No, of course, and he did as well. But I'm also that's something as well as, like, as an example, right now, Tommy is criticizing me, right, in this video for that, right, for involvement in that. Regardless of what I was receiving, lots of criticism at the time. Still to this day, obviously receive criticism for, anything involving that. And so I'm not completely and fully removed. This is my best friend that I live with. I can't, hey, let's just pretend this didn't happen. Like, I have to respond to that. Obviously I did a space and I did a couple Reddit, replies. And I think that I think that my initial, Reddit reply where the whole Amesy thing happened, like, I think I regret that reply, because that was done before there was more context provided by Katie's, next live stream. But I think that with the information I was presenting, I had to say something.
Like, did you make any kind of post, like addending what you said?
I don't remember.
That next stream came out?
I think that I said something. I mean, I did a space obviously after everything, which I think I did mention, things there as well. But I think I did say something when I talked to Amesy about it.
In public? In front of your massive audience?
I think so. But I obviously my space was after the fact, so I talked about a lot of things in the space that I did, including my Reddit post.
Okay.
And including what changed, because obviously there was many things that changed in between, and I talked about what changed, between them. So they were based on different information.
Can I also just say that your unsure language surrounding this is
Sounds
also
like you're lying.
Not filling me with confidence that my original opinion that you and your friend group need an attitude adjustment around women is invalid. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
the level of uncertainty when you speak.
Yeah, like, he's like, I guess, it's because he's trying to avoid plausible. He's trying to grant plausible deniability, meaning that if someone searched for it and don't find this fucking evidence, he's gonna yeah, but I wasn't sure, right? But it does give off that you didn't care enough about the situation to be affirmative in your actions, I guess, right?
Well, it's like Tubbo. I said earlier, but it's a very complex situation. I'm being careful. I don't want to make claims that are false, so I'm being very careful. It happened, almost a year ago.
And I
at this
appreciate
point.
you being careful.
I'm being careful. That's it. I'm being careful. I'm not trying. I don't want you to read into my language in any way. I'm just being careful. That's it.
Okay.
I think that. I don't think that.
But
I handled that situation
careful,
perfectly.
But also, when I'm asking you whether you released a statement, with more accurate information after the next stream, your answer was
sorry, totally,
maybe,
yes.
which I don't know.
No,
Like,
I was talking about the Amesy thing. So in my mind, right then when I was answering that question, why I said maybe was about specifically about Amesy. Like I'm not sure, I can't remember. I mean, I think I did, but I don't remember if I mentioned, Amesy after that. But yeah, I did. I 100%. I did in my space. My space. The entire point of my space was to, hey, here's my updated, stance, and here's the updated information. Yeah.
Also, I feel like I just need to say,
misspeaking.
Dream did text me on Discord and show me the receipts. So yeah.
For the Ludwig thing.
Yeah.
But- I mean, there was a long time that Ludwig
you
just
did crop
misremembered,
out
but
the messages, by the way, of like who you're messaging in that. I will say.
oh,
Like
okay.
so, just
I can,
like come on, man. Like,
I'll do it again. I'll take it again.
Okay, right. I feel like I've explained pretty
He cropped
well
it out on purpose.
like
Please want to resend
what
it now.
I think. When
Yeah,
you
I
go,
feel like- I
"Why
feel
is
like
the
we've-
content-"
I feel like
Have
I
I
feel
explained
pretty-
that well? Do you understand why I'm of the belief that you and your friend group needs an attitude adjustment with your behavior around women? Do you understand where I'm coming from?
I understand where you're coming from. I think that communication, honestly, is I think is important, and I think that I understand where you're coming from, but obviously, as someone that's in my position, I think that there's a lot of I don't know. There's just a lot. There's so much misinformation. There's so much communication. I feel like would solve everything because all of these questions I'm asking you, obviously, right now while we're having these calls, are conversations that would be very good to have, behind the scenes when anything happens that anyone's upset about, no matter what it is, because obviously I like to think that I'm a good person. I have good intentions.
It's so he doesn't get canceled for it. Yeah, I mean, Dream isn't a good person, bro. He's not. At this point, he's not.
And that my friends are good people and have good intentions. And so, if you let's say I do something that upsets you, I'd want to have you message me. That way I can be like, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it in that way. I obviously I don't know of examples of of where there have been interactions 100% where I've made jokes that I shouldn't have, or whatever, with anybody, not guys, girls.
Yeah, so okay, so you acknowledge that you've made jokes that you shouldn't have, and you said things you shouldn't have. So you can understand from that why I have this opinion, right?
Yeah, like if you're fucking joking around with women, calling them whores and shit, like obviously you're gonna assume that you probably they probably view women as something that's less than they are, right? And that also includes Dream's responses, his lack of evidence, how he treads not lightly, that's not the word, how he handles situations very lightly when it involves women. That all matters. And that's all something that's not being Tubbo's not really discussing it properly, but I can understand from an outside perspective that that's what he's trying to get at,
Well, I'm talking about I'm talking about private interactions where I'm I have a conversation with somebody and we have a discussion about it, or whatever. Even with this happened.
Yeah,
I'm
but
sure
even in
with
private,
you, it's
word
happened
can
with Tommy.
travel as well, can't it?
Yeah, people just talk shit.
But I'm not talking about sexist
happened
things.
in
I'm
my
talking about.
fucking
I'm just
job,
giving
bro.
examples. I'm
Then
saying.
why are we
my
talking about it
job,
instead of what I said? You know
Because
what I mean?
I'm saying,
Myself.
Tubbo, I'm saying, give me an example, right? So this is what's happening, right?
Okay.
And this is the summary of what, from my perspective, what's happening.
I hate when people are give me an example. I mean, I do that too, though. Because if you say give me an example, it kind of puts people on the spot, right? And then they lose track of their thoughts. Okay.
I don't the
I do it too,
Ludwig
though,
situation,
because,
right? Is
I just want to know,
Ludwig
when I
has
was
a second-hand account, right? It's not first person. He heard from someone else that I apparently jokingly called them a whore outside of a club, right? And so this is now, in this case, being brought up as evidence that I'm sexist, and I'm going, oh my God, I don't even know that happened. And if it did happen, then I would love to learn from it, grow from it, apologize to the person, and be able to adjust my behavior. But I don't even know that this happened. I have no, and I don't know who it was. I don't know where it was. I don't know what the context
who it
is.
was, where it was. How are you confused about who you call a whore?
I don't know anything. And so I'm like, how can I?
You calling mad chicks whores?
I don't know.
So
How,
you have
Bro got
changed the story a
game.
little bit in your account of what you said. You've now said that Ludwig said a second-hand account rather than it being a mate of his that's told him. You know what I mean?
no, it's a mate of his that told. That's that. I meant that as secondhand account. That's first hand is being there, right? Secondhand is you're hearing it.
No. So he's heard from the person that this has happened. That's
Yeah,
That's
he heard,
not like he's
a
heard
friend
from
of
a
his-
friend of the person.
Yeah, no, he didn't see this happen. He heard from someone that this happened, right?
So he heard from someone, or he heard from the person you
He
said
heard,
it
he
to?
heard from the person who said this. Yeah,
Okay.
according to Ludwig. But I mean, I guess I use secondhand as that. I wasn't saying like
Okay.
that's the same.
Okay.
Like
okay.
I guess we're misunderstanding secondhand and firsthand. Like I meant secondhand as that. Like firsthand is like you're there and you see it, you witness it. Secondhand is like you're hearing it. You didn't
yeah,
actually.
it's
see
less
this
about
happen.
like it's okay. No,
It
fair
is a
enough.
secondhand
But
account.
you understand
Drew's
why I
right,
think
but
what I
still,
think,
like-
don't you? Right?
Yeah, I do. I
Yeah.
do understand why you
Okay.
think what you think, but I think it's majorly because of the lack of like transparency and communication on the internet. Like I think that's in my mind. I'm like,
and it's also from like me consuming the content you've done in reference to the 3-hour stream, and in reference to the context that's been removed from videos.
Yeah.
Because it does stem from me not understanding why you removed that context when you mentioned it 2
Yo,
days
chat,
prior
can you put a W
on
if
a
you're
live
still
stream.
here, chat?
yeah. So obviously
I'm lonely.
we
I'm lonely, chat.
disagree there, I guess, on me
Chat,
talking up
please,
Amesy or bringing
I'm
up Hannah
lonely.
as being sexist on my stream, I guess, and also
no, it's
on.
not the fact that you
I
brought
love
them
y'all,
up.
though.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it's the fact you brought them up, but with everyone else you brought
I
up
don't-
in that stream,
they're
you
going
have
in
screenshots,
circles.
evidence, references to private phone calls. Like, you know what I mean? It's the display.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
there's.
sure.
I think there's. I mean, I don't.
Sure.
Like
I-
the
I'm
way
not-
that
I'm
with
not-
everyone else you came with screenshots and you came with evidence to show your big community, whereas with
But with the fucking women, he doesn't do that. So it's very transparency. W Jones, thank you, Anubis, bro. I love you, bro. I need give hearts off for Anubis, yo. Wait, let me give some hearts off for Anubis, chat. Yeah, hearts. Oh shit. Anyway,
in
let's go.
regard to those.
I don't think I treated Hannah or Amesy any differently than I treated anybody else. I
No,
was very.
I know you don't. I know you don't. But I'm saying it inherently rubs me the wrong way that there was no, when you're on this big platform, you're very much saying to your audience, take my word at value, this, and this, when with everyone else, you had like evidence of this that you can show.
Oh,
I think.
yeah.
I think again. I
Yeah.
think I was very consistent throughout the stream on whoever I was talking about with, when there was evidence to be provided that made sense or was necessary, I provided it. When there was, I was saying something that I either was about myself that I didn't think needed evidence, I didn't, or if it was something that there wasn't evidence or it was just like as an example, like I brought up our phone call, I didn't provide evidence for that. I just said things that happened.
Yeah.
And I did the same thing with
Kind
Hannah
as
because
always,
I don't have
need
evidence of
W
this
for
conversation I
that.
had with Hannah, but it's something that happened. I mean, we just had a conversation.
Anubis.
I just,
so like,
yeah, but what I'm saying is,
Should I call
like,
you Anubis?
can you
Anubis,
see
or
how
Anubis,
that,
Anubis?
in that context, rubs me the wrong way after watching
Or-
the amount of
or
evidence you've displayed for everyone else and then not here?
Subtle.
Well, whether it was
Sis
meant
Buna.
wholeheartedly
Sis Buna.
to be
Subtle Sis Buna.
exaggerated and like not taken seriously, I feel like you're not listening to me.
I mean, I'll
which
be
is
I'll
kind
be
of
honest
hard.
though. I'll be honest though. I don't, with this point specifically. I don't understand completely where you're coming from because I don't feel like I was any different to Hannah.
Okay, right here he's saying. Okay, Dream is arguing that he feels like he didn't need the evidence for these two people. Tubbo is arguing that because you didn't provide physical evidence for these two people, that you're therefore uncaring about women's perspectives. What I will say is that I feel like it's important to be very unbiased, and like, do I believe that Dream was being sexist because of this specifically? I'm gonna say no. I don't. I don't believe that he was being sexist because he didn't provide evidence in his video. In his stream for that shit. I would say that. However, I feel like it's inherently sexist to misinterpret what Tommy was saying and to cut out what he was saying fully to situations where there is some proof that he was being sexist, right? Where there's proof of, him calling people fucking whores and like being weird about it afterwards,
So that's what's sexist. Not the fucking stupid ass lack of evidence. That's just me though. Like he shouldn't be going around calling people whores if you're not like besties or whatever. That's just me. You know? Like I could call Anubis Lotus one. No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Nah, I wouldn't do that. But I'll call my guinea pigs whores. Yo, Emily, you're a whore. Emily. No, you're not. No, I felt so bad when I said the first time when I was joking, I picked her up. I didn't feel bad, but now that I call it Emily a whore here, I feel a little bad. Emily, I'm so sorry. And she's just eating hay right now. Emily was just eating hay, being cute, and then I called her a whore, and she looked at me. I was like, oh shit, my bad, queen.
Or Amesy on my stream than I was to any of the male creators or anyone else.
I know you don't, and that's
me?
okay. But I'm saying
Emily
that what
said she doesn't
happened
forgive
is what is impacting
me.
my
Chat,
opinion.
she said she
and
didn't
then
forgive
to
me.
say
She's
now
gonna
in this
eat you, I'm
stream, I'm not bringing up the
sleeping.
situation because old cuts that
She said
affected
she's
you
gonna
worse than
eat
me,
you, I'm
but then to bring
sleeping,
that
chat.
up
I'm
2
not
days
gonna
prior in that
stream no
stream,
more.
this is my issue. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, I think,
I feel like
I said, I think
Tubbo's
there's a
issue is very
multitude of reasons,
soft.
but I think we have a little bit of a disconnect on this one. Like, I think that, like, obviously you're not going to be able to see into my brain and understand exactly why my 100% intentions on, you know, why I included a clip or why I didn't. But clearly, you know, I'm on a phone call right now with you in front of a lot of people having a conversation about it. I wasn't trying to avoid having a conversation about it.
I don't doubt that I don't think you were trying to avoid it. I don't think you were. I don't think you were trying to like. You're like generally okay, how do I word this? I don't think you're trying to avoid talking about it. I think you're very open, that you're open to talk about everything, both publicly and privately. That's good. That's fine. But
Jumps has lost
I
it,
don't
bro.
understand when you keep going, there's this disconnect between you and me. I don't think there's a disconnect. I think you're not
Well, I'm saying
totally
you're
understanding what I'm
implying-
saying.
You said that essentially.
No, I wouldn't
that
call you that though.
Me cutting
it's out of
out
respect.
that clip.
It's out of respect. Like, I think I'd only call a person a whore if like I'm dating them or something, you know, and like that's just me though. I think and they're cool with it, obviously, right? They have to be really cool with it, and I'm dating them, you know. But I wouldn't just say to a pal, like, there's other shit to call your friends. Call them anything else, you know? Fucking dumbass, motherfucker. There's a lot of shit, you know? But it's like, it's also intention, right? Like, I would never call someone a whore, like, on purpose. Like, I made this video here. Oh, wait. I just tab it because I don't want to lose my space. About her and even about her. And I don't even say whore. I don't say whore in any of these. I'm just like the most I go is like, I say, that's pretty fucking gross. Like the lady who fucked 1,000 dudes, I was like, damn, that's pretty. I was like, damn, you're fucking disgusting. Holy shit. Because that's gross. Like 100 people is fucking crazy. That's
And
gross,
for
bro.
the reasoning,
Like,
I'd
wash my insides out.
that you've told me just now that you don't want to open up old wounds is weird because you brought it up 2 days before and didn't seem to have an issue.
Okay. Again, I'm not. I just don't. I don't know. Do you remember the
That's just
context of
my
how I
opinion,
brought
though.
it up
Cool.
in the other stream?
You just referenced the
people fucking
situation.
100 people? Go ahead.
You
You know,
literally
I'll
just
tell you.
blatantly reference it.
Like what did I say? Do you remember or anything? Paraphrase.
Oh God.
I'm not.
Dream is
I know
so
it's ridiculous to ask.
lost.
It's a 3-hour live stream, but I just don't remember this. I'm trying to figure
all I
out.
remember is you referencing the situation, then going straight into the exaggerated bit about Amy, and then referencing the real life thread that you made on Reddit, which I was telling you about.
Yeah,
same,
from my
not gonna
memory,
lie,
maybe I'm
yeah.
remembering wrong, but what I remember is I brought up, our phone call, and how, you mentioned that Amesy had said that I had banned her from the Discord, or whatever, and that, it wasn't for a while
going in
until I made a
circles,
post,
bro.
where I mentioned, where I mentioned, behind this, Amesy being whatever,
he keeps
and then I
calling
go into
Amesy
the
her.
character of like, yeah, I thought.
Like, I don't feel like Dream is calling Amesy her because he's fucking, anti-non-binary or whatever, I just think he's forgetting, bro. I really do think he's forgetting, and it's just like easier to say she sometimes, than they. It like, especially if you're going transit, like you're gonna like go with the physical thing over, I feel like
Dream isn't the Dream isn't the type of person that takes his time to think about what he's saying before he says it. Like you could see that he's very fast with how he talks. He's not thinking. Like he's just yapping. He's just yapping.
Thought this was crazy. I thought there's an evil mastermind, whatever. And then I was like, and then we talked, and Ames and I talked, and it was cleared up, and
He's
I was like,
not really
okay, you know,
thinking
that I
before he
shouldn't have
speaks,
thought that. So I for me, I guess even depending on what I said, like in my brain,
Like,
I guess the
I'm a side
connection
on
is
him for
different
that.
there. Like I was talking
Like, I
about,
feel
in my mind, I was
even
talking
though
about
he
Ames.
should
I
be
wasn't
saying
talking at all
they,
about
right? He
Katie
should be
or,
saying that.
you know, whatever. I was talking
But
specifically about
I feel like the reasoning
Amesy,
why he's not saying they
you
is
know, me and
because
you,
of
our
that.
interaction about Amesy, and how I became misguided because of like rumors / misinformation
I feel
about
like that's kind of
Amesy
fair
that was
to say.
that wasn't true, and that how
That's
I
kind
how
of
I
fair.
acted because of that, and how I giving an example of how a lot of people are the same way towards me sometimes, and how it happens to everyone. It's not just I'm not just saying, hey, shame on you guys for doing this, but I'm incapable of doing it. Like I've had the same thing, I guess. So like I understand what you're saying, but I guess from my perspective, I'm like, well, I know why I brought it up, and I wasn't thinking of it like that, so I'm not. Like you said, if you agree that I'm not trying to like avoid it.
Yeah, I agree. You're not trying to avoid it. I'm explaining that like this is the reason why I came to that conclusion, and I don't think you're doing it intentionally.
Okay.
I will like it's just like in my mind to go then in your video which you've released on your YouTube channel with 32 million subs. What is the context of this after I've said all of that? And the video
He
itself
keeps going
adds
the
to
same
that
tangent.
is also
Talk
strange.
about something else.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, again, I don't know. Again, Tommy didn't provide context. So I don't know what Tommy's talking about.
But all of the things that I've just said have happened.
Yes. So why is he so stupid? It doesn't matter specifically what Tommy's talking about. It matters what happened in your past and how it correlates to now.
Well,
You
you've
keep
mentioned that
arguing
the
about
Ludwig
it.
thing, which just
Stop.
got
Oh, that
yesterday.
okay, other than that, of course, because that came out.
I
after
should have
the video.
drank. I didn't drink.
But
Because
what?
I was
So
like,
what's
you know what, fuck it,
the
I'm drinking a
Katie
weekend.
Bug situation?
Yeah, the fact that like that was
And plus,
removed
like, I
from
feel
the
like I'm gonna
video,
fall
'cause
asleep if
you said
I
in the
do
video,
drink,
you edit the
'cause it's
video
10
yourself. You
o'clock,
made
and I
the
usually
conscious
sleep at,
decision
like,
to
8,
remove
so.
that bit of the video. And I think it's as weird.
But I do want to
Your
finish the
reasoning that
stream.
you've given me is because, again, old cuts, and I feel like I'm going around in circles a little bit, but you did bring it up 2 days before.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah?
again, I think from my perspective, I was talking about Amesy, so I didn't view it as bringing it up, but I could totally see why. I mean, I guess I probably did. If I was talking about the context
You mentioned George and Katie by name in the stream.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I understand where you're coming from. I think that obviously, from my intentions were different than what I guess you're thinking they are because of that. But I understand how you're getting to where you are.
Chat,
I understand how you're getting there.
39,000
But my
views.
intentions
I'm
were not
almost at
that. My intention was, hey, I'm
40,000
talking about
views.
Amesy. Obviously, this
Holy
situation is
fuck.
relevant in that direct regard. And
Holy
in my
shit,
video,
that's
this
insane.
situation wasn't
Thank you,
relevant
guys.
and wasn't something that I felt the need to
Nearly 40K
talk about, given
views. Wow.
that Tommy obviously made a much more direct claim right after that, where he said, you and your friends are sexist women behind the scenes. And so that direct claim felt much stronger and better of a, I don't know, it's more complete for me to respond to, where I'm like, I don't know what he's talking about, versus obviously when he says, hey, I don't like how the internet responded to that situation, I go, okay, yeah, that's all public. Everyone already knows about all of that, so it's nothing new to discuss in like a video that has a lot of new information, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I feel like we've both said a lot, about this. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I honestly, about this, I don't particularly have anything else to say, except for, I want so badly to get onto the same page as you, but I feel like
Yeah.
this
I feel
is...
like Dream got the worst.
I feel
traits,
like I'm
he
unable to
talks
get onto the same
too
page
fast for someone who
as
can't
you.
think
I
of
feel-
Yeah,
words
I feel like it's
especially-
tough.
I agree. That's why, like, sometimes I talk really fast like this, right? I'm talking super speedy. But when I'm actually trying to, like, state my ideas, I slow down. Like, I slow down intentionally. Because I know that I'm a dumbass. So, in order to, like, be able to communicate effectively, I talk as slow as I can. So I can just keep my thoughts up,
Especially when the language you're using when you're talking about
and
this
that
is
can,
also,
like,
and I know you
take away
said
from passion,
it's a difficult
right?
situation to not look into the language, but there's so
I won't
use
sound
so many
passionate,
adjectives, man,
but I am,
that
you
like
know?
kind of feel not downplay is very extreme, but like
Like
a
what?
lesser extreme version of that. Like like misremembering. You say a lot. It's just like, and certain such and such is irrelevant. And it just is like, it's a lot, man. It's a lot. You know what do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm a little lost, I'll be honest. I'm just a little tiny bit lost.
I think
Dream
it
is
comes across as
stupid.
dismissive. And when talking about this whole situation, I think is
Dream
not
is so
it's when you're talking about it,
stupid.
it's not something you want to come across dismissively as.
Yeah, no, of course. I
Yeah.
think
I believe it's
Yeah.
not your intention to do so, but can you see how I feel I feel that's the case based on the language you're using.
I'm a little bit lost, but I think that the
How can
simplest
I
way
help you
to
be less lost? What do I need to explain more?
well, I think because you just said, as an example, you just said you don't think that I have the intention of doing that, but then also say that you think, but that ask if I can see how
No.
you
Well,
think
there's
that
a
I'm doing that.
difference. There's a difference between me knowing and thinking what your
Yeah.
intention is versus
'Cause I'm
how
an
your
idiot,
words are
like,
coming off when you're explaining stuff to me.
Like, I don't think you guys think I'm smart, right? But I'm a dumbass, right? So I love to try to take my time and say what I mean, so that you guys understand the best you can. Because I work with fucking dumbasses on my other job that change what I say a lot. So it fucking trained me to like just take my time to like say something so I don't get fucked, you know? And Dream should do that too, because he gets fucked all the time, so he needs to take his
and
time to
think
fucking
that that's
think.
not your intention. But I can't speak for the tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people that are watching and reacting to your claim. Is the thing. So the way your words come off, even if I think that's not your intention, other people.
Can you give a
won't know
specific
that.
example of something that way I can be more
so
direct
like,
about it? I guess
the
or
way
something.
you're going misguided, the way you're saying certain things are irrelevant.
But about what though? About what? I just want to be more direct,
Dude,
so
it was
then
in
I
the
can directly
conversation we just
respond to
had.
it.
It was in the conversation we just had.
He's pissed
We
off!
literally did, it was when I was trying to say how we're not on the same page, and I want to get on the same page.
Okay.
It's because he has ADHD! It's because he has ADHD! That's why he can't remember something from 2 seconds ago. It's because he has ADHD!
I guess I feel like we're losing each other
Okay.
here on this specific point. I guess because
Okay.
I'm just a little lost. 'Cause I'm like, yeah, I obviously, yeah, certain things, yeah, I've said I'm not sure, I don't remember exactly, or whatever. But if you can give a
Wait, when I said it's because he has ADHD, it's because he has ADHD, I was joking, right? Because there's no way in hell, even if someone who has ADHD would like even come into this call trying to prove some points across without even like trying to remember something 5 seconds ago. You stutter a lot. I stutter a lot too when I speak quickly. I do too. That's why when I try to state points, I try to go slow. Yeah, no, it's not wrong. Like, there's nothing wrong with stuttering. Like, I feel like as long as you're effective in your word choice, a stutter's okay. Because I stutter too sometimes, and I don't think that's an issue. I think Dream's problem is that he talks so fast, but he never remembers what he's saying, which I think is bullshit. I think he does, and like, he's just not taking accountability. He's just not taking
specific example, then I can go, oh no, here's a more direct response, or you know what I mean? Like I'm happy to respond to
The issue is,
whatever.
it's
I don't
hard
want-
for me to give a specific example
Yeah.
when you say so much after everything.
I talk a lot.
And it's quite inconcise and not very direct and to the point. And
Yeah.
I feel
Yeah.
it daisy trains, it like kind of tiptoes around what we're talking about and brings up wider context of things that isn't necessarily relevant to answer what I'm asking.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes, he's bullshitting.
I see why if you view it like that, that's not good. I understand that. But I guess the topics we're talking about are I guess this is summarizing. I disagree that me cutting out clips that one clip of Tommy is sexist because I feel like the more important clip was the next one.
Okay, why though?
Sorry?
Why though? Why do you disagree now?
I disagree with that it was disagree that it's why do I disagree that it's sexist?
Yeah, why? Given the context that you didn't want to bring it up, not to open up old wounds, only to bring it up 2 days prior.
I feel like his question's very straightforward.
There's more reasons than just that. So one, I feel like it's not. This is a me and Tommy thing. So obviously, this is me and Tommy are talking about each other, and the next claim Tommy makes is about me. He says you and your friends. Obviously, when we're talking about the George situation, and he talks about the community's reaction. My interpretation of that was, hey, the internet's reaction to this was sexist. I'm not. This is me and Tommy. The very next point he makes is, hey, you and your friends are sexist. Obviously, I brought that up. Said, hey, what's the context?
But the thing is, Tom, you say it's about you and Tommy. He referenced this in his video to you, bringing this into the realm of context which is needed for your response. Do you get what I'm saying?
I mean, Tommy said a lot of things.
He's saying that both sentences are required to state your answer, which is true, right? Because they connect.
As well. I mean, I didn't include every single thing that Tommy said. I think that there's some things that I was just like, well, what am I even supposed to say to this?
But why not include this when it's so important? And we've just
because it's so public. It's such a public thing. It's something that already everything that needs to be said has been said. From my perspective, everything that needs to be said has been said. And so I don't feel the need to add additional stuff onto a situation like that that is complex and does have a lot of obviously complex feelings with other people that aren't myself.
Complex and how important it is. Your words, and then not to include it because you think all is said, is completely different to what you said earlier when you said you didn't include it because you didn't want to open up old cuts. That's a complete.
No, I gave 3 or 4. I mean, I gave multiple reasons earlier, and that was one of the reasons I gave. One of the reasons I gave was that it's a very complex situation that I'm not. That it's been very public. There's a lot of information out there on it.
Why do you feel you don't need to provide that context to your large YouTube audience, and instead just react to the claim like I don't know the context?
I work at private schools. Y'all want to see what I ate for breakfast?
I think that Tommy bringing up a very public situation that has had multiple live streams that I have already done a space on, that I have already made my thoughts public on, that George has made his thoughts public on, that has been brought out into the public almost a year ago. That feels less less relevant to this video that's happening today than him making a claim, hey, right now, that a new claim, you guys are being sexist behind the scenes to women and it's disgusting. That to me is more relevant to my response to Tommy being like, hey, because also it's Tommy making a claim. The first one isn't Tommy making a claim. Tommy's giving an opinion on the first one. The second one is him making a claim. He's saying you guys behind the scenes are sexist. So I think we're not. I disagree that it was necessary to include it in the video. I think that's the disconnect. So I feel like we aren't going to agree on that. I guess.
Okay. I'm saying that is a factor that contributes to my opinion. The fact that you don't think that is necessary to include in the video is why I said I think you and your friend group need an attitude adjustment around how you treat women. That the reason why that you don't think that is necessary context also now contributes. Let
me see if I'm fucking doxing myself. I am doxing myself.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't agree with you, but I think but I understand we'll have different points of view on it. I have no intention of being sexist, I guess. And
no, and I believe that. I genuinely do believe that. I'm just saying that added is why I've come to this conclusion.
This is like a cranberry orange.
Okay. I mean, I think we probably
muffin. Strawberry yogurt,
see eye to eye on the specific situation, but I think everyone, obviously everyone will view things differently no matter what.
Yeah, it's kind of like your intentions are one thing and your impact is another. Do you know what I mean?
Cranberry orange.
So like you have all these intentions, and I'm
maple
telling
brown
you,
sugar, strawberry,
the impact comes across in this
and
way.
A nice orange
and obviously,
juice. That orange just looks like ass.
Maybe it's just a me thing.
But it tasted good though.
Given the community's response, I don't think it's just a me thing.
Yeah,
it's
not just a you thing.
So what are you suggesting I should have included?
Halfway through.
If I had just included that clip and then had the exact same.
I think if you had included that clip and thought it was right to include that clip, it would have made it a lot harder for me for one of my takeaways from that video to be, oh, that's really strange that he wouldn't bring that up and instead react and go, what is the context? And oh, wait a minute,
Yeah,
this
I
also
think
plays into
Tubbo,
those 2 other accounts I heard. And
Yeah,
wait, this also plays into the stream.
The
2
one
days
problem I
ago.
have with that is before, obviously you were saying that I shouldn't have mentioned Katie at all, and that
Yeah, it was
obviously
good.
before because of bringing an audience
it
into
was
it.
good, I'm
But then
not
you're
gonna
also
lie.
suggesting
It was
that I
good.
should have talked about her more and brought it
2
into
different
my
things.
video.
Once it's
Strong-
done,
like
once
orange
it's done, you
cranberry
can't undo what you've
bread.
already done.
But
Like,
I haven't brought it to my
That shit
YouTube
was
audience. I haven't.
delicious,
My
bro.
YouTube audience is not something that I've.
But I think while that is true, yes, while that is true, I think once you have already become involved in this situation, to then be like, oh, I didn't do it on this one platform, why bring it to this one platform? There is significant overlap, and I think it's not.
Well, I think also the
And the
distinction.
week
There was
after.
again. I think there was multiple. There was many different reasons. I think that there's a ton of different things that contribute to exactly how the video was structured and what was included. I had no ill intentions of not including that. I'm not afraid to talk about it. Obviously, like you said, I'm open to talking about it. I'm not it's not been avoided. It's a situation that's been talked about again and again. I understand how people can view that differently. If you think that is telling of my feelings about it, or my
Wait, I'm gonna
my
start
behavior
going
or
by
something,
myself?
or other people think that. I think that's anyone can think what they
What I'm
will come to
saying
different
is
opinions.
I believe
but
it's
I disagree that.
it's an unintended impact, is what I'm saying. I'm
But
saying
what's the impact?
the impact of people's perception of the things you say paint you to be a sexist. Okay, I think that is the
Yeah.
unintended impact of your actions, and I think that's what Tom's referencing.
Okay. I mean,
Right?
Tom's referencing
Because the
me
fact
not
that
including a clip in my video.
no, because he
Dream
hasn't
is
seen your video yet. That's not
stupid!
what I'm saying. I'm saying that
you add a little honey.
if this is how
Yo, that sounds
wider
good.
everything, if this is how
I was
wider
thinking about
people are
putting some jam on
taking
it,
the impact
but
of these
I was
actions,
like, yo, I'm gonna try it by itself.
okay, why, from a creator point of view, why would we be like less? Why would we be so open to believing that this is the case? Is it because of actions that you have taken that we know have happened behind the scenes that have kind of made it harder for us to give you the
Well,
benefit? of the
that's
doubt?
what. Like what? You please. You just said that. You said
But
actions that you know
behind the
have happened.
Dream
scenes.
is
No, not
trying
actions
to
that I know,
manipulate
actions
him,
that
but he's-
happened.
Like he's just
Like,
not.
for
But what-
example,
It's not
Ludwig's mate.
working.
I'm Robo's mate. Okay? Like, yes, one of them was your friend, but that does play into people finding it harder to give you the benefit of a doubt. You know what I mean?
I think that there's a big problem with people chaining things together. It's like, as an example, a false accusation, like a false accusation
You're
of me,
arguing in circles.
someone being upset about me calling them a whore, is then being used to prop up a different one and being like, oh, see, this is a pattern. It's like, well, that you can't.
No.
both
I mean,
100
I agree.
views
You
on
can't
this
use them
stream? Thank
you
you,
can't
guys.
use them to demonstrate there's a pattern. You can't
Thank
do
you guys,
that.
100 views
but
on the
what
stream
you
is
can
crazy.
do is know
If
that
you want to subscribe,
this-
you can always subscribe.
how much was this spoken about before it was made public, for example, which makes it harder to give you the benefit of a doubt. And like, dude,
How much was spoken about before it went public? What do you mean by that?
like as in amongst people, which make it harder to give you this benefit of a doubt. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, and
Oh.
that's yeah, I 100% agree, Tubbo. And I think that's what I was saying is I think the problem is the communication, because in a world where you never, let's say, like you obviously if there's a rumor going around that says, oh, this person did this bad thing, and then that person has no chance to rectify it because they don't know anything about it. They're not being told who it is, where it is, what happened, anything. Then it's just like this. It's impossible to.
Yeah,
like,
but it also doesn't change the fact that it happened.
Yeah, no. I 100%. I 100% agree. If I completely lost where we were.
Sorry.
I think that in a world where everyone was completely like communicating with each other and having calls like this, and anytime they
Tubbo has a shit ton of patience because I would have lost my patience by now, honestly.
had a problem with someone, they were talking to them or having conversations, then these things wouldn't happen. I think it is a problem in my mind. It's a problem that somehow, unbeknownst to me, there's a rumor spreading around that I called a girl, like a random person, a whore that I have no idea about. I don't know the person. I don't know when it happened. I don't know where it happened. And then like my reputation behind the scenes is getting like destroyed off of that. And then I have no chance as a person, as a human, to learn from it, grow from it, or even know what it is. Because there's in my mind, I'm like, I don't even know that this happened. I don't even know that this happened.
How do you not know if you called a woman a whore or not, man? What do you mean you have no idea if this happened? I have no idea if this happens. What do you mean?
Okay, Tommy. I mean, fucking.
What the hell, man?
I think about that fucking Tommy's video. Tubbo.
Yeah.
If I don't know, if someone that you respect came to you, right,
Yeah.
and said, "Hey, my friend said that you did X, Y, and Z," right? And as an example, like I said before,
If I know I
at the
didn't do
time,
it, I'll just say I
whore
didn't do it.
was a word that I had in my vocabulary for my close friends, people that were comfortable with it, right? And then you're told, hey, you called someone that didn't like it, that was uncomfortable with it, that word. And you say, oh my God, okay, like who, where, what, when? You know, I'm sorry, that's
Well,
not good.
I don't understand how you can't say without confidence whether it happened or not. I don't get that.
Yeah, like fuck. Like just say who did it. Just say yes, I did that. No, I did not. Like I would know if I called somebody a whore. Just as I know, like who I called people, like who I called the N-word to. Like I've definitely said N-word to a lot of people, bro. I know I did. You just know. Like I don't understand how you don't know.
Because I don't have any information. I have no information.
But it's not about, you know what actions you did. Yeah? You know what you do. You know what you say. I don't understand how this is the defense of that.
The accusation is that I jokingly called a girl a whore outside of a club when I was drunk. And I asked for any information. I was like, that doesn't sound like something that I would do. And from my perspective, I'm going, yeah, if you want me to be honest, Tubbo, that does not fit my character. That is not something that I would do, and I think that it's bullshit. But I have no way of knowing if it's true or not, so I don't want to be a dick by saying that, okay? So I'm gonna be as cordial as possible and say, hey, please tell me who this was. Please tell me where this was. Please tell me so I can please figure this out. And if it was something that happened, then I can go, hey, what the fuck?
Yeah, wait. Let me show you Dream calling girls whores. He's like, he's the little whore! 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 That's him. He was drunk too. He's like, whore, whore.
Fuck. What? How did that happen? What's the context? Because either there's context that makes it make sense. Like, let's say.
That's
I don't
what
know
the
this person.
mask is.
I don't know. I guess I don't know what
That's
context
what
there would
the
have to be.
point
But I
of the
don't. So
mask
when I'm saying I don't know that it happened, I'm saying
is.
I don't. I have no reason to
I'm
believe this
15 minutes
happened
out of
because
y'all.
I don't have any memory of this happening.
Then
So
just
please,
say it didn't happen. I don't think, if you have no memory of that happening, and also I think it's crazy. I have never met
I'm being told by someone that I respect that one of their friends said this. I don't know this friend. I don't know anything about the situation. So my first reaction is going to be, oh, okay, this is a credible person making this claim, right? So it doesn't matter if they said unless it was something absolutely horrid, right?
Dream.
Right? That was ridiculously horrid.
Dream, you kill somebody, you don't kill somebody, someone goes and says, oh, you were high as shit, and you stab this dude. You want to say, no, you didn't, right? I hope he says, no, you didn't, because that'd be crazy.
My first assumption isn't going to be calling Ludwig a liar. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go, oh, you know what? You're a liar. This didn't happen. My first response is going to be, oh, okay, let's look into this. You know, what is this about? I think that in a scenario where, I think even in a scenario where he had said, you called the girl a whore and it wasn't joking, I would say, no, bullshit. Because he specifically said that even in a joking manner, that it was a joking manner and that I called the girl a whore, it makes me go, okay, maybe there's a 1% scenario where this somehow happened, the right things happened, where this person said the right things and I said the right things, and it was completely a joke and I just was being stupid and misunderstood what was happening. And in that scenario, I'd love to apologize to that person and love to know that it actually happened. But because I don't know that it happened, it's so tough. Like I don't have any way to. Do you see how it's so frustrating because I don't have any way to rectify the situation.
I can understand your frustration.
I'm sorry for getting heated. It's not at you. It's just like it's frustrating.
Fine. You can be heated at the situation. I know it's not directed at me. Yeah, I just the thing is, which is why
what Tubbo's saying is that like if you don't know, then just say, I mean, if you don't know you did that, just say you didn't do it, bro. Like it's not that deep. Like even if I knew I did that shit, I'm like, no, I'm still lied. I would have lied my ass off, bro.
Okay, yes, the word was in your vocabulary and you used it jokingly amongst your friends. But I don't know how. I don't know. Did you I don't know in what's. I don't think I've ever met a woman that has liked jokingly being called a whore. To be totally honest, and this is where I'm like,
well,
I don't.
I think everyone's different. There's tons. You'll find people that like jokingly being called or seriously being called of almost anything, Tubbo.
Yeah,
I think that it's different. Like for using everyone obviously within their own jokes. Like okay, I've jokingly called my cat a whore. Obviously, my cat. How is my cat a whore? My cat's not. I've called George a whore. It's like that is a common.
He's calling us. Emily! You're a whore, Emily! She's actually staring daggers into me, bro. She looks pissed. She's coming up to the cage. Wait, she's fucking climbing onto the cage. She's just staring at me right now. Emily, I love you, Emily. Wait, no, because Emily is a guinea pig, but she knows, like... Now she's talking to me. Like, she knows her name, you know? Haley does not know her name yet. But, sometimes she'll react to it, though. Haley would sometimes react to her name. Look, like, I said Haley, she looked at me a little bit, but Emily definitely knows her name. Okay. Emily, you're not a whore, though. I love you, Emily.
A joke, even in our community where they have a meme of George and it says fucking whore under it. I have never in my life used that word in a derogatory way, and I never would. I have never in my life used the word whore in a derogatory way, and I never would.
Then
that's a statement I can make right now.
If you know that's the case, you can say like, damn right, I didn't call Ludwig's friend a whore. Like you can't.
No, because he said that he said it was joking.
Did he say it was joking? These messages that you've sent me don't say that he says it's joking.
Here, I'll send.
And he didn't say that on his own stream.
Context. Yeah, I know. Ludwig did not. Of course, Ludwig was just messing around. I'm not blaming Ludwig for this, but he didn't provide the most context that he could have. It's like it makes sense. Like he wasn't probably expecting it to be as big of a thing as he could, but. Like here, I'm just gonna send you this screenshot. It's the full.
Okay.
Okay, this doesn't have Ludwig's name in it, but it's the same. Here. I'll read the quote. Okay. But I do know about your interaction with a mutual of ours at a club when you jokingly or not called her a whore. And jokingly or not, he's saying like, it's not okay, even though it was a joke.
Are you Ecuadorian?
Which is kind of fair, no?
Are you Ecuadorian, mommy?
Yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, I 100% agree. If I called somebody a whore, even as a joke, and they were not okay with it, yeah, that's not okay. 100% full stop. That's not okay. I agree with that. That's what you're saying. Then I should be able to deny it. I'm saying, well, I'm saying the accusation is that I jokingly called a girl a whore, and it's from someone credible. Like it's from Ludwig. So I'm saying, obviously, I don't know who Ludwig's friend is. I don't know if they're credible, but I'm assuming that Ludwig is credible. I mean, Ludwig is credible. Therefore, I'm assuming that the person he's talking to, is credible. So I'm just trusting. Oh, this must have happened. How did this? When did this happen? Where was it? Who was it? And honestly, I'll say this: if this person is watching this stream, I am so sorry if I. Okay, Let's restart.
I'm sorry, Mama.
I am so
She looks
sorry
mad.
to anyone that I have ever offended with any word that I have ever used, any word, and please reach out to me. If you have any issue with any language, no, it doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter what it is. If you have any issue with any word I've used, any language I've spoken, please tell me. Any phrase I've used, anything that made you uncomfortable, tell me.
I feel like
or
Dream needs to
I
talk
don't
to
know,
a
tell
therapist.
somebody you trust that can tell me and have a
No,
conversation
but
with me
I
about it.
visited.
This is the crazy thing.
Oh,
You
okay.
could have said that just straight up at the beginning without ever.
I
thinking
Where are
100%
you
said that.
from?
I said that to Ludwig in my messages.
what's your
I said that to
nationality?
Ludwig in the
your
messages.
message,
I said,
in your messages, but not in the discussion that we've just been talking about for God knows how long now. You know, man.
Yeah,
Like
you
that is a
definitely should've
really
said
good
that.
foot forward just to have said exactly when we started this conversation.
You love eating my babies, mate.
that's a good point.
At least these
Okay,
pigs will never
right.
get eaten.
I feel more on the same page with you. Can we skip a bit further into your
Yeah.
video?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry, I closed it down by accident. Give me a second.
Bro, that's
Not
what
Okay.
the mask is.
Right.
Bro's
Yeah, I
too
already
old
spoke
and
to you
too
about
soft for this.
my clips being cut and the old clips of
Yeah. Hey, can I?
Tom.
You can gather your thoughts. Can I grab a water real quick?
Why
Yeah,
does
yeah,
he
go
call his
for it.
cat a whore?
I'll be right back.
I mean, I call my guinea pigs a whore.
Hey chat, how we holding up?
Just Emily though.
You feeling
I don't call
alright?
Haley a whore. She's just a baby.
Play Minecraft,
young.
Connor? Honestly? Real. What are we doing? I gotta stay in my
Haley's just
lane.
one.
Bro, no,
Emily can take it
bro.
though. She a demon.
Guys, again, I'm gonna reiterate what I said before the stream. Try to be my community. Come on, you guys are a
Stop yelling at me,
representation
yo.
on me. Try
Yeah,
to be as respectful as possible as well before being so reactionary, is what I will say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Double chat. Yeah.
Streamer, I'm sorry, I can't. Fuck you, man.
Kick his ass out.
Honestly, I should grab water. I'm not that thirsty. I'm a little thirsty. Nah, I'm not that thirsty. Understand. Where is the proof?
Okay.
Skip
Tubbo,
forward.
are you saying? I just want to say this. As someone who looked into join, it's hard not to say operate while not saying the name.
Just don't
of the
say the
company.
name.
Yeah, I'm trying not to. That company, right? Do you know where their operations are based out of?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have you just talked to them or researched the child labor laws and issues in that particular region and
In that-
with the companies that they have worked with?
In that region, yeah, you still didn't provide any proof.
Oh, this is
Now,
about
I
Tommy
can't
in
go
it?
out and provide proof.
Born in America with a German background. That's cool as fuck. What was I gonna say? Now they're talking about when Dream accused Tommy Innit of working with a company that hires child laborers. Do I agree with that? Do I think that children should be working? Hell the fuck yeah! Make these kids work. The fuck? Make these kids work. Work. No, I'm kidding. Chat, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, chat. Give them an education and then make them work.
And you know why I can't. But that is still
At
an
the age of 16 plus. Make them work at 16.
an insane thing to say that someone's merch is because you put it forward
If you have
as if it's
tiny hands, even better.
100%
No, I'm
fact that
kidding.
you know
I'm kidding.
this, that the merch was produced using child labor and there is no
Yo, I'm
evidence
gonna get
of that.
canceled, yeah.
And to say
canceled.
that Tom's company...
I think we'll have a disconnect here, Tubbo, because listen, this is just, we'll have a disconnect here because of my experiences when sourcing merchandise for the exact same process, right? It's like we have the warehouses we have in Orlando, Florida, right? Do printing and, and embroidering and everything themselves, right? And
Thing is that with Dream's company is that Dream also has items that are from countries that have child laborers. So it's not just being produced in Florida. There's some shit that's being made in other countries too. So bro's just capping.
And where you source from, obviously, is very important. I had discussions with insert name company about where they source from. Obviously, this is you're okay. This is a company that scammed you, right? Scammed fans, scammed other creators out of money, and didn't ship, didn't do refunds, did a lot, have a shit ton of problems. This is just an additional problem that this company has been involved in, as do a lot of other major companies.
Okay,
not just
okay,
this
can I
company.
explain real quick? Okay, what you have just said you still have not showed any proof. You still have not showed any proof. Like, okay, you've spoken to this, so you're saying without a shadow of a doubt, you've spoken to this company, you've seen evidence in the factories they use of blatant child labor being used to manufacture Tommy and It merch. And you can prove that 100% and it would stand up in court.
I think that we're having a disconnect.
What is the
Is he
disconnect?
stupid? Is he stupid? Oh my god! Yo, I'm standing. Yo! Oh my god! He's just asking for proof! He's just asking for proof! Yo, I can't take Dream's side for this! I can't take Dream's side for this, yo! He just wants proof!
I think there's a disconnect.
He just wants evidence, bro! Oh my god. This is making me uncomfortable.
The disconnect is that, okay, the reason that I again, I guess I don't even need to talk about my merch company anymore, but yes. Yeah, sure, I'll just say yes. Yes.
Then show it. Show the proof now.
Well, I don't have right in front of me right this second the receipts of from this company. You're also asking me not to say the company's name.
Yeah, you could not say the company's name and show the proof.
But Tubbo, this is a common practice that is only avoided if you actively avoid it, right? So this is not special that this company has done this. This is not illegal that this company has done this.
So you're telling me you know without a shadow of a doubt, Tom didn't make an effort to avoid this practice.
No, I don't know. I have no idea his specific efforts. I know where
Just
this merch company produces.
stated.
Tubbo, I know where this merch company produces their merch. I know the ethics and issues that this country has with these issues, and I know that all of this company, companies merch, or at least specific drops that I know of, were working out of certain areas and out of certain factories that were in regions. Sorry.
But you have yet to prove it. But just because also, by the way, in manufacturing regions, because a lot of this country's merchandise was manufactured in China.
Emily, you want...
Yeah, a lot of it was.
Roll-up chunks?
Just because there is factories in that region that employ unethical practices doesn't mean every factory, because these regions you're talking about are massive provinces.
Yeah,
some of the provinces in China are bigger than my country.
I'm sure there's ethical factories and there's unethical factories, and there's operating out of more different regions and different regional laws and so on and so forth. But Tubbo, the point that I just want to I'm not sure. Are you saying 100% without a doubt that they did not?
No, I'm saying you're painting it to be the case that this was for every single thing, where to my knowledge I know of one example where this happened, and you have not provided any proof for what you said.
Okay, so you're saying that you know of this having happened at this company.
Yes.
And know of an example of this having happened, and don't believe me when I didn't feel that. Okay, first of all, I don't and didn't feel the need to provide receipts for this claim because fuck that company. I don't have any.
But that's not the point. You were accusing Tom of something. Cause fuck this company.
Not accusing Tom. I'm not accusing Tom of anything. I'm not accusing Tom of anything. No. Life, and you and your friends decided that
we'll have like a 2-hour call, and he just helps me.
Like, Tommy, there's no way that you actually, and Tommy knows, Tommy went with the merch company. That company also scammed a bunch of his viewers, and multiple of his creator friends got scammed and literally never got paid, and the company with some very hardworking child laborers to make it possible. Unfortunately, that
Do you guys believe that this paints the picture that Tommy's choosing to go to companies that provide child labor as a means to create cheaper product? I think so. Like, obviously he's painting a picture here that this is something that is true and that happens. Even if Tommy did associate with this company, it's obviously not his intention to do that. So it's obviously Dream is trying to paint him in a bad light. So why is bro lying?
would love to. How are you disputing what the video is saying?
I know the situation around that incident, and I know it's a separate facility to the ones that you're referencing where Tom's merch was manufactured. But you don't, because you don't have the full context, and you've put it in your video like you do, and you know that no one can legally talk about this. In the CoffeeZilla video, you reference, CoffeeZilla says how no creator can talk about this. And he reached out for comment, and no one can comment. And now you have brought this up knowing that no one can defend themselves because no one can talk about it.
Tubbo, defend themselves from what? I'm not. Okay.
From you accusing
Tubbo,
them of using child labor, Dream. What do you mean defend them from what?
Okay, Tubbo, there's multiple claims back to back to back that are made that are, the whole point is this company is bad, right? This company is bad. They have used child labor.
No, you're trying to. No, bro. He's trying to say that Tommy Inn is a bad person for using this fucking company to make his merch. That's the point. That's what you're saying in your fucking video. But this guy's talking about a completely separate company. So Dream is just stupid.
They have used, they have exploited fans. They have had not only obviously way more than just that. Even from like, if you've watched CoffeeZilla's video, it's terrible.
Oh my
when
God,
I showed, I saw like
idiot.
parts of your stream, and I know obviously this is a very emotional thing for you. So I don't want to, I'm not generally.
I'm not emotional about it. It's sorted, okay? I don't want it to be painted as an emotional thing for me.
But you just
Okay,
said-
that's not what I was trying to say.
Okay.
I was just saying it looks like you're obviously.
No,
it's
I'm
a-
heated
it's
because
like
I feel like you're not understanding me.
Okay. All right. I'll do my best to understand. And I think this is why I said before.
Wait, Dream is so
the point
stupid,
of that
bro.
section of the video was hey, you insult my merch, right? And you say it has bad designs. While let's look at the merch company. Let's look at your merch. Your merch company had these, all of these ethical problems, including child labor, et cetera, et cetera.
There's a big difference there, though, as well. Because calling someone's merch...
Yeah, saying that someone's design is fucking ass is not the equivalent to, like, calling out their entire, like, merch history to fucking slander them and their ethics. That is crazy comparisons.
design's bad is not a crime. Someone using child labor to profit is a crime.
It depends.
What do you mean it depends?
Well, Tommy, okay, first of all, Tommy, no matter what, did not commit any crimes. Tommy's not on the stand here. This is about
And you
the
didn't
merchandise
say that
company.
in the video where you accused his merch of being made by child labor. Why?
What?
What? You just said Tommy didn't commit any crimes. Therefore, Tommy didn't profit off of child labor. Therefore, why is that in your response video?
Because the critique wasn't of Tommy. The critique, you didn't know that this merch company was going to do all this stuff, right? Like, you had no idea. You thought, okay, whatever. The creators that worked with this company, obviously, none of them were at fault for what happened.
Yo, guys. Yo, guys. Wait. If I made t-shirts with, like, little peanuts on them, would y'all buy them? Like this? And the t-shirt would be, this would be the t-shirt. And the peanut, this would be the peanut. And then you guys get to pick, like, the emotion. So it'd be happy peanut, sad peanut, mad peanut,
Cute peanut. Etc. Etc. Would y'all cop that? Would y'all buy those shirts? I think y'all buy those shirts, right? I think so. Alright.
Like, you know, all the creators that were even on that page where it showed from CoffeeZilla's video, none of those creators are at fault at all. The critique was a critique on Tommy's critique of me, not a critique of Tommy. It's like, hey, you know.
So why include it? If it's not to critique Tommy, then why include it? Why include it?
Hey, you're saying that my designs are bad. Well, I'd rather, you know, hey, well, let's if you're gonna joke about my stuff, let's joke about what you had going on. That wasn't good.
Okay, joking about you having merch designs and joking
He's not
that someone uses
joking.
child labor.
Dream is not joking. He's serious. What the fuck you mean joking? You know, I accuse this guy of associating himself with child laborers and profiting off that. It's a joke. Like, if I made a merch company, I'll make that shit cheap too. It'd be like $10 a shirt or something. This motherfucker Dream.
He charges $30 for a fucking hoodie. And so they're just a blank ass hoodie with a smile on it. And it's such a lame one too. Uncreative. This is $30, bro. This fucking hat is $30. It's a hat. $50. $40. $35. $20. I suck his dick with a smile for hours at a time. Like $20 for a fucking hat. $15 for his scarf. $6 for a temporary tattoo. That's what the mask is. That's what the point of the mask is. No, no, no. This shit is ass, bro. This shit sucks. Okay, I kind of like the sticker. I'ma see her crying, I'ma keep on smiling, I'm God. This sucks. You think I can make better shit chat? I think I could.
To profit, which is a crime. Again, very different. Also, there's, again, you're having this issue with your intent versus your impact. I'm telling you, the wide impact of this clip that you put on here, I don't know if it was gay,
but it's very trash.
Blatantly accusing Tom of making his merch of child labor. I've watched the video.
I know that this is like, okay. We both agree.
I know it looks bad, but that's not what I meant. Even though everyone else believes that's what you meant, it has a consensus of what I meant, but that's not what I meant.
That this merch company has used child labor, has exploited fans, has, maybe we both don't agree on this last one, allegedly has scammed creators, and
no, we do agree on that.
Okay, has scammed creators.
Haley, let me get you now.
We agree on all of those points, and then you're going, but you joking about Tommy working with a company that uses child labor is not okay?
Because it's a crime!
That this company has allegedly committed.
No, it's a crime that Tom has profited off of child labor. And you don't say in your video, oh, I'm sure he didn't know about this. You don't say that this is completely directed at the company. You go straight from Tom talking about your merch to you talking about his.
But like, this is important though. This is important. Because Dream is just saying like, yo, Dream's making it like he's implying that free content though, true. I got 110 views on this video.
just me talking about bullshit. Right? Thing is, like, with this part, he's saying that, like, it's implied that that Tommy is worked with this company. That's what Tubbo's saying. It's going to be implied if you use that in your video. Like, when I saw that, I instantly thought, like, what the fuck, bro? Worked with a fucking... He worked off of child labor? He's profiting off of child labor? Right? That's something that you imply from what's going on. You know?
Which
He's
is,
right. He's
by
right.
definition, defamation.
Tubbo,
It is
that is
defamation.
that is just not remotely true. That's not remotely true. Go my video, it's a satirical point saying, hey, Tommy, the merch company that you worked with, I'm bet you're so glad you went with this company. This company has done child labor, scammed creators, scammed fans. That's the point. And you have agreed with me on every single one of those points. That's why I just don't understand
defamation.
the disconnect. Obviously, it's like
proving it
I
right
understand what you're saying is that
company that
it's
actually had some
frustrating
really cool
that
designs
I painted
with
Tommy
some
in a
very
bad
hardworking
light,
child
right? That's the
laborers.
frustration, right? The frustration is I painted Tommy in a bad light by pointing out that this company that he worked with did these bad things. I never said, therefore Tommy in it needs to get locked up and go to jail. And nobody from my comments, nobody that I've seen has said anything like that or
Dream
implied that
is
Tommy in it was
stupid.
wrong for having done that. It was just like it's a clap back to his critique.
No,
Oh,
but
mamas.
the thing is, oh god, I forgot what I was going to
Okay.
say. No, but the thing is,
Sorry.
you provided no proof of that. Zero.
He provided
you
no
always
proof,
go
and he
on
didn't
about
explain that
Providing
Well, yeah,
proof.
I think
he didn't.
You
profit
always
off
go
the
on about
video.
providing evidence, and for
That
this,
guy's
you
scam.
provided nothing.
Okay, so I think that
Hey, you
for
were so cute,
most,
too.
I think it's important when you're
Little
making
baby, even though we're looking
allegations
right now.
generally to provide
I'm gonna
evidence.
get-
I think that's very in my mind that's very
Maybe if
important,
I
which is
feed
why I was so
snackies,
frustrated with
you'd like
Tommy's
me
video
more.
and how no screenshots, no examples, no evidence
Maybe
for
if I feed
literally
snacks,
anything
you'd
that he
like me
said.
more.
But for this specific claim, with my experience working with
Oh, you're
outsourcing of
fucking-
merchandise, I did not feel necessary to provide proof that a company that operated out of China and has had child laborers issues with child laborers before have used child laborers. What am I meant to
No,
like
so, look, you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that you have no proof is what I'm saying, and you have just said this and expect me to take your word at face value.
I'm honestly genuinely confused because you said 1 minute ago that this company has used child laborers yourself.
Yes, one
That in itself is-
instance, okay, not connected to Tom.
Okay, so is
But
it
you didn't
so
provide
if a
evidence
company,
of that
if
one
a company,
instance.
First of all,
Oh.
I would be surprised if it's just one instance
Tipper
based on
Fade,
what
the
I
meme
know.
is getting
But
sick.
I will say that
Little Tipper Fade, the meme is getting sick. Little Tipper the Fade. Little Tipper Fade is massive. Lem cook, let the bros cook. Bailey here.
Then what
if
do
it,
you
even,
know?
even Tubbo, in the case where it's one instance, let's say it's one instance, right? That completely validates everything I said. It's not valid to joke about a company using child labor that used child labor. Oh, it was
No,
only
it's
one
not
instance.
about
They
the
only
company.
hired children laborers one time. Like that's like, come on,
Yeah, but like,
come
so,
on, just give me. You have to.
Yeah, but he said that Tommy hired this company. But if Tommy didn't know that this company had child laborers and they didn't have child laborers at the time, then what's the issue? Right, Haley?
Give me the benefit of the doubt and realize that this company is a terrible company that has done terrible things. That's the joke. That's the joke.
But
Dream is stupid.
I don't
bro.
even know. I don't even
Like,
know
it's-
why
it's-
you're not understanding me. It is not about this company. It is about.
I love you.
It is about your critique of Tom.
Haley. I'm sorry.
Like
My
you
critique-
yourself as you yourself have said many times. This video is about you and
You're
Tom.
actually healing a toe.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Like-
you're literally just
Look how your toe is
you're now
gone,
you're
that
criticizing
thing.
Tom's merch company instead of
Yes.
Tom for using child labor. But in this video, which you framed, which is entirely about you and Tom, why
She climbing me.
the mentioning of the child labor of the merch company, and also the added context of you saying, oh, I do all of my own merch and it's all in-house, it's a family business, and then you're like, this is Tom's merch company. You don't add the context that Tom isn't overly involved in this company. You don't add that context. You don't add that
Yeah,
it's
right.
a massive
It makes him look like he's working
you
with
frame
that
it in the
shit.
same way that you frame your company as like, oh, it's a little, it's like run by a small group of people. Oh, there's a Toast Much company. Oh, but hidden child labor. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I actually understand that now. I didn't. That was not something that I was thinking of before. I think that from my framing, I guess in my mind, I guess that was like
You're
obvious.
so
Like obviously there was a lot of
fat.
even on CoffeeZilla's video, he's talking about it. There was a ton of creators showing.
But you
and-
didn't put the context of CoffeeZilla's video in your video.
Well, I did. I showed like obviously the tower I edited like Tommy's head on. Like I showed the tower of creators and everything, and how he said a lot of the biggest creators in the world, and I had him talking about it.
Yeah,
for,
but that isn't. Again, you
They're
yourself
going back in
using the
circles.
full
but, like, this guy's
context
a fucking idiot. Bro.
and explaining everything to make sure that a honest
I watched the entirety.
opinion
I'm
can be
watching the
formed about a
entirety of this, and
situation
this
where
is
you
proving to
yourself
me
just
that
now have
Dream is just
removed
stupid.
all of the context of
You
Zilla's
farted on me,
videos.
ew.
CoffeeZilla's video about it.
I mean, I showed like the intro to CoffeeZilla's video where he says, some of these creators, a lot of the biggest internet creators are involved in this merch company that is involved in a scam, and here, blah blah, they got scammed audience. Here's some, whatever, like that. That's the context provided is like I understand what you're saying now. Before I was more confused, but I understand now. What you're saying is some people could potentially be confused and think that it's Tommy's Tommy owned merch company.
But
like,
why would they not think
that's
that
what
when
you're
you
saying?
Photoshop his fucking face at the top of the pyramid scheme?
Well, I mean, it wasn't
Like you just
Mr.
said you did that yourself.
Well, yeah, I did. It's Mr. First of all, it's edited on top of it. Second of all, Mr. Beast wasn't the owner of this company either, and Mr.
No,
Beast
of
was
course
on that
not.
picture.
But when that
And like those people didn't do anything wrong. Like Valkyrie and all them, like they didn't do anything wrong. I wasn't like that wasn't used as to say that big bad. It's like, hey, Tommy was a part of this company as well. He could have very easily been on that list of people. He was bigger than some of those creators.
But you didn't provide that context. When that graphic comes up in the CoffeeZilla video, it's far into the video where all the context has happened. In your video, it's a one frame showing a pyramid of creators with Tom at the top while talking about a merch company that used child labor when talking about Tom's merch manufacturing.
I'll have to see, but I'm pretty sure that's the intro of the video. Like the tower. Like I think that's the intro.
No, but the context you don't have is the information about the company that CoffeeZilla has. And he puts that before that graphics.
The first 1 second of the video is that tower. You said that was far into the video. I'm just saying this is the first
that's
1
my
second of the
mistake
video.
But like,
That's all right.
dude, there is still more context in that video that you've left out. And also, that tower being spoke about in the context of your video is what the issue is. Like, no one watching CoffeeZilla's video takeaway was Mr. Beast uses child labor to manufacture merch. No one's takeaway was that. Whereas in your video, loads of people's takeaway was Tommy and it uses child labor to manufacture merch. I'm saying why they might think that is you photoshopped his face on the top of the pyramid scheme while removing the context of CoffeeZilla's video. I'm saying
what context I remove of CoffeeZilla's video? That's the same. It's the exact same.
All of the information about the merch company and the receipts of it and the proof.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna include that in my video. Like I'm gonna include a 21-minute video. I referenced CoffeeZilla made a video.
Then you shouldn't bring it up. You yourself say you shouldn't bring things up without the full context. I'm only applying your own rules to you here.
I think that the correct amount of context was applied. What did I need? I said that I didn't say anything inaccurate.
But you
I said
agreed with me a second ago that framing this after talking about your small individually run.
No, no. Yeah. I think where we disagree, I now understand where you're coming from, but I disagree that the average person's opinion, or even that a lot of people will go, wow, that's Tommy's merch company, right? We show
That's
the way
wrong.
that
You called it Tommy's
This guy's
merch
an
company.
idiot.
Why would people not
yeah.
take that away and assume it's Tommy's merch company when you call it that yourself?
Well, okay. When I'm using it as two different phrases, like Tommy's merch company versus the merch company that Tommy uses, right?
But you're using it in the same context as when I say my merch company, Dream's merch company, Dream.shop. And then you go, Tommy's merch company. All the bad things Tommy's merch company has done.
That's fair. That's totally fair criticism. I should have said the merch company that Tommy uses. 100%. Now that you've pointed that out, that makes sense to me. I should have said that. I should have said, and leave everything else the same. Say the merch company that Tommy uses instead of Tommy's merch company. That's what I meant by Tommy's merch company. The merch company that Tommy uses, Tommy's merch company. But I understand what you're saying. You're saying the framing makes it seem like
isn't even relevant if you have no evidence of Tom using child labor. Why is that relevant?
What?
If you have no
Tubbo,
evidence of Tom
you're not
making merch,
serious.
I promise you, I'm the most serious I could be.
Okay,
Why
Tubbo.
is that relevant if there is no evidence of Tom using child labor? Why is that relevant? Unless you have concrete evidence.
You just said 5 minutes ago in this stream that you yourself personally, outside of anything that I know, outside of conversations that I've had, you yourself personally have knowledge of that company using child labor. My point that I made in the video was, well, let's talk about Tommy's merch company. They use child labor, they scam creators, they scammed fans, and that was like, hey, don't throw rocks in a glass house. Essentially, that was the point of that point. We're arguing over whether we're arguing over whether this crappy company has done all these terrible things. Did child labor on everything or did less child labor?
No,
that's what we're arguing over.
No, I'm saying it needs to be honest, man. It needs to be honest.
It's 100. It's completely honest, Tubbo.
Then why did you? If it's completely honest and you can make it completely honest, why not show the proof of Tom's merch being manufactured with child labor, and why not display that truth? And why not?
I feel like
if it's honest,
I'm walking...
you can prove it.
Yeah. So first of all, if you want to, the quote that I said was, unfortunately, or oh no, that was about the bankrupt. Let me listen to exactly what I said. I'm gonna play it.
You said
Tommy
worked
with the Tommy worked with a merch company that had some really cool designs. With some very hardworking child laborers to make it possible.
Yeah,
that is 100% fact.
So you're talking about Tommy's merch designs. Yeah, you're talking about Tommy's merch, and then you go, yeah, his merch wouldn't be possible without these working child laborers. Do you not hear what you're saying? And how is that not a direct accusation of accusing Tom of using child labor to make his merch?
So the company used child labor, but I'll say this, Tubbo. Let's take that same exact framing, right? So in a world where you just said that it made that child labor made making Tommy's merch possible, right? So you didn't say that, but you're saying that's what I'm saying. In a world where that one instance that you're referencing, let's ignore the fact that obviously behind the scenes, based on the things that, that's something that Tommy says, but behind the scenes, I have my own reasons for saying what I'm saying. But ignoring that, based on using literally only your own confirmed experiences, if this company profited off of child labor in any instance, which it has based on what you're saying, then that money.
Oh yeah, by the way, chat. They were Agent Hawk 2. By the way, chat, I was just so zoned out just now, because they're just going back and forth, and I don't give a shit. So
they made from that helped making everyone else's merch possible, no matter what. If it was used in one instance, and that's only based on not even any evidence I would provide, any personal experience of myself, just your own personal experience. So I don't know the inner workings of every single merch drop Tommy has ever done. I'm critiquing this merch company who has done child labor and also scammed fans and creators, and the reason that I know the timings of at least certain drops, and I don't want to go into too much detail for the similar reasons to why you wouldn't want to go into too much detail, is that Tommy was debating joining my merch company, and so I had discussions with Tommy around that time and discussions with that company as well. So I have obviously more information that I don't really want to provide, but that claim is not a claim that's being disputed by this company, right? And this is not a claim that and that you have yourself backed up by saying that the company has used child labor. So I understand what you're saying, but
the difference is I'm not accusing someone of having their merch made using child labor. That's the difference.
Yeah, no, I agree, and my critique, which is a critique of Tommy's critique, is Tommy unfortunately worked with a merch company that was terrible, that used child labor, that did that scammed fans, did not issue refunds, scammed creators, misused funds, did a lot of stuff. And on top of even more than that, if you watch CoffeeZilla's video, there's a lot even more than that to do with
I've seen the video.
I don't know, like terrible sexual stuff and so on and so forth. And like that's the accusation, and those are all completely 100% provable facts. And so I understand how it can be taken, and obviously it's in a joking way, being like, hey Tommy, don't throw stones in a glass house. There's this company's pretty shitty, and you're critiquing my merch company for its designs.
I don't
really?
understand. What I don't understand is how you cannot see how this is a very serious thing that you've said and accused, yeah? And I don't understand how you can't see that it comes across as an accusation of Tom using child labor.
The company that Tommy worked with for merch used child labor, from what I know of, and you have also corroborated that this company has used child labor. Yes, you've said that this was potentially not with Tommy's merchandise, and you've also agreed that this company has scammed fans. Also agreed this company has scammed creators. I don't know where our disconnect is. I don't understand.
How do you know this though? How do you know this? Like, you need to explain.
I said, Tubbo, I explained 5, 6 different times.
Then can you show me? Can you show me the proof?
The proof that the company uses child labor?
Yeah, show the proof.
Okay,
And
I do not feel... Tubbo, I don't feel the need to show evidence when you yourself, quote, word for word, said that this company has at least in one instance used child labor. But
yeah,
I did not feel the need. I'll tell you why I did not feel the need to provide evidence to my claim in my video, which I already said, is because this is a common practice, very extreme common practice, and I have personal experiences from the business side of things, behind the scenes, business interactions, that for the same reason I'm sure that you would not want to make certain things public, that I would not want to make public. I did not feel the need to make this information public in order to prove a statement that is just... Could you not just do it
because I'm asking you, though?
I'm sorry?
Could you not just do it because I'm asking you to?
If you'd like to have a conversation off stream about this, I'd be happy to have a conversation.
But I feel like it's important context that needs to be included in your initial video.
I agree.
Why, Tubbo? Why?
Because in your initial video, you don't, or like your reasoning now is that you have me confirming yes, that's the case. In your initial video,
I'm saying I don't
have that. You don't have that. You don't have my input on your initial video.
Yeah. My reasoning for saying that was not based on your input, but your input is helpful in this discussion to say, hey, yeah, okay, great, that's awesome. But you just said I don't need to explain anymore.
To show it is because I've agreed.
Wait, I don't understand why can't Dream just explain that this isn't a company he works with anymore. He's doing that to slander Tommy. That's obviously the point. Like, what the fuck? Come on, yo.
That it happened.
I'm sorry?
You said the reason you don't need to show the proof is because you agree. You're saying I agreed it happened, but in your original video, I did not agree that it happened. You don't have that second account.
Yeah, no, it's not something that I would be showing regardless, but it is something that I've been obviously explaining the context as to why I have this very strong belief and why I provided that information in this video. And then I'm saying, hey, you back that up by saying, yes, this company has used child labor, at least in one instance. I'm not saying that that was at all in my reasoning for saying that in the video. I'm saying that, great, that backs it up. Obviously, it's like, you're
such a fucking dumbass, bro.
You also cannot say without you're saying, hey, I know for sure this company has used child labor at least in one instance, and I cannot say for sure that they have not used it in other instances, and I cannot say for sure they did not use it for Tommy instances, but actually, I would like you to provide proof for a joke that you made about them using child labor.
I have never, okay, first of all, you just said, I have no evidence to prove that they didn't use it for Tom's drop, which is not the case. It's just not, and
so you have evidence to prove that they didn't use it for Tommy's drop?
You know I can't confirm or deny that,
well,
man. See, this is the issue. I don't understand, knowing what you know, why you would put this in the video. This is what I don't understand. If you know as much as you say you know, and you know how everyone is tied up, why, if you don't have unrefutable proof that Tom's merch...
It's because he wants to slander Tommy knowing that Tommy can't reply. That's literally it. Like,
It's so fucking obvious. Like, duh.
Merch was made with child labor. Why are you bringing that up as a dig at Tom when the video's about him?
So the dig is on Tom for using this company.
Then why are you mentioning child labor if you have no proof Tom used?
Because this company has done child labor.
Video's
and you've said that yourself. I'm
is
so
not
lost.
about the merch company, it's about Tom.
Yeah.
Like, we're in agreement when it comes to the merch company.
So Tommy saying that my designs like suck are about me? No, it's not. It's about the designs and about the merch company. It's the same thing. It's like a critique of his critique, Tommy.
Yeah, but it's
Tubbo.
not.
Oh my god.
It's not.
We're talking about Tommy. Sorry.
Right. Here's the thing. It's not proportional response, man. To accuse someone of a literal crime, and then
that this company they've worked with has confirmed.
He just said your merch designs were bad, and you basically went up and said that his was made with child labor. It's not comparable. I don't know why you can't see that that's not comparable.
That's just basically like
Tubbo. I'll walk through my reasoning one more time, and then I think you can say whatever piece you want, whatever you want to say, and then I feel like we move on from this, okay? Because I think we don't have a connect here. But this is my reasoning, and then you can say whatever you want, and then we move on.
Okay.
My reasoning for the way that clip was phrased and how everything went was Tommy. I'm just listening one more time. I said Tommy worked with a merch company that actually had some really cool designs. With some very hardworking child laborers to make it possible. Unfortunately, that company also went bankrupt.
That he's working with a company that fucking does child labor.
The reason I made that claim is because this company has factually, based on my experiences, your experiences, other creators' experiences that I talked to, factually used child labor, scammed fans, and scammed creators. So I'm critiquing, hey, don't throw rocks in glass houses. You're critiquing my merch company. Let's talk about the merch company that you worked with. And it is in a joking way. It's not meant to be a critique on Tommy. It's meant to be a critique on, hey, it's a clapback. It's saying, hey, you're making. I'd rather have shitty merch designs than allegedly shitty merch designs than work with a company that scammed my fans. Okay. And I obviously made it went out of the way. So that's the reasoning for that. And I think that's fair. But I understand how you may feel differently, especially due to your personal experience with this company.
No, but okay, right? Yes, and yes. But also, Tom saying your merch designs are bad is a matter of opinion. You agree?
Yeah.
You saying Tom's merch company uses child labor is a matter of fact that needs proof and is accusation of a crime.
So you just said that Tommy's merch company, you just said that I claim that Tommy's merch company uses child labor. Has the merch company that Tommy worked with used child labor? One word answer. Yes, they have. Okay,
but
so what?
You need to prove it, man. In a video where you don't have my perception and you don't have me going, yeah, they did, you need to prove that.
So what? Do you feel the same way about everything Tommy said in his video?
What do you mean? Do I feel the same?
Well, I'm saying you're saying that because this one claim
Tommy didn't
that because I thought it was so
crimes.
objectively agreed upon amongst creators and everyone behind the scenes that I did not feel the need to provide evidence to it because I was like, no one's going to dispute this. This company sucks and everyone knows this.
In Tom's video, he didn't accuse you of any crimes. Again.
I mean, he accused me of a lot of things. He said I'm a liar. I've lied to him. I've lied to my audience. I've lied to whatever. He said that I'm a sexist. He said that I'm
none of which is a crime, and all of which is matters of opinion, which you can debate and talk about.
I think so. I think opinion is an interesting way for like saying like lies and sexist and stuff. I think there is nuance for sure, but I think that.
No, I know, but when you boil it down, it's also weird. You provided evidence for everything which was a matter of opinion, but we get to an actual crime and you don't provide any evidence. Why?
I mean, I explained why I didn't feel the need to provide any evidence for this particular thing, but it's not.
You're assuming your 32 million subscribers all have this context.
No,
which
but
I
do
guarantee
have
you.
that context.
I have this context, as do the creators that I'm talking to. They have this context, and the creators that I'm talking about have this context.
Then
So
why
I
post
do
it
not
on
feel
live?
I'm confident in my claim, so I don't feel the need to provide the evidence for this claim when it's not going to be disputed. But obviously we're arguing over the fact that
mean,
we're not
it is
arguing over the fact of
disputed.
what I said is true. We're arguing over whether or not I provided evidence in the video of it being true, which I think is like, well, I mean, if it's true, then why does it matter if I provided evidence in the video
difference
for it?
is you're not
It
talking
is
to a room
not
full of creators. You're talking to your large
disputed.
YouTube platform. Again, with 32 million people subscribed to it. Every creator knows the context of this company is bad. But I can see as evidence from my chat right now, there's so many people going, what company is this? What company is this? Why have I never heard of this?
Yeah, but
Yeah?
yeah, but okay. The reason it's bad to provide not provide evidence and context for, as an example, Tommy saying that I'm a liar or a sexist or whatever, is because he's making a direct claim about me personally that without providing any evidence, and I have a right to be able to dispute that claim, right? If you're making, like, as an example, this is the same thing. Maybe this is where our disconnect is, but like as an example, when we talked about the Amesy and Hannah things earlier, or like the Amesy thing as an example, I didn't feel the need to provide evidence when I said the Amesy thing because it was something that I was like, oh, everyone agrees. Amesy's not going to disagree with this because I'm saying, hey, this is like me. I did something wrong. I learned from this, whatever. And so I don't need to provide context because it's not necessary. In this situation, from my perspective, I'm like, oh, well, this evidence is not necessary because of the fact that no one is going to dispute this. This is something that is true.
Well, if I'm arguing and this is circles is annoying, I agree. Like it's literally like Dream is so like inept to understand like the implications of what he's doing. Right? He says, "Oh yeah, I got a mom and pop shop, Dream merch." He says, "Tommy, you have great designs, but you worked with a company that does child labor." Like you're accusing him of doing that intentionally. Yeah, I'm really surprised that Tubbo like is putting up with Dream for 3.5 hours. Because Tubbo's very patient considering like what's going on. Like I would have been just stopped talking to him because Dream's a fucking idiot.
And no one will dispute this. Therefore, why do I need to provide evidence when I'm just showing, these pictures on screen or whatever, and moving on from it because I'm making a joke about the fact that, hey, don't throw stones in a glass house. Your company did very bad things, and you're trying to critique me for my designs.
Your video.
I didn't say what stuff.
Any of what you just said to me just then, you did not say in your video. And you already agreed with me earlier on how the framing from going from the small personal business to a massive corporation frames it
I think that's a fair critique, Tubbo. I think that your critique of saying that my wording on Tommy's company is a totally fair critique. I'm happy to pin a comment and say that it's not Tommy's company, that it's a company that Tommy works with. I'm completely happy to do that. I agree with you that there probably are a subset of people that could misinterpret it and think that, oh, this is actually like Tommy's the owner of this company and is doing these things. I agree with that. Shouldn't have done that. I did not think of it from that angle. I thought of it from the angle of, hey, this is a big merch company. We're also showing all these other creators. I don't think people are going to assume that this is Tommy's merch company that works with all these different creators that CoffeeZilla made a video on, whatever. And so I understand what you're saying. I agree with that. I can do that.
So much
but at the same time, I don't agree that anything that I said was dishonest or definitely not trying to be dishonest, and 100% in my mind everything that I said was factually true based on what I know and based on things that you said as well. But I am, like I said, I'm happy to
Dream. What Dream said is dishonest. It just is. His intention was to criticize Tommy for his pick in the company. If they keep talking about this, I'm not going to say any other input until they talk about a new topic, because it's literally it. It's Dream is dishonest, and now he's lying.
pin a comment that includes that and anything else. But
I don't think it hurts because you understand how it's framed, and
I see how some people could interpret it like that. Yeah, I mean, obviously that's not. I don't think that based on the comments that I've seen and based on the interpretations that I've seen.
You can also remove the incorrect context using the YouTube editor as well.
I don't think it's incorrect context though. I think that I think that unless I can put something, I can put text on screen or something maybe, but I think that it's the difference is Tommy's merch company versus a merch company Tommy works with. They mean the same things. It's just that one is more clear and the other is not as clear. And I should have been more clear, especially with something that sensitive, obviously.
Yeah, not just sensitive, illegal, man. Like,
yeah, an illegal thing that this
okay,
company
also,
was involved with.
I must admit, I'm not right. Next thing about this company. I wasn't a fan of you using my leaked invoices in your video.
So I didn't. That's from CoffeeZilla's video.
Yeah, I know,
and
I wasn't a fan of CoffeeZilla's video using my leaked invoices.
Oh,
but I'm
sorry,
not exactly gonna message CoffeeZilla and be like.
I'm so sorry. I had no idea. I literally, it's terrible that it's a coincidence, but like I literally just picked a random part of the video that had any like financial stuff on the screen to show when I was talking about like creators being scammed. So
see, I feel like
I didn't know they were your invoices either. I'm sitting here like,
but the crazy thing is though, is that the fact that you can now admit, oh, I had no idea those were invoices after you've just previously claimed you have such a good understanding of the situation is crazy. Because
I didn't even read the invoices. I didn't read the invoices at all. I'm showing
then why are you showing evidence you don't understand?
Yeah, why is he showing evidence he doesn't understand, and why is he claiming that he knows everything about the situation? Like you're just digging your hole. You're just digging a hole.
It's not evidence. It's just backdrop. I'm not showing my face. It's backdrop of CoffeeZilla's video. That's it. I'm not using that. It's not meant to provide proof of anything.
Yes, it is.
CoffeeZilla's video is the proof.
You showed this after you were going merch companies scamming creators that uses child labor, and then you showed these graphics.
It's implied that that's the proof for the scam. What does he not understand?
Which are related to that situation?
Yeah,
how is that not
evidence? It's graphics from CoffeeZilla's video, and CoffeeZilla's video was evidence that this company did these things. So I didn't know the specific context to what these invoices, who these invoices were for, because I just took a clip from CoffeeZilla's video, which was the evidence to these claims to provide context to. Yeah, and then I also showed some 10 seconds or so of what's it called of CoffeeZilla's video where he talked about it. So like it was just to provide context to, hey, this is from Coffee. These claims are from CoffeeZilla's video.
Feel like if you had an in-depth understanding of the situation, as you said, you would have known these were my invoices, as every other creator in this situation knows these are my invoices.
Tubbo, I didn't even know that invoices were on the screen. I grabbed a financial clip from a 20-minute long video that looked good for a backdrop because I'm not showing my face. That's literally it. It wasn't meant to be evidence in any way. I don't know.
Do you not think it's your responsibility to pay very close attention to what you put in your video when you edited it yourself?
But what's the negative of showing that? Like what is that? How is that? I don't understand. Other than that,
you're using invoices that I paid, which are of massive amounts of money, okay? And you're presenting them in a way which is like, they scammed a bunch of creators out of a bunch of money, and then you're showing my invoices with massive amount of money that the viewer is going to assume was scammed from creators when it was just invoices I paid.
No, I guess I'll give more context. First of all, the reason CoffeeZilla showed those in his video, as far as I know, is because he was providing context that this company had a spending problem, right? That's why.
Why can't Dream just say, yo, my bad, I used your invoices, like I saw it on CoffeeZilla's video, and I won't do that. If it was that, I didn't know it was that important to you. Why can't he just say that? If he just said that, they would have moved on 20 minutes ago. But instead, bro keeps going around in circles, trying to justify his bullshit. When 5 words, yo, I'm sorry. Or not 5 words, 10, 15 words can cover it in 2 seconds. Yo, I didn't know. Yo, bro, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were uncomfortable with that. Bro, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were comfortable with that. 11 words.
As far as I know, that's what he was showing. He was showing, hey, this company had a spending problem. They were going around and throwing money around and spending money on this and that, and they ran out of money, essentially. And so that's the context of why they were showing them. And I was just going for the exact same thing. I'm just, hey, this is some context from CoffeeZilla's video that is, that is visually pleasing that I'm putting in this instance.
Yeah, so like why like my question is like if he knows all that, then wouldn't he just know like that's just wouldn't he just know more than to do that?
Wasn't meant as evidence because the evidence is CoffeeZilla's video, which I mention obviously and say CoffeeZilla proved this in a video. So I obviously I'm sorry if you didn't want the invoices out there. I had no idea because they were already in CoffeeZilla's video. I didn't know.
No, of course. Exactly. That is my point. You didn't know, but yet you're still speaking about this and putting this on your YouTube channel with 32 million people. And you just said yourself you didn't know. So how much more about this situation do you not know? That's my point. That's my point.
That's a very like open like what do you not know?
No,
I don't know
you're focusing on what I'm saying and you're not hearing me, man.
No, but Tubbo, I think that the disconnect on this is that you think that the invoices shown are important to the point I was making or at all involved with them. It wasn't.
No,
it's literally
but it's
that could be.
about
I could have replaced that with any other clip from his video.
It's about the situation you are talking about.
Yeah, you're looking uncredible right now, Dream. You're looking very uncredible.
If all of your knowledge of the situation comes from the CoffeeZilla video, I don't think you should have jabbed at Tom about it because you don't know what's going on.
No, that not all
Like
my knowledge comes from the CoffeeZilla video, but the CoffeeZilla video does prove that that company scammed.
Fru, he can't seem to be able to say sorry and move on. Like, there are multiple other times he could have done that as well. Yeah, like, that should have... If he was like, yo, like, my bad, bro. But, like, instead he's like, oh, I didn't even, like... Instead, he digs himself deeper. He digs himself deeper. He's like, yo, like, I just put that as a backdrop. I just put that as a backdrop. I didn't even know those are your invoices. It just makes him look worse. It makes him look like he doesn't even know what he's talking about. So why even, like, push that out, you know? That's what Tubbo's trying to say. And Tubbo's right. Tubbo's right. Your dream is just digging himself deeper and he's making himself look like an idiot. Instead of just saying, yo, my bad, bro. You know? Like, accountability, he's not really taking accountability. But he's also, like, just, like, trying to find ways to defend himself when when the better solution is just to, like, say you're wrong. You're just making yourself look really stupid and, like, really, like, yo, like, he should not have even been in this situation. Why are you putting your nose in this shit, you know?
Creators scammed fans and had a lot of other illicit things going on, and those are the claims that while I am showing those clips from CoffeeZilla's video, those are the claims that I make. Those are, in my mind, again, something that people can go and watch that video themselves very easily and see all the context to. And so, even though it's not the proof, it's not the direct proof. It is the direct proof. It's hey, this video is. If you want to go get proof, I don't need to provide my own personal context. Here's a video that's very public that proves these things that I'm saying. You know, right. Like it's not. I'm not trying to like. I didn't mean the invoices as like, hey, the invoices are evidence that this happened. It was like, hey, this is part of evidence that CoffeeZilla used in his video, and it's visually good for this part. Fits in. So it was. I could have replaced that with anything else from his video, pretty much, and it would have had the same effect.
But what I don't understand is that if you admit you didn't know these were my invoices and you admit there's stuff about this situation that you don't know about, why would you talk about it when there's stuff that you don't know about it, when that's exactly what you do when you critique other people for talking about situations where they don't have the full...
Yeah, he's a hypocrite. Like, Dream is just a hypocrite, okay? Like, that's the answer. He's a hypocrite, okay? That's literally it. Let me put my bass back, because I was just fucking plucking the strings. I was just plucking my strings around while listening to this bullshit.
Picture. Because that is exactly what you've done here. Evidence by you saying you didn't know that these were my invoices. When everyone involved in the situation
I didn't even read the invoices. I have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea what the invoices are specifically for. I have no idea. But how is that in my mind? This is what I'm saying. Is I feel like that's not a fair critique because we both agree that the company scammed fans. We both agree the company scammed creators. While I'm showing those clips with a video from CoffeeZilla that proved those things that I just said, I am showing those clips while I make those claims. So you agree that the claims I make are true, and you agree that the video I'm using to make those claims as proof is proof of those claims.
But you're demonstrating to me how you don't have a full picture of the situation.
I'm sure I don't have a 100% full picture situation. I'm sure the only people that do probably are you and
So
a couple other very
implement
close
yourself if you
creators. But I
don't
do
know
know,
what you're talking about?
obviously I've
That's what
interacted a
he's
lot
trying
with
to say.
that the
They could've
creators that
just
are
gotten this
that
down to
are
20 minutes and
have
got
worked
to
with
the
this
point and
company.
apologize for
I
the things
interacted
you
with
did
the
do.
people that
Yeah.
ran that company. I
Yeah.
run a merch company myself,
Yeah.
so obviously do have additional context that the public doesn't have. But I definitely do not have anywhere near as much as
I'd
you
be
do.
getting food and shit,
I'm
bro.
not claiming to. I'm
Honestly,
just
I
saying
should
this
get
company's
food
done
right
these things
now.
that are very public and
I know, but can you
everyone.
not see how it's an issue where if you know you don't have the full context and you're bringing and you're painting it in a way, in an accusatory way, as a dig, when you don't know and you haven't shown any proof, right?
Tubbo, I don't agree with you here. I don't think we're going to agree on this because I provided in my mind, I provided the necessary context to the fact that this company scammed creators, this company, scammed fans, this company did a lot of illicit things, and I.
Okay, with this.
I mentioned the video by name
my
as
God,
well.
he's so
This is
fucking
not
stupid.
disputed
He's so
information.
stupid.
This
He's
company
so
has used child labor. This is not disputed information. It is a common practice
Yo, if you're
amongst
just
many
coming in, please
many merch
subscribe.
companies,
Thank you.
especially that work in particular regions, to use child labor. And this company has been involved in that. And that, in my mind, is completely enough context and makes me comfortable enough and perfectly comfortable to say, hey, this company scams, this company uses child labor, this company scams creators and fans.
But your
And I
viewer
feel like
doesn't
that's-
have any of that context. Because you didn't say any of what you just said to me in the video.
I feel like I'm lost because I don't think that in a case where something is proven elsewhere and is something that is true and is something that is not going to be disputed, I think it's fine in that case to not provide the evidence in the exact video that you're saying,
Dream,
making the claim.
where is the proof of child labor? Where? Just anywhere. Because I didn't see that in the CoffeeZilla video that you're referencing.
Yeah, the CoffeeZilla video isn't about child labor. Obviously, that's from my own personal experience. And you, again, I don't feel the need to go into more detail, given you have confirmed yourself that this company has used child labor. I'm not, Tubbo, if you'd like to talk.
I was putting the food in the microwave. So, wait, so Dream doesn't provide. Dream says, "Oh, all the proofs in the CoffeeZilla video." Tubbo's like, "No, it's not." Dream is like, "Oh yeah, because I'm basing it my own experiences now." Like, what the fuck? So it's just another shortcut for saying there is no evidence. Emily, don't talk to me. Emily, don't talk to me, Emily. I'm just kidding. You can talk to me. I know you want. I know what you want. Here you go. Here you go. Eat the hay.
Talk more off camera about this another time, I'm happy to. But it's not something that, just like you don't want to talk about certain things, this is about business. This is about like interpersonal relationships, etc. This is about conversations I've had with other creators. So this is something that is not something I'm willing to bring up on live stream. And I did not feel the need to say in my video because it's not a disputed claim. It's a claim that is, it's a known thing. It's something that it's known.
Not known to me.
And also, again, you've
I didn't know
said
shit about
in this
that.
live stream that it's happened. But I'm not. I feel like we're getting hung. I feel like honestly, we're both nitpicking, kind of like we're both nitpicking each other almost. I feel like it's valid.
He's
it's
not
valid to
nitpicking you. He's not nitpicking you
you
because
being
he's
upset
very
that it can that.
He's not nitpicking, and I feel like even if he was, you should nitpick in something that can be this dangerous to one's career and to one's livelihood and to like how much money this person's losing from this shit. Like obviously, like I'd want the specifics, especially if I'm being slandered. I think the most annoying trait is when you can't make. Yeah, I mean that's me sometimes. I ain't gonna go lie. That's me sometimes.
At my wording of Tommy's merch company after having said my merch company, when my merch company meant literally my merch company that I owned, and Tommy's merch company did not mean Tommy's merch company that he owns. That's a completely fair critique. I can make a clarifying comment. That seems fair. Or I can put a clarifying text on the screen or something. That seems completely fair. I don't think that devalues anything that I said, but I do think that the less people that could be confused or misunderstand something that I'm saying, the better. So I'd rather have less people confused than more. I'm happy to
Yeah,
do
I
that.
don't. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't particularly have anything more to say. Also, I will say, I already said what I said about the altered frames from CoffeeZilla's video. Next up, dude. So, this is also weird. So, I'm not talking about the merch company anymore, but to go immediately from child labor to then referencing editor sweatshop, what?
Yeah, I could see. I use the phrase editor sweatshop because that is a very extremely common phrase used by editors to talk about being like underpaid and overworked.
I asked every single one of Tom's editors in my stream. If you watched it the other day, they were in chat and they had not heard this phrase. I don't think it's as common as you think it is.
It's pretty common from my personal experience. Something that at least definitely locally and with editors that I've spoken to, it is something saying, oh, you know, he's got us in an editor sweatshop. Not necessarily about Tommy in this instance, but I'm just saying it is a phrase that is used by editors to describe that. But I understand. I mean, not everyone, you know. But yeah, I think that for the editors section,
Drew's personal experience isn't real life.
So I have more to say. You
Yeah,
can start.
well, basically, yeah, you show some screenshots, which are about Jack when talking about Tom's editors. Okay,
I got some water.
Cool. You might be like, how do you know they're about Jack? You showed your Premiere timeline where it's called jacklowpay.jpg. And
yeah, so I have on the screen when I show those screenshots, I have a quote. It's in big bold text, and it says these screenshots are about his friends with big hearts. So those screenshots were about Jack, and I made it clear they're about Jack by putting big bold text that says these screenshots are about his friends, not about him. But yeah, I wasn't trying to take out of context that it was, you know.
Yeah, but also like, but why aren't you you just said Tom runs an editing sweatshop. Why are you now talking about his friends?
I think that's a valid point. I think obviously a lot of the.
Why did you start with that instead of the criticism of actually Tom?
I'm sorry, I missed.
Well, why did you start with talking about his friends instead of criticizing actually Tom?
Well, it was just the first two screenshots that were shown. I think that obviously I didn't talk about this for very long, so there wasn't much like airtime regardless. But I don't know why I picked the order that I did to show the screenshots. They're just
yeah. Screenshots, and also, I feel it's quite disingenuous that when you are quoting Tom's jobs about like you said, like getting Tommy in it stands to do rough cuts for him or something, you cropped out where in that exact strain of messages it says, but he doesn't.
So I think I talked about this on Reddit, but I think that there's a couple important things. So one, the message he says in the message that I showed, he says thinking, right? So if you're thinking about doing something, have you done it? You haven't, right? If you're thinking about doing something, you haven't done it. So first of all, I thought that was enough context. Secondly, the message that
Drew's trying to manipulate him,
said,
and just
but
Tubbo's
didn't do
like
it,
smart,
is, but it'd be cool.
Tubbo's intelligent. Cool. Like I
that's
won't
the message
lie.
that follows it.
Yeah,
He's
so
intelligent.
if I had provided,
so
if I had had the
getting,
entire screenshot where it says he didn't,
it,
and then it goes, but it'd be cool. That's the context. In my personal opinion, is exactly the same.
But Tom didn't say that though. Is the issue?
Tom didn't say what?
But it would be cool. And you don't.
No, Tom didn't say that. I'm saying that Larry, or I think I don't have the screenshots pulled up. I think it was Larry that said that. Larry said, "But it'd be cool." You see what I'm saying? Yeah, but no, it wasn't. Yeah, and again, this critique also, again, I said this in Reddit, but I also understand how this can be. People can take it.
All these editors got paid well, though.
I'll say this. I think that.
Look, let me show you. I'll show you guys. Shit, I wish I was underpaid by Tommy. Fuck. Larry. Let me look up Larry. Because Larry also speaks out a lot on it. He didn't. Cool. Like, this has nothing to say. Like, this is not the equivalent to saying like, yo, he makes these motherfuckers work for free. This is not the equivalent. This is just like an idea that they have. Like, they're like, oh yeah, fans, fans making rough cuts would be cool, for his channel. What's the problem with that? I don't see any issues with that.
This section, I made a misstep on. The way that I phrased things in this section was
Also, the way you crop the screenshots as well is very crazy.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that the context there with what you just said, he says thinking in my screenshot. So the fact that he's thinking about it, obviously those screenshots were not meant to be, hey, this is 100% hard evidence that this has happened. Those screenshots were meant to be context to provide proof that what I'm saying has credence, right? If Tommy's editors are in a group chat with other people and are discussing doing this, right? Then that gives credence to my claim that I have firsthand accounts from multiple editors saying that this has happened.
And why didn't you put in any of those firsthand accounts?
Because nobody wants to lose work. Nobody wants to lose jobs. Nobody wants to hurt their future opportunities.
Got any proof of any of them saying they don't want to be included because of that?
But what, like a blurred name? That's really going to convince you? I'm going to show you like a empty screenshot of somebody, like a blurred out name, just text saying, "Hey, I don't want to be included in the video." Okay, I'll ask this, Tubbo. Where do you think that I got those screenshots? I'm not in that group chat. Where do you think I got the screenshots? I got sent them from an editor and multiple editors that are in that group chat full of editors, right? So those editors clearly, the fact that I had those screenshots is proof that I have contact with editors that are in that Discord, had issues, and sent me those screenshots, right? Can we agree that that's
right? So you have
yes. So this is the issue is I think that my framing was poor for this section. I think that the way that I intended the point I was intending to make was very similar to the merch point, right? The point was, hey, yeah, you're saying I put so much effort into my content, or I put out this and that. You may be able to get videos out quickly, but that's because you have less to do with the process. Because you have less to do with the process, that can cause problems. Just like with the merch, where it's like, yeah, you're able to do really cool merch. But
why are you criticizing Tom for a bunch of actions he had no part in? This is what I don't understand. Really, like your own words.
I'm not sure what you mean.
You're criticizing him for the actions of his merch company, and then you're criticizing him for the actions of his editors.
Yeah, so
and you've made no critique of him.
Yeah, exactly. I'm critiquing Tubbo. I'm critiquing his critique of me. I'm not critiquing him. I'm saying, hey, Tommy.
Dream is stupid. Why not just say like, yo, I'm critiquing his choices and what he's doing for his channel and his merch. Why not just say that, or even just say, you're right. I'm just a hater.
Really? You're going to critique me on this? Well, this. Hey, Tommy, you're going to critique me on this? Well, this. I'm not critiquing. I'm not saying. I mean, that's why I think that I made a misstep in that section of the video by the way that I phrased things, because I made them. It makes it seem a lot worse than what I intended. I did not intend for it to be.
You think?
Oh, yeah. I do think it made it.
You can amend it by cutting it out with YouTube editor.
I think that I can. I'm not sure how I can. Yeah, I'm not sure how I can change, because the problem is it's a problem with my wording on the first sentence I say. That's it, because it implies that all of his editors are getting paid poorly, when that was not the implication that was not what I meant, and that's not.
Every editor came out on Twitter and was like, actually, I'm paid very well, and he's been very wonderful to work with.
And that's awesome. I love hearing that. That's amazing. I love that that's the case. I think that obviously even after my video came out, there's been threads brought up from 2022 where channel managers of his had issues with low pay in relation to editing, and the exact same similar.
Do you have an example of that, or are you just gonna say that?
Sure. Let me pull up Tommy resolved it in public. In private. I can send you. I don't know where the thread is. I don't know if somebody can pull it up, but
also, if it was solved, doesn't that kind of prove the opposite of your point? If that kind of behavior has already been proven to be resolved, And
Well, no,
dealt
I'm
with.
saying that's one specific instance. I didn't even know that. I did not know of that instance that was talked about on Twitter until after the video. I'm talking about something different. But also, again, what I'm talking about is from a while ago. That's why I said at one point, which obviously implies that it's not happening right this second. But I mean, I'll send you here. I'll send you this. This is.
I've got it up. Don't worry, man.
Okay, well, I sent it just in case. But yeah, so I mean, this did happen obviously, and this was a different instance, and I didn't know about this one, but I believe they're probably very similar situations. So my critique again is not. It is technically on Tommy, but it's not on Tommy. It's saying, hey, you're critiquing me for doing things my way, where, hey, here's some problems you run into if you do things your way, essentially. So it's like, I'm not making the point that I think that Tommy is a terrible person, that, whatever, but I do think that the phrasing makes it seem like I'm saying, hey, literally Tommy never pays any of his editors, and he sucks completely as a boss.
And that's your fault.
I was trying to make the point that, hey, me and Tommy do things differently. He's acting like his way of doing
That's
things
your
is better.
fault then.
I know of some things that went badly because of the way that he's done things. Even if, as an example, the merch, he obviously didn't purposely work with a company that scams, and with the editors, as far as I know, he didn't purposely go work with stands. But I do know of instances where stands assisted editing videos that were on Tommy's platforms for free or very low pay, and they were outsourced by editors.
But
And
you
so
haven't
from my
provided any proof of that. Because all the proof in
Yeah,
your video, people have
yeah,
come
I
out and be
100%
like,
agree.
actually, that's not the case. So I feel like you just got to cut that whole section out of your video because it's dishonest. That is genuinely
I don't-
my take.
Yeah, I don't think it's dishonest. I think that
But
again,
you just said yourself. You
What
just
did I
said
say
you
myself?
agree with me.
no,
Dream's getting babysat by a child, bro. How old is Tubbo? Hey. Tubbo's just babysitting this guy. He's 20. Oh, he's 21. Oh, shit. Yeah, never mind. He's getting babysat,
I agree with you
though.
that the phrasing when I jump into it, it makes it seem like the way that I phrase the sentence.
Why don't you defend yourself and just be or be honest? Double down on that shit. You're trying to fuck with Tommy. I was trying to fucking bash his motherfucker. Like, bro, be honest, bro.
say something along the lines of Tommy. What did I say? Something along the lines of like Tommy can crank out videos because at one point he had an editing sweatshop where editors were getting paid less than minimum wage, and that whole entire statement is true.
But you
But
can't prove it. So therefore, to say it without proof is dishonest.
Yes.
okay, so first of all, do you feel that way about Tommy's video?
Huh? Mate, it's different, okay? And yes, you're gonna say I have bias, and yes, you can clearly see my bias, but to say he's got an editor sweatshop immediately after talking about his merch being made with child labor, can
Yeah,
you not
I think-
see how insane
No,
this is?
Yeah, no, I think that the phrasing going into that, I 100% regret using editor sweatshop as a term, because I was looking at it as, hey, this is a common phrase in the editing community. This is not like, I can see how right after showing an actual sweatshop that could be misconstrued as that. That's my fault. I shouldn't have done that. But
Fuck, man. Fuck. The public display of slander is ridiculous. Like, if Dream didn't like what Tommy did or said, you would just do it for privately. Yeah. You're right, I knew this. Like, this shit's actually fucking me, bro. Because it's, like, Dream is, like, the most stupidest fucking idiot I've ever heard in my life. I heard of Oh my god. Why did I commit myself to this shit? Like, okay.
I think that the evidence that I was providing was not meant to be 100% proof that what I was claiming had happened. It was meant to be.
Like,
It was
I'm
meant to
walking around
provide
my room, I'm like,
context to these claims
this shit
because I
is, like,
cannot
actually
provide
brain rot.
full evidence without compromising the people that provided me with the evidence. Obviously,
is brain
given the
rot,
fact that
bro.
I have these screenshots, I have contact with people that are in these group chats and have been given firsthand accounts of this happening. So I'm confident enough to make this claim, and I'm the only evidence that I have to help assist that publicly, that I'm able to put out publicly, was obviously the editors discussing this, discussing doing this. That's not evidence of them having done it, but that's evidence that they were discussing doing it, and then Mike gives my claim that they did do it, or maybe not these specific editors, but that it has happened before, more credence. And obviously I've had firsthand accounts, and I'm glad to hear that Tommy's main editors are paid well, and I'm sure that from after seeing the Twitter thread that you read or that you pulled up of the community manager thing that happened a couple of years ago, that I'm sure it's probably a situation like that where people were doing things potentially without Tommy knowing that I know about, and that could totally be the case. But the problem is, can't ask Tommy because he has me blocked.
But like, you would be honest with me. Would you have asked him about that before you released that video?
100%.
He didn't have you.
100%.
Really?
100%. I would have said, hey, this is the information that I have. Here's the information that I have. What do you have to say about it? Realistically, I've done that before, and usually the person would not reply or not give context. But I can't message Tommy. And obviously, realistically, if Tommy didn't have me blocked or was communicating, none of this there wouldn't have been these videos.
No,
so
there
wouldn't have been a case where I need to message you about it.
If you need to go to
I would
bed,
just be able to say, hey, the second I heard it, been like, hey, Tommy, I heard this thing. What? But instead, I just I don't have any communication to be able to say anything. Because it is something that, in my mind, if I was in his shoes, I'd want to be aware of.
Because this is rotting my fucking brain.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're just taking my word for the fact that I would do that. But also,
I am. That's what I'm saying. Like, you always go on about proof and receipts, and now you're just expecting me to take your word as is without any proof nor receipts. And I'm like, okay, so the rules are changing now.
Well, I don't think that. I think that framing as the rules are changing is not completely fair, because I think that do you think that the fact that this was a discussed topic and also something that was confirmed as other editors of not Tommy's in this same group chat to have done, and that I obviously had to have gotten this information from somewhere, and that I'm telling you that the way that I got this information was from somebody giving me firsthand accounts of this having happened, you don't think that any of that what I just said equates as proof?
I don't believe that's the case without you proving it to me is the issue.
Well, you don't believe what's the case?
I don't believe that you have these first-hand accounts.
Okay, so how did I get the screenshots?
God, dude.
No,
How on earth would I know that?
Well, no, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Okay, if I'm not in this group chat, and this group chat is solely of editors, right? And editors are this is a group chat of editors. How did I was provided these screenshots by the people that provided me firsthand accounts of this having happened. So I mean,
okay.
It is technically
just to
a trust
let you
basis,
know
but that
as well, I'm getting messages from Tom's editors on Discord saying, "Yo, heads up! From the time I've worked with Tommy, I've never outsourced any work to any stands. We only ever outsource to other editors in the group."
No, I'll struggle this.
And this is what I'm getting messaged from Discord, which I think is
that personal experience is totally valid. I think that's. I'm not claiming that person is lying. It's not just because just because
I'm giving out hearts.
I don't know. What's a good example?
Also, I'm being told it's not a group chat. It's a Discord server with hundreds of people editing Minecraft SMP content.
Yeah, it's a Discord server. It's not I'm calling it group chat, but it's a Discord server.
So,
it's a group chat, but
I just really don't know what to say, to be totally honest. I find it very hard to, because, mate, you fried my brain a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, he fried my brain too.
I don't think it was fair for you to put that in the video, and you agree it was a misstep. You call it a misstep. I say
I think the way that I worded it was a mistake. I think the way that I worded it was a mistake. Initially, I think that it implies something that it implies that all of Tommy's editors are underpaid and horribly paid and horribly treated.
Yeah, so
Whereas
take it,
that's not
either
that was
take
not
it out or delete
the
the
intention.
video,
The point
or
was,
just
well,
delete
yeah,
the
you have
video.
had editors that have
Or
done
just
this, and
delete
I've
the
described it
video.
as
Then
editor
why didn't you
sweatshop,
just
etc.
cut out that bit of the video?
Because the point as itself still stands. I think that nothing
and
that I said
point
in
as
that
itself is
the point
the point
that I was
of-
making,
Yeah.
the point that I was making in that section was Tommy was critiquing me for the content that I make being low quality.
Okay,
you know.
okay. What Dream's saying is that, if you're jabbing me, I'm gonna jab you back. That's Dream's point. However, it's still wrong. Like, the jab back is incorrect. Right? If he wants to fucking... If he wants that fucking, Wait, Anubis, sorry. Fuck. Let me take a breather. This shit's rotting my brain. He has to use a different critique in order about his editing staff or whatever to be able to push this agenda that Tommy's doing something wrong, you know? Because obviously, like the implication is not equivalent to, like, what everyone thinks is happening, what everyone thinks is being implied is not equal to what Dream's trying to prove. Which is why it's dishonest, and Dream doesn't understand that. He thinks that the point still stands because he understands what the point of what he's doing is, even though I think like he's lying. You know? That's why he wants it up. He wants it up because he's lying about saying that, yo, like, it's proving that I'm jabbing back at Tommy. That's his point. But he wants to keep it up because he wants to bash Tommy. That's why he's keeping it up. But he's trying to double it down and say, yo, it's because of my point still stands, even though it's to obviously bash the guy. Like, that's the reality. Like, he's lying.
Blah blah whatever, and I'm clapping back saying, yeah, well, you may put out a lot of videos very quickly because at points the way you have a ton of editors, and therefore you have less control over what happens with those editors, and literally some people have ended up working for minimum wage or below minimum wage, and also have outsourced stands to do sometimes captioning, sometimes editing, or rough cutting content, etc., etc. And so that's the claim in that part. And
my
all
issue
of that,
is that I don't believe you because every source you have given, every single person involved in every screenshot you have sent has come out and said that's not the case. And you haven't provided a single bit of proof where that is the case.
okay, the proof that you can look at that we've already talked about is three things. One, the Twitter thread that you just have already looked through, right? That is
Which
evidence
is
that,
an example
listen,
of the
listen,
opposite.
listen.
Okay.
What? Just listen. Just hear me out. That Twitter thread, right, is an instance of around the time frame where I have firsthand accounts of this having happened, of a similar thing happening on different platforms of Tommy. It was about a VOD manager on one of his platforms being improperly outsourcing stuff and not paying them properly. That is already confirmed, and Tommy resolved that behind the scenes. That's around the same time. That's one.
But the
knock on this.
evidence of
Second
him
thing,
resolving that and having that be resolved proves the exact opposite thing that you're saying. Surely.
how?
How? Because he's been in this situation and has entirely resolved it, and the initial people that put out that stuff have said this is all resolved, and then you've gone, no, actually, it's still happening.
No, this is. I'm talking about first of all, I'm talking about a different instance. Second of all, all I'm saying is that is supporting evidence that it's not crazy that this could have happened, right? And then
Could have, but there's no proof.
Would if I know how. Not quite my field. Yo. Oh yeah. Yo, free editors trying to hit me up. I'm gonna pull a Tommy in it. I'm gonna get a editor sweatshop. No, but like, it's just like, if I get an editor for free, and I end up becoming like growing and becoming big, I'll definitely give him a cut of the pay. Cause I'm not like, my goal isn't to get big for the cash. I mean, that's part of it, of course. I do want to make money. But I just feel passionate about making videos. So, if I make a stable enough income for me to like survive off of, because I live under my means, I don't live above my means. So if I do that, then I'll definitely like pay a percentage of what I make to my editor, if I have a loyal editor, you know. Especially like if he did it for free, like I'm a fucking. Once I start making cash, I'm gonna fucking hook my boy up, you know. Like I'm
No, I'm
not,
saying from
I'm
your,
not
Tubbo,
rich.
I'm saying
I am
from your
very
perspective.
broke.
From my perspective, I have firsthand
Like, I work
accounts
2
from
jobs
editors
and,
that
like, I have the
literally
rent and
expressly
shit,
stated
you know?
exactly what I said in my video. Literally
So,
expressly stated. I got those
it's rough.
screenshots from editors that are in that Discord, right? So I'm not in that Discord. How did I get that evidence?
I'm not a
Obviously
rich
from people that
business
were
owner
telling
like
me
Anubis,
what
you know?
was said, right? So I'm saying outside of that and without compromising people or making people, hurting people's future job opportunities, that doesn't seem unlikely that if they were discussing doing this, said, yeah, that'd be so cool. And that there's other instances of this happening publicly on Twitter already
My
that
kid
got
just
resolved in the past. That there
apologized
are
for
instances
all
of this having happened that did not get resolved in the past. It doesn't seem unlikely, right, from your perspective. So all I'm saying is that you're obviously, it's still a trust me bro from my side of going, yeah, these are supported, this is supporting
Yeah,
evidence,
but
not
it's a
100%
trust me
evidence.
bro after a trust me bro. His merch was made using child labor. Like that's
No,
the.
I don't agree with you on that. The statement you just made, but I don't think that's a trust me bro at all. It's just like that's just a fact that has happened.
Then prove it, man. Like, come on. This is the exact same expectations you ask of me for everything I say.
I feel like we've gone back and forth on that where I'm going, yeah, I did prove it. Here's the proof, and or whatever, and then we're back to the same thing. Like
Maybe.
I feel like on this topic, this is the best thing I can say from on this specific issue. I think that I misstepped in the way that I worded things because it makes it seem more dramatic than I intended. Obviously, the point that I was attempting to make was that, hey, Tommy, yes, you can make this, the content that you make as quickly as you can make it because of the fact that you make some compromises with how much control you have over it by outsourcing things to having having channel managers, editor managers, et cetera, to where things get lost and things can happen that are not so good, like what happened that he resolved and like what has happened that I have heard about.
No, I struggle. Oh. Not there is just a lot of knowledge.
So that was my point, and that's obviously about editors, getting some pay issues and stuff getting lost in, lost in the sauce, and I think that all in my mind is a valid critique, and again, it's a critique of his critique.
With the amount of missteps you said that have happened in this video, do you agree that it's fair for me to say that it's dishonest?
No, completely not at all.
So what about there being missteps makes this not a misrepresentation of the truth?
Well, nothing. The thing is, no video is going to be perfect. No, nothing that you put out online is going to be perfect. When I'm having a conversation with somebody from the other, like the other side of the opinion, right? And we're having this discussion, and I'm going, oh, you know what? Because of my personal biases, I didn't think about that specific thing beforehand. I wish I had moved that word around a couple of times. That doesn't make it dishonest. That doesn't invalidate everything that I've said in the video or even close to that. All it means is that, hey, yeah, if I'm trying to be the most fair I possibly can be, the most reasonable I can be, yeah, I'd change. I wish I had said this slightly differently. I wish I had said this word differently. I wish I didn't include this. I can do that about almost any video of mine, even like, I don't know, even a manhunt or something. Like you can go through it and be like, oh yeah, I wish I had done this differently. It doesn't mean the video, it sucks or something. I think that some of the things that you have said are fair, critiques or fair requests. But I don't think that any of it is dishonest.
I don't know how you can go out there and repeatedly say how against rumors you are, and then say stuff without evidence that naturally sparks off rumors, and then just be like, that's okay.
Like what?
Everything.
What do you mean?
Fucking...
Like all of the things I've just said, you haven't provided proof for over like this entire conversation, and I've gone over and over again. Where's the evidence of that? Where's the evidence of that? And there's always a different reason for why you haven't shown this evidence. And I just like you as a person are so against rumors and not perpetuating
I hate rumors. I think rumors are terrible.
Exactly. And to then have so many different, not
Okay, so,
excuses, but
Tubbo.
reasons for not showing evidence,
Okay, Tubbo. So
which is going to start rumors.
Well,
feels-
I feel like this is
Bro.
I feel like I don't think that's fair, Tubbo. Here's the difference. This is a big difference, right? If I said, "Hey, Tubbo, you're sexist," that
Right.
I provide no context, no evidence, bad, in my opinion. If I said, "Hey, Tubbo, you're sexist because you called one of my friends blank," right? That, even though that is a claim that you're making with, in that case, like as an example with like Ludwig or something, where that's happening to me, we're obviously having.
I'm the kind that loves learning. If it doesn't come with a struggle or stress, then it's not fun. Wow. Yeah, that's awesome. Like I feel like it's a great thing. And to a certain degree, I do agree. I do agree. Learning is a fun experience, and pushing your limits is a fun experience too, as well. For me, I like to do that too. It's just like I like to combine it. Like sometimes I do feel like I do like that instant dopamine rush where you just read and understand something instantly. And it's like less stressful sometimes. Like I don't always want to feel stressed, Even if it's like you're stressed through the process as you're improving,
I'm much more willing to have a discussion with that because that's a specific example. I'm saying,
But it's
hey,
still,
this happened. I
like,
heard a
very
firsthand account
fun to
from
get through that stress
editors of this
sometimes,
having happened.
But I don't want
And
to have it all
what's the
time.
evidence that I have a firsthand account of this happening? Well, the screenshots are the evidence because I have access to those screenshots. So in my mind, I'm going, yeah, that's far more evidence than no evidence at all. From my personal experience with people that I'm interacting with, I trust their firsthand account. And the evidence that I have firsthand accounts is the fact that the screenshots exist. So I'm
You're
going,
probably way
that in
smarter
itself
than me, though.
is evidence, right? Like
Sure.
it's not providing no evidence. If I just said
Queen,
Tommy Innit
you're
doesn't
way
pay his
stronger than
editors
me.
at all, that's
I mean, smarter
that's
than me.
that's making a claim without any
Stronger,
evidence.
I don't know, but smarter, yeah.
Yeah,
you're smart.
no, okay. Right. Yes.
I mean, I'm
Dude,
not. If you
just,
disagree,
like-
I want to hear why.
like,
What?
In a sense, everything you're
What's the
saying,
standard of proof?
everything you're saying is very, very reasonable. I don't understand how when you don't like rumors, it's about people's opinions of you. When I'm talking about rumors starting, I'm talking about serious accusations you have made. Do you understand what I mean? Like when you're talking about you don't like rumors,
they're not rumors.
you don't like the rumors. You don't like the rumors that people behind the scenes might think you're sexist. You don't like the rumors that people behind the scenes don't like how your merch looks. And
It's not really a rumor. I mean, it's
come
just a
on, you
critique.
wouldn't have brought it up in the video if you
Or
didn't
an
care
opinion.
about people's opinions of your merch.
Well, I just think I thought it was a funny critique. He's like saying baby photos, whatever. I'm like, well, I mean, come on, Tommy, you're really saying that when you worked with a merch company that scammed people. Like, come
Yeah,
on, like that's
but-
ridiculous. I don't care about him calling my merch designs. He said lazily designed. Like, I don't care about him calling it that. I just think it's ironic that he's saying that whenever he has his merch company to deal with. Like that's in my mind, that's the humor in it. I'm like, well, yeah, it's like a. Like it's ironic.
Yeah,
it's not
but like all of these things, okay? All of those things are rumors about you. I would admit, like,
Dream doesn't give a shit.
the average person can be like, it's just a rumor, it has no weight. But the kind of rumors that you are
The average person doesn't say that. The average person says, "Yo, what the fuck? Wow," and then they feed into it. They think that's the truth. People don't fucking research like this bullshit. Like they don't care enough. They'll just go with it. So yeah, Same thing with me. When I watched the fucking Tommy Innit video, when he talked about like him stalking his mom, right? I just said, "Oh shit, that's crazy." And then I saw the other thing of just Dream. Dream wasn't really like fucking harassing his mom, but he was just being weird,
risking starting by not
It's
posting
different.
proof
It's a little
of-
different.
Now, you don't agree with me, which I don't understand why. You're not posting proof of Tom's merch being made by child labor. I feel like I'm going in circles, but I feel like that is a very serious rumor that does take serious tolls on people's career. And
I feel like
if
we discussed that in
if
circles
anyone
before.
understands that, though, how serious accusations can have a big impact on people's career, it's you, my friend. So I don't understand how you're not understanding what I'm saying now.
I feel like we read in circles around that. I feel like I
Definitely
will be
cannot
repeating
take
myself
you.
100
I
times if I even
skip
discuss it
everything
anymore.
made
That company, the company
24/7,
that Tommy and it
Yeah, me
worked with
too.
for his merch, not his
I've
own
done that
company.
too.
That company has, from your own
I
admission
do work
in
out
this
too, though,
stream,
like, my legs are insane.
used child labor to make merchandise.
I'm not gonna lie,
Now,
I've got a slice
outside of that,
fast
that
shit.
was not your own personal experience. Was not contributing to my personal
But
experience and
it's
my
your
evidence. Why I felt
responsibility to prove a connection between that claim and
I have really good patience, right? So like, you know, like how people stim when they get bored or like they're tired or whatever. Like I'm stimming the fuck out right now. Like my legs are bouncing, bro. This shit is
Tom,
so,
which you
like,
have failed to do.
boring. Because
Tommy
they
and
just
it
go back
made
and
his merch with
forth.
this company.
But that is not proof. This is not the same. I don't understand, man. Like, child labor and Tom, where is the link?
Okay, here's the link. The merch company that Tommy worked with used child labor.
Okay.
Do you agree? Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes, you agree. Like,
But you have no
this is
proof
ridiculous.
of these unethical practices happened with his merch. You say yourself you know the merch industry. You know how many different manufacturing plants and factories one company can use, okay? And it is, going off your experience, it is so dishonest to, which I have confirmed is one instance in one plant, okay? It is so dishonest to insinuate that that is entirely tied to Tom.
Okay. Entirely tied to Tom.
Because
I know it's
that's
entirely
what-
tied to Tom. It's the whole
no,
entire
but
merch company. Like it's the entire merch company. And I think that it's such a weird, it's such an interesting like hill to die on. Like, yes, this merch company that did child labor, they only did it according to my calculations, confirmed one time. Like, and that's obviously from your own personal experience. Obviously, I'm telling you, you don't have to trust me, but I'm telling you that from my own personal experience, from interactions that I've had, from conversations that I've had, that as far as I know, it wasn't just one instance.
Then
but
prove it
that's
to
my
me.
own. Yeah, but you're saying, but why when you know this has happened, do I have to prove that claim? That's like I think we disagree on the standard.
Because it correlates to Tommy and like how he's like trying to slander him. Like, because during the time that Tommy worked with them, maybe they were a decent company, right? It's like he just doesn't understand, or they weren't outed, or whatever, right? Like, or he didn't know it happens, right? Like,
Standard of proof you need for claims that you make. Like,
yeah, I'm spacing out too,
my
bro.
critique in my video, which is all 100% proven, even by your own exact statements, is, hey, Tommy, in it, you worked with this merch. You're saying my merch is bad. You work with a merch company that did child labor, scam people, scam
What I
their
don't
fans.
understand is why would you not want a legitimate crime to have as much evidence as possible? That's what I don't understand. Which is
I
why I
agree.
don't understand your
I'm
reluctance
really
about
confused,
it.
Tubbo. I'm just gonna be completely honest. I'm really confused. I feel like we've talked about this. I feel like I've answered. We've
But
said
see,
back and forth on this.
The difference is the public doesn't know. People don't know.
People don't know what.
Sorry,
Is
one
James
second.
stupid?
I'm getting a text from my mum. I'm checking I'm not going to be sued.
Yeah, be
Debbie,
careful.
you laugh. It's the truth.
No, be careful. Be careful.
Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about something else.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, no, yeah. Do you want to move past the editing stuff? I'm on the firm belief that you should cut that out of the video. You disagree. You agree that
Okay.
it's a misstep, though. Okay, we'll move on with that. Next, we're gonna talk about your message with Tom's mum. That's the next thing you brought up.
Okay.
Ooh,
In the
that's big
video,
for me.
you say this is the only message you sent to Tom's mum, but in the stream 2 days ago, you mentioned that you messaged an additional second time. Why change the story within the 2 days?
So I saw you say that on your stream, and I was like, oh my god, because this is my perspective, right? So I messaged Tom's mom one time, right? One time, and then years later, after this was something that Tommy was already upset with, blah blah. She tweeted about that interaction, and we had an extremely like cordial, extremely. Like, I messaged her, hey, I'm sorry for messaging you back then. You know, I didn't know that that would upset you guys. Didn't mean to, et cetera, et cetera. Sorry. And she replied and said, you know, whatever. It was just like a very nice, calm exchange. So when I say in the video, I had one, you know, this is the harassment. Obviously, he's not referring to me apologizing to her for having messaged her because Tommy was upset. Later on, you know, years later, he's referring to this one message. So like, I'm saying, yes, this is the only interaction I've ever had with his mom that he's saying this interaction is harassment. So yeah. I wasn't like, I don't know if that makes sense. But
do you understand how? Wait, do you get how even with the context with his mum responding to your audience on Twitter, do you understand how this message still comes across as very weird?
The thing is right after, like, shortly after this message, right? Tommy expressed to me that this made him uncomfortable, right? I apologized to Tommy. I said that I was sorry. I said that I did not think about it from that perspective, right? The perspective that I thought about it from was that I was treating his mom like she was, you know, outside of Tommy in it, an individual person on her own, on Twitter, a creator, that you can copy paste that exact message if it was, I don't know, anybody else, any other creator on, you know, Twitter that was interacting with, you know, fans of mine about
anyone else. It's his mom.
You know, I know. I yeah, 100%. I understand that. That's also something
you're weird
genuinely, I apologize to his mom. I apologize to him. I realized afterwards, after Tommy said something where I'm like, oh wait, yeah, I guess realistically, I wouldn't like if someone messaged my mom. That's not, you know, I wouldn't want to do that. And I apologized. I said I'm sorry to Tommy. I'm sorry to his mom, and that was something. I didn't. The message
that in the video.
Because Tommy is saying that I harassed his mom. So it's all about framing. Like I had this conversation with Tubbo. I mean, with Tommy. So I do it to both of you. I had this conversation with Tommy where we had already had that conversation. So when he's coming out and saying that I'm harassing his mom, the first thing I'm not going to do is accept his framing and say, yeah, you know what? I'm sorry, Tommy. I harassed your mom. Like, no, I'm going to say I didn't harass your mom. I sent this one singular message. I had already apologized to Tommy and his mom for that. He didn't. Why didn't he include the fact that I apologized to his mom in his video? He didn't include that. Why not?
Because I feel like you're the one that does the overstepping. He doesn't need to swing for you. You know what I mean? If you've done the overstepping and in the wrong, the person that you wrong doesn't typically, you know, defend you. I feel like that's fair. You know what I mean?
Well, I think it's the same way the other way around. Like in this instance,
he messaged his mom. He didn't message yours. You just agreed
he said that I was wait, what?
You just agreed that you wouldn't like it if the roles were reversed.
Yeah, no, you know, in hindsight, I recognize. I was like, yeah, you know, that was a mistake. That's not something that I should have done. I recognize.
If my mom defended me, you're sticking it through with me. Like, you're here too. I give you props. Okay, what I was gonna say. If my mom defended me on Twitter, and someone hit up my mom with this big ass paragraph, would I feel shitty about it? How would I feel about it? I'd feel like it's weird, but I wouldn't. I talked to my mom about it. I'm like, yo, like, are you okay? You know? Would that affect our relationship? No, it probably wouldn't. She'd probably, like, curse him out. I feel like you shouldn't go against someone's parents. No, you shouldn't hit up someone's parents, especially with something that is in disagreement with their offspring, like a son or a daughter or whatever, non-binary, because the parent will always side with their kid. Like, they don't give a shit about what you say, bro. They care about their kid. So, like, if you get a random ass message from someone who doesn't agree with you about how to take care of their kid, what they're doing for their child, obviously the parent's going to be like, the fuck? And? Or they're going to be like, yo, you're bothering me. Sorry, my head is in my hand right now. I'm so fucking tired.
I understand. Yeah, it was a misstep. It was. That's the thing is, but that's the thing, Tubbo, is like there people that in my mind, like if you read that message and you understand, like Tommy's. This is the full context. Tommy's mom is replying to Dream Stands on Twitter, arguing about a video that was about a section of that video was about me, right, and was discussing my stutter with fans, right, expressing her opinion. If that was as an example, I mean, it's again, you're gonna say it's different because someone's mom. But if that was anyone else and they were expressing that opinion, literally all it was, hey, I don't agree with my fans that was ableist. I don't think that Tommy was being ableist. I don't think that Tommy was trying to cause harassment. But because you're expressing your opinion on the video, here's my opinion on the video. That's just my thoughts.
But Tommy's mom isn't really a public creator. Whereas you wouldn't, if anyone else was defending Tom's video, you wouldn't respond to random Tom fans responding to your fans.
No, if it was a creator, then I totally would. But yeah, you're right. If it was just, I was treating,
He's like, oh, I'm confused.
100%, and that's where the mistake in my mind was I was treating and viewing Tommy's mom as like her own. I was not in connection to Tommy. I was viewing her as her own individual, like just with her own platform, with her own followers, and replying to people. It's like that was my view, and that's where I made the mistake. That's what caused me to make the misstep. Was me having that frame of mind made me think, oh, okay, I'm just going to express my opinion. Surely she'd want to hear it because she's talking about this video as well, and she'd want to hear my thoughts because it's about me. That was my personal thoughts. And then after, obviously, when Tommy was upset about it, and obviously, like you said, Tommy and I had already, we were not like friendly at this point. So after Tommy expressed that was weird, or that that was crossing his boundaries, I apologized and said, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't think about it like that. I completely understand. I shouldn't have done that. I accept that. Like, that's not something I should have done. I don't remember the exact message I sent, but it was, I didn't, sorry?
Why didn't you include that in your video?
Again, I think it's all about the framing. It's all about the framing. He said I harassed her.
Dream, I feel like stuff like that, like adding context, can really help your case, or adding evidence could really help your case. And the fact that you're not, and you're leaving all this shit out, is making you look bad. And it's making you seem like you don't know what you're talking about, which is important. I'm so tired. My eyes are closed right now.
Do you think that okay? One, do you think that I harassed her?
I was thinking about doing the stream on Friday, but I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it today.
Okay. And do you think that I intended to harass her or like, I don't know, like attack her or something? Like,
I think, listen, I think it's a very weird thing to do, and I think it's very weird that you didn't see that this is a massive overstep of anyone's boundaries, and it's not a unique thing to Tom. I think obviously, I don't think one message is harassment. That's silly. But what I do think is, since your videos come out, I don't know if you've seen any of Tom's mum's tweets.
That's horrible. That's horrible.
I know.
That's
I thought
terrible.
you would. Yes, and
I
know you wouldn't condone that behavior, but
fuck all of you people that would do anything like that. I don't want you in my audience. I don't want you as a subscriber. I don't want you as a follower. I don't want anything from you. Fuck off. Delete all of your social media and go get fucking therapy. You suck. You're terrible.
I've heard that one before. Yeah, no, sorry, you didn't laugh. Oh, okay. I'll stew in my own silence. Okay, I'll go fuck myself.
That's such a troll. He said, because Tommy said,
I feel like also, you talk about framing a lot. I think the framing, while we're talking about framing, in your video of saying this is the only message I sent her, makes Tom's claims seem more unreasonable, when in fact there was more than one that you just didn't mention. Is that fair?
I don't think that's fair, just because when he says harassment, well, Tubbo, listen, when he says harassment, he's clearly not talking about the message a year and a half later when I apologized to her and we have a very nice exchange with each other. He's clearly talking about that one message. Like, obviously he's not talking about the other message.
Even if you have a nice exchange, it doesn't necessarily mean she wants to speak to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you know what I mean?
I think that's fair, but literally my only message was saying I'm sorry. That's it. So I think that if I include, like, I think that for framing purposes, if I had included that in my video, it would not have changed. It would have, I mean, I guess in my perspective, like it would have only done, like you're saying, it only would have done better for me if I was saying, oh, I sent her this one message, and then the only other message I've ever sent her is literally an apology for doing this. And Tommy failed to mention that. It would have had the exact same, like, you know, like I didn't choose to say one to like as like a lie or something. I said this one message because that's what the harassment was supposed to be, was this one message that Tommy obviously was upset with enough to say that I was a movie villain.
Okay, like, even though the message to his mom was weird as shit, I do understand Dream's logic here. I feel like the logic's not bad. I do get what he's trying to say. Like, he said one message that like created the source of harassment versus like the other ones that like resolved the issue, which like that does make sense, yeah.
Or whatever. And so that was, from my perspective,
I think this is that Dream was weird for sending his mom a message, but like Dream was weird, but he wasn't harassing her. He didn't harass his mom.
That was why
like he didn't have to do it though. I don't
like frustrating. Obviously, you saying clearly one message doesn't constitute harassment was like and so it's obviously very frustrating. Anyway. Like if Tommy, I think a lot of it is framing. Like I don't think Tommy was doing it in a malicious way. I think that he was upset. I genuinely think that Tommy was upset, and I think he has a lot of valid reasons to be upset. And I think that when he was discussing that specifically, obviously he was probably emotional. He brought up, you know, his parents' divorce, which is terrible, and I'm so sorry that that's something that, you know, he was going through and that his parents were going through. But I didn't know about that, and I think that the way that he framed it was unfair to me. I think if he had said, you messaged my mom, that was crossing a boundary, you know, even though you apologize, I don't accept your apology, you know, whatever, that's much more like fair. And then my response to that is very different, right? And the same thing happens with a lot of the stuff he says. If he says it in a slightly different way where he's not like exaggerating to, like it did, the video made me seem like this terrible villain that's like, I don't know, doing all these terrible things. And then when you break it down, I'll go, well, yeah, I mean, like, yeah, this was a misunderstanding, this shouldn't have happened, or yeah, I made a mistake there. But it's like normal human mistakes and normal human interactions and you know, growth and whatever that's made out to be this like horrible comic book villain behavior. And that, I think that's like, I think that's the problem with it all. And I think it's not Tommy's problem. It's like the internet's problem. Like the internet dramatizes everything, and it like sucks. Like it sucks.
Dude, I'm going to say, I think this one example is a bad example of the internet dramatizing everyone, because like, let's be clear, you did text his mum while you guys had fallen out. That is weird, and you've acknowledged it's weird, and you wouldn't like it if it happened to you. You know what I mean?
I think, yeah, but I did not harass his mom while she was going through a divorce, and I'm not a proper movie villain. Like those are Tommy's words, right? Like I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm disagreeing with Tommy. The way that he said it in that video is, in my personal opinion, dishonest. And I don't think that he was being intentionally dishonest. I think that he was just emotional.
How
but
is
in my opinion,
that
it's dishonest.
But all the missteps you've described aren't dishonest.
Because you're saying that's actually a good point, Tubbo. That's actually a really good point.
Thanks.
I think that yeah, I think that I guess if I think that his intentions were not to be dishonest, which I don't think his intentions were to be dishonest. I think that his intentions were that he was emotional, and that it was, you know, obviously that was an emotional time for him, and it was there's a lot obviously that he's letting out. If I think that, and I think this, and I apply that same line of thinking to my thought process, which is why obviously I'm giving myself that benefit out. I guess I don't think it's dishonest. I think that it's a misstep. I'll say that. I think that you've changed my opinion.
Given that misstep, would you like him to remove that from his video?
A family like that, if you don't know the person, or know what's going on in that family.
I think that,
and it's not just that. It's the fact that he's butting into this family that doesn't even like him. My bad. Like I'm zonking out, so I'm like stuttering and shit. But they don't like him. Tommy didn't like Dream, so the fact that he did that during that time makes shit even worse.
What's done is done. I think that if he'd like to, you know, comment or something, or say, you know, the same thing that I'm doing for mine, I think that's fair. I think that if Tommy has specific problems with my video, if he'd like to, through you or, if he doesn't want to contact me himself through you, he would like to let me know about that and what he would like me to do, then that's fair. I'd have a conversation with Tommy, and I think that there are many things in his video that obviously I have a similar problem with, like with the harassment stuff. But the problem is that I feel like what's done is done. Everything's out there. I think that.
Okay. Sorry
go
to
ahead.
interrupt. If your attitude is what's done is done, why at the end of your video did you then ask Tom to delete every video that you're in? If what's done is done.
Well, I think that's what's done is done, and I think that in my mind, I personally feel very upset about the videos with my sister, the videos with my mom, and not the other videos. Like, I care a lot less about those videos. I care about because there's no content. My mom has never appeared in.
So, you see how bro's caring about his mom, right? You did the same thing to Tommy's mom, though. It's the same thing. It's very hypocritical.
Anybody's content. My sister has never appeared in anybody's content. Only one video with Sapnap or something, and one and then a bunch of videos with Tommy. And he's sitting here saying I'm harassing his mom and I'm this horrible movie villain while having intimate videos up. And I don't mean intimate in a weird way. I mean intimate in like a personal, close connection way, where I had that close connection with my sister while my sister is sitting here texting me saying, "Why is Tommy lying about you?" So on and so forth. I don't like that. That makes me feel uncomfortable and makes me upset that someone would say that while having that.
I think you'd be more likely to glaze if the person's right, Like, Tubbo's right more often than Dream is in this conversation. Way more right than Dream is in this conversation. So obviously they're gonna just glaze his ass and agree, right?
Content up. So to me, I say what's done is done. But I say that if you genuinely feel that way, I just really think that Tommy is upset. Tommy has valid reasons to be upset, but also has a lot of the stuff that he said in his video, I believe, are out of emotion and that he doesn't completely mean them. And I think that if he actually truly means the things that he's saying, then yes, he should 100% out of morals, but also out of the fact that I feel this way, remove those videos at absolute bare minimum. But in my opinion, obviously me saying, yeah, why would it's me for the rest of the videos, it's me making a point. It's me saying, you think I'm this terrible person, but you're willing to make money and views and subscribers off of videos where people are going to watch that and think we're like buddy, and that might influence them to subscribe
those videos are like 3 years old now. No,
people still watch
there's
that
still
shit.
obviously videos on his channel that will garner new views and have new subscribers that will watch them, and think like, oh, hey, Dream likes Tommy and Dream supporting Tommy, and this is Dream. Every video that I post will boost those videos, right? And my fans will see them, and my fans will not know the history between this and not know that he's saying these slanderous things about me, and that I don't like. That's the problem, is like, I don't want that. So I'm fine. That's the difference. Is genuinely, if Tommy wants to have a one-on-one conversation, I have always been open. I've tweeted about it all the time. For any creator, I will be open. I would always be down. I would love to have a conversation. I would love to. And the same thing if he has issues with things I said in my video or whatever. We didn't even have a single phone call about the whole mom issue. We didn't have a single phone call about the USMP stuff.
That's
we never.
fair, though. The mom.
Yeah, no,
issue,
I'm not saying
I
it's not
wouldn't
fair,
call
but
you
I'm
if
saying
you text
obviously.
my mom. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's unfair. I'm saying that obviously. I don't think communication almost ever. I guess from my perspective, I'm the type of person. Communication, I feel like, is never bad. It's almost never bad. Like if you can communicate with someone, then you should generally, especially
Yeah,
when
but communication is also a privilege. You know what I mean? And when you do things that damage your reputation of trust with people, you lose that privilege to the communication you're asking for.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think that's valid. I think that from my perspective, that I genuinely don't think that Tommy was unfair in his response to that. Like, I don't think that his reaction to that was unfair. I never critiqued him for that. I mean, obviously, ever since then, obviously, I haven't said anything to him privately, like in a negative manner. I congratulated him when he hit 15 million subscribers. I don't have a problem with the way that I don't have a problem that he was upset that I messaged his mom. That's not. I apologize for that. I messaged him privately.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying obviously before these interactions, and obviously the way that he's the things that have been brewing amongst that group of the Brighton crew for a while, it's like I obviously had a phone call with Jack recently, and obviously he didn't.
All
he,
Jack
he,
told me of that phone call is you guys were just like, yeah, we don't like each other. Let's move on. You know what I mean? That's all I heard.
I mean, it was honestly, it was a good conversation, even though, yeah, he didn't agree with me on some of what I was saying or a lot of what I was saying, but we had, it was a very mature and like good conversation. We talked for, I don't know how long. I think it was like an hour or something. And we had, it was a good conversation. I feel like that's valuable just because I left that conversation feeling more positive towards Jack than I did going into it, right? And I left that conversation.
How could that be true if on your stream, peace over it, on your stream 2 days ago, you say Jack Manifold, there's a rumor you're unfaithful. Oh come on, man! Oh come on! Man.
I left that call.
Okay,
tell me what the difference is before I had left that call, I wouldn't have said there's a rumor you're unfaithful, right? I would have said, hey, I have firsthand account that you're unfaithful, right? But after that phone call, I went, oh, you know what? Based on what Jack expressed, where literally was just him saying, hey, that's not true. He didn't. I mean, obviously, he didn't provide me any receipts or anything, but I was like, oh, okay, all right. Well, I guess I'll think not of that. But
Jack's in my chat right now. What did he say? He said, we discussed rumors about you too, Big Man. Oh, he's joshing. He's joshing. He's not being. I thought he had a serious message because it was longer than the normal Manifold message I get. It was not. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I mean, I think that communication.
Why did Dream just come out with that rumor though, in his stream saying that Jack is a cheater? Like, why is that even a thing that's mentioned? That's fucking weird.
Is important, I guess, and I think that I'm open to communicate with anybody. I guess I'll just say kind of again that I'm always open to have conversations. I feel like I'm an open book, and I enjoy. I communicate very weirdly, especially from messages. Like I'm not a good communicator, and I feel like I want to try, and I always try and have phone calls with people when I can, and reach out and tell people, hey, I'm open to phone calls, make my DMs open, so on and so forth. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I feel like I guess that was the. That's
fair. I feel like also, speaking of what I just said, on your stream 2 days ago, what are the rumors about me? Can I ask? Because you did say there's serious rumors about me.
Okay, so first of all, I also said I said there's rumors about Skeppy and other people, and I'm just like saying that as like, oh look, there's rumors about you.
But you also said I'm a bad guy behind the scenes.
No, that was me making a point. That was the same thing as like me saying the whole racist thing for Tommy. It's like, oh, he's racist, whatever.
Right.
But there was also what originally was like. Never mind, it's not important.
Yeah.
Will you text it to me so I can decide?
It's not important. It's really not important, Tubbo. It's really not important.
So, why are you doing this?
I just said that. That's it.
Okay, about what? Because that's very broad what you just sent me. Oh my god. Okay.
No.
It really is not important.
Yeah, it's not important. I promise you.
Yeah. Dude. What do we even do now?
I don't know. I genuinely, I have a lot of respect for you, Tubbo, and thank you a lot for just having me on. I know we don't agree on a lot of stuff, and we still don't. And I feel like, obviously, that I regardless, I just feel like this call was, even if the only thing to gain from it is that you can discuss with someone, even if you disagree with them on a lot of things, or even if you don't, you're not.
Oh, can I talk about something I said on stream 2 days ago? Because I know your audience was quite upset at me for saying it, and I feel like I should say it while you're also here to talk about it. On stream the other day, I said, you've made a lot of money off Pride merch while keeping your sexuality ambiguous. What I meant by that is that
I don't see a problem with selling Pride merch. You don't have to be gay to sell Pride merch. I'm not gay, but I think I'd sell Pride merch if I ever become famous, right? I'm just saying.
I believe that for you 2 days ago to go on your stream and say, I'm not gay, while having this very on-screen fictitious gay relationship with George and then releasing Pride merch and using the shopping domain dnf.gay, I think is weird. And I wanted to ask you about it.
So what I think a lot, this is the same thing that I've said literally since the beginning of time, or since every time I've ever been asked about it, that I'm not gay. I've been in relationships with women. I'm not gay, right? Outside of that, I have refused to talk further about my sexuality.
That's fair
I feel like I feel like there's more nuance than just, hey, you're not gay, therefore clearly you're straight. Like, I feel like
that's not what I'm saying.
fair.
I'm just saying that if you so openly say you're not gay and you've always said that, why use this fictitious relationship with your best friend to link to your merch?
I mean, I don't even know. I literally don't even know dnf.gay. Like, that's not my domain. I don't know. Is it George's merch? George's thing?
Yeah, but like you also do release like Pride merchandise.
Yeah, I've done Pride merch with profits going to what?
10% went to charity. You would have still made a lot of personal money off of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously we've given donated a lot. I think we donated a lot more.
You can't do Pride merch without being gay. Like, I don't see the problem with that. I mean, I guess acting gay to make that Pride merch money is bad. I think that's bad. Yeah. Unless it's like
10% actually, because we did I don't remember what I think we did a set amount or something for one of the drops that we didn't, and like with 10% up to that amount or something, we didn't get up to that amount, so we ended up doing a lot more than 10%. But I don't remember the specifics of every single drop, but I've always tried to, I've done live streams and done stuff promoting a lot of different. I'm sorry.
The Trevor Project was the charity you did.
Yeah, and also worked with them behind the scenes and stuff on many different things. So I always want to show support. So I'm not.
Yeah. So like
I'm not using my own.
You're not gay, but you are part of the queer community.
I'm not sure what the definition. Like, I'm not sure what the definition of that is. I assume I am queer. Queer is.
What do you mean? Sorry, do you need me to?
I think that there is a spectrum, and I think that
queer is an umbrella term for people who are not cisgender or heterosexual. Consider partner who identify conventional labels like gay, lesbian, or bisexual. Oh. Word queer can be offensive to people. Oh. Okay. I was just fucking curious now. Honestly, like I just thought queer was like, I thought it just meant being gay. I'm gonna be honest, or like not straight. So
when I say I'm not gay, I literally mean I'm not only attracted to males. I have been in relationships.
Yeah, but that spectrum you're mentioning is like the spectrum of how queer an individual is. That's what I'm on about.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, then yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's fine then. Then I don't really have any gripe with the Pride merch stuff. Like, I have my own personal thoughts, but it doesn't need to be said because it's not like.
Okay, well, George, as far as I know, isn't queer, so go cancel him, please, for having his doing his merch.
Hey, I'll say it. That's weird.
George is not gay?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, that's basically. I mean, I don't really have anything to say. You're such a. I'm not going to dig into your private life, man. Like, let's be so real. That was the most digging I probably felt comfortable doing. I wasn't going to go any deeper. I will say.
I got a little uncomfortable there, but I think it's very
that wasn't my
valid and very
intention.
fair.
But
That's
I'm like,
fine. I understand.
given you released Pride merch and made money off it, I assumed you would be comfortable talking about it on stream, and I'm sorry if that wasn't the case.
No, that's fair.
Yeah, I also want to say, what was the weird quote at the end of the video? You don't need to put other people down to lift yourself up. What? Why?
That's
Why say that?
hypocritical.
Yeah, I think that in hindsight, I shouldn't have said that just because it seems like preachy. Like but I didn't. I more meant it as like I know this sounds like stupid, but I meant it in a genuine way of like because Tommy's been doing obviously a lot of.
About what you're saying in real time.
No. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, if you again, I'll just extend the olive branch that again, if you have in the future different spaces do different things and.
I think we can very easily just avoid each other, and our communities can avoid each other, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so they don't want to talk to each other anymore. My opinion on this situation. So fucking what, man? Like, this shit is so lame. Like, Dream is an idiot. He deleted it? Dream deleted it? Oh, fuck. Okay. I'm gonna keep this stream up, though. Like, this will be on my channel. So, my opinion. Dream's a fucking dumbass. Tubbo somehow survived. So I was gonna point out, like, you don't have to be gay to have a gay jokes with your friends or fake relationship as a joke with your friends and make merch off of that. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Like, I think the issue, Anubis, is the fact that that they're openly like acting gay to like make money, and that's like disingenuous to the people, so like the fans. And that even though like they're acting gay to like joke around, right? There's like they put that merch line when that happened. So like a lot of people are like, "Oh my god, Georgian Dreamer lovers. Let me go buy this LGBTQ merch," right? That's probably the issue. And it probably doesn't look like a joke. It probably looks like legitimately real or hinted at to these people, like, because these fans are like very fucking weird, and they probably don't understand nuance like that. Like, honestly, if Dream fans are literally like Dream, then they don't understand nuance or like sarcasm or like when something's just a fucking skit, it's satire. Final thoughts. My final thought is that Dream's an idiot. Tubbo kind of cleared him. I'm gonna be honest, Tubbo did clear him, and that this shit rotted my brain. Yo, if you guys like this stream, shit, 4 hours and 30 minutes. I didn't think it was gonna be this long. I started at like 9, I think, around 9. No, like little. It was a little before 9. It's like 8. If you clarify that is a joke, then yeah, it would be fine. Yeah. It's like kind of fucking the twins in Oron Host Club. They like pretend to be gay, but they're not. Everyone's gonna think they're still gay, right? You have to give a heads up. Anyway, hope you guys like the stream. I appreciate y'all. You guys are great. I'm tired. If there's any new fucking people watching my shit, come subscribe, bro. Get me to 400 subs. 400 subs by the end of the year? Kind of plausible, low key. Anywho, I love you guys. Hope you guys have a great night. I'll see you guys later. Bye. Kissing your homies doesn't make you gay. You're very right. I kiss my homies goodnight every